Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. We made it. End of the week. Combine week, still popping. Going to be going for the next couple days. Good to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We're with you till 10 a.m. How we doing this morning? You ready?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
that's all this chubby eye candy that you see at the combine.
Your people running yesterday, the defensive linemen.
I wasn't able to sit down and just kind of veg out and watch combine stuff all afternoon.
No,
but I did see that Byron Murphy was impressive, as would be expected.
Yeah,
and enough so that I think people are really thinking, okay, Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas, in some mock drafts was falling down to like around the people again. Probably not at this point.
That dream ended yesterday. 4.8840 for Byron Murphy yesterday. And I know that it's a 40-yard dash for a defensive tackle and whatever, but boy, he sure did look athletic running that thing, man.
Yeah, some of it is like not the actual time, but the explosiveness
the fluidity.
When they're running.
Yeah.
You can kind of just see some guys just have pent-up explosiveness with every step. And Byron Murphy is that kind of guy. It's like you feel like at any given moment he could just if somebody rolled out a backboard and a basket right next to the 40, he could just jump up and dunk it on his way to the finish line.
I'm curious if where you were yesterday afternoon, if you felt Tavondre Sweat running the 40. Did the tremors hit where you were sitting yesterday afternoon?
What time did he end up having?
It was probably, I forget, he ran like a 5:02 or something like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched it. Like that.
Yeah.
He's almost 370 pounds. And so, look, it doesn't look like a running back or a defensive end. Like, it didn't look like Will Anderson running it or anything like that. But holy smokes, like, he was picking him up and putting him down, man.
It's a 5.27 40.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay, I knew it was a 5 something.
That's run stuff for territory, but for him, like, he's just so big. It's not the 40's not going to be a big deal for him.
I thought he man, he looks pretty athletic for a big dude.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many freaks like both the dudes that are up in Philadelphia out of Georgia now.
Yeah.
And like so many guys, so many really, really large guys running sub 540s.
Crazy.
And look, I mean, part of it is they train underclassmen in high school.
That's
now,
true.
So it's a little bit of it's deceptive.
Yep.
Like Davis Mills had a 4.5 40 supposedly, and I would just love to see when that's ever showed up on the football field because I've yet to see it, and yet there it is.
I blame Pep Hamilton for not using Davis Mills' legs more in 2022. Clearly, there was athleticism left on the table with Davis Mills. Being sarcastic.
Who's the other quarterback? Oh, Driscoll. Driscoll supposedly so athletic
Drizzy
too.
Cat.
Yeah, just because he can run straight ahead. Track athletes are different. That's where the 40 gets a really bad rap, is that some of the guys that are good at it, they're just track athletes. They're really good at running straight ahead.
Yeah.
In football, there tends to be much more zigging and zagging than that.
We got some good nuggets from the Combine yesterday that are Texans related. We'll get into in the next segment. I guess the big Texans news yesterday, Seth, and not a huge surprise, if we were predicting at the end of the season news items we would see within the first few weeks after the season's over, I would have definitely had Laramie Tunsil knee surgery on my bingo card based on what happened this season. But we know that Laramie missed a few games early in the year and then missed Wednesday practice every week because of knee soreness. Played through it, played well, made a Pro Bowl. It was a good year for Laramie Tunsil on the field. He did have knee surgery. Full recovery expected, but he has had knee surgery recently, I guess.
Yeah, it's so hard. I have such a hard time knowing what to make of it when all you hear is knee surgery, because that could be clean out some loose bodies to. Yeah. He had to repair 3 torn ligaments.
Yeah, there's plenty of guys that get knee surgery that weren't on the injury report at all season long, right?
Right. Yeah. Sometimes you just get cleaned up. So whatever, like maybe it was a meniscus or something, or a MCL, like something obviously that he could play with. So the fact that he could play with it makes it feel like, okay, it probably wasn't that big a deal. Sometimes though, it could be. If you think of like Jordan, remember Jordan had those 2 partially torn patellar tendons. That's kind of a tough rehab off of those injuries. So just because he could play through it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a slam dunk, straightforward, simple recovery.
Yeah.
And we'll just the hard part too will be monitoring it, because I don't know if Laramie planned on taking any reps in minicamp or training camp, even if he was completely healthy. So we're not really going to be able to know exactly.
History tells us. History tells us.
Yeah, nobody was going to be out there. If we had no news of his knee surgery and Laramie wasn't out there practicing day one, it might not have even been reported in the paper.
Yeah,
just been like, oh, okay.
That'll be actually probably a fairly big storyline, I would imagine, going into training camp. Not so much Laramie's health, because this sounds pretty minor based on the report, cleanup of an issue. But Titus Howard is going to be coming off a pretty major knee injury. Like, is he going to be ready to go for camp? We have no idea what Kenyon Green's even going to look like when camp gets here. Like, we haven't seen him in forever. He
might be completely reconstructed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he might be like Darth Vader, like a robot version. Artificial limbs and a breathing apparatus. Really good use of the force. For to force choke defensive linemen. But like that's 3/5 of the planned offensive line right there. And there's Juice Scruggs, who is injured for a lot of this season and is probably your starting center next year.
Maybe they'll figure out that Titus had sleep apnea or something. He'll come back with a better body composition. Not Titus. Kenyon. Yeah. Maybe a better body composition. Maybe his fastball will increase by 5 miles per hour.
Do they sleep test you guys?
I don't know. They probably do by now. I mean, everybody knows so much, like how important it is compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
Josh, I wonder, like with Josh James for the Astros, when he fixed his sleep apnea. Yeah. And he ended up gaining a whole bunch of velocity on his fastball.
He did.
And
he turned into a fireballer.
There was another, one of the former Texans linebacker, Danny Clark. When he was a rookie, I was with him in Jacksonville when he was a rookie, and he was just a mess. Couldn't stay awake in meetings. His coach, Steve Sable, was this old Naval Academy guy who was just hardcore and hated Danny. Hated him because Danny was always falling asleep. Danny got diagnosed with sleep apnea, and it changed him completely. Yeah. All of a sudden, he was just like every coach's dream. He was doing everything, flying around and everything. So, there's little stuff like that that can make a big difference with guys.
Yeah, they should sleep test everybody, man. Makes it makes a huge Dr. Valento live read. I'm legitimately curious.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't by now.
Yeah,
anymore.
by now. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering. So a text message. So a healthy line, maybe Tunsil, Kendrick Green, Juice, Kenyon Green, and Titus. No, Shaq Mason signed up for 3 years, pal. Shaq Mason is in our lives for a long, long time. They are pot committed to this group of offensive linemen. That's why I think the health of that group is going to be a major, major storyline heading into next season.
What was the text?
They were going left to right on what they thought the offensive line would be. Tunsil, Kendrick Green, Juice, Kenyon Green, and Titus. They were just they just left Shaq Mason out. Shaq Mason's going to be your right guard.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Shaq Mason's not going to be there.
Yeah. And
Kendrick Green, Kendrick Green played better at guard than I thought he would based on how just incredibly bad he was at center for the Steelers. I'm still skeptical that he can be a full-time guard just because of just his body type. And it's not like he's particularly small or anything. He just doesn't look right there. But I look, he was way better, and I might be still completely wrong about his ability to play guard long-term. But it also might be as simple as, man, he could be a lot better in more of a zone-based scheme where athleticism is a premium, and maybe he ends up competing with Juice Scruggs for that center spot. And I might be completely wrong, and maybe he ends up being a good guard.
Yeah.
But I would guess my betting favorite right now would actually be Patterson at left guard.
Yeah. He was pretty good last year at center.
Yeah.
That'd be something, man. If you found two offensive line. If this rookie class, like hell, but pretty much all of them when they got on the field looked pretty good. Obviously, CJ and Will were rookie of the year, but when Juice got out there, for the time he got out there, like I feel like as a second-round pick, I'm like, all right, it looks like there's something there. I think Tank Dell is going to way overachieve being a third-round pick. Although we get a lot of people texting us about Dylan Horton. There are no updates on Dylan Horton. He left mid-season with a health issue of some sort, and
it was just kind of was it a health issue?
It was a non-football injury.
Yeah. So we have zero clue or updates on that, and usually pretty much like when somebody leaves with a personal issue, nobody really presses for detail.
Right.
It just feels like it's all right. That's we're not getting into the tabloid business unless you really thrust yourself into the tabloid business. I have no idea what it might be.
But he was in the rotation, and he would pop, he would flash every now and then. I think Toa Toa is going to be a special teams guy and a backup linebacker, which for a fifth-round pick is pretty good. And they might have found a starting interior lineman in Jared Patterson in the sixth round. Like health is the only thing that really dogged this rookie class this year. It was a good class.
Dylan Horton was getting about 10 snaps per game.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like every now and then, I'd be like, who's number 92 again? Oh, yeah, Dylan Horton. Like, he would show up, but then he was inconsistent in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. He's only had his hand in the dirt for a while. He was a safety in high school, moved to linebacker, then he transferred, and then it was like his senior year or his last year when he finally put his hand in the dirt and was learning how to be a genuine defensive lineman. So I put more cash positively than I worry about the times where he looked like a rookie. So I hope he's fine with whatever might be affecting him and he's back because he definitely shows some promise. He's a big dude too.
Yeah.
Like he could go and he could play tackle on pass downs for sure. He can play end. I really like his potential upside.
All right, there were things that happened at the Combine yesterday. One, I thought we got a great example of why C.J. Stroud is a walking advertisement to come to the Houston Texans. Two, we got an example of what not to do when you step in front of a microphone at the Combine. There had to be an agent somewhere pulling his hair out yesterday at one of his clients at the Combine, at least in my opinion. Seth's got a big smile on his face. Are you with me on this?
I'm going to have people angry at me after this one. Yeah,
oh, good. Yeah. Okay. All right.
A certain portion of our audience is going to be angry at me.
All right, good. Well, that's a good tease right there. So we'll get into it. Nuggets from the Combine that affect the Texans and others coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway.
Available in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, nuggets from the Combine. Good nuggets yesterday from the Combine. Let's start with Cade Stover, the tight end from Ohio State, who has spoken with the Texans. Texans have spoken with a ton of guys. It feels like mostly guys on the defensive side is what I'm seeing on social media, but I don't have a full list. But it just feels like everyone that pops up on my X.com timeline is a defensive lineman, a linebacker, or a cornerback right now.
Well, I think part of that's just because that's who's there. Like they have to meet with those guys first.
Yeah. Good point.
Those guys showed up first.
That's true. It's all staggered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that said, I think that is where I think they're going to be looking heavy on defense in the draft for sure. I think they're looking at everything probably other than quarterback and offensive line.
Yeah, but I mean, we learned this lesson last year. Last year, D'Amico said they were going to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
For some reason, nobody believed him. They took a quarterback. This year, he said the day after the season that they're going to invest resources in the defensive line.
Yeah.
So there you go.
There you go.
I mean, either free agency or the draft, one or the other.
Yep. Now, tight end, I think tight end is a position they could draft somebody. Cade Stover played with C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. Take a listen to this. This is a former C.J. Stroud teammate being asked about, have you met with the Texans yet?
Yeah, I met with them last night. Another unbelievable meeting. It means so much to go back with CJ. I mean, years ago, he was from Rancho Cucamonga, California, and I'm from Mansfield, Ohio, polar opposite sides of the world. But I couldn't tell you how much respect and how close I really was with that guy, just for his pure knack of wanting to win and my pure knack of wanting to win. I'd love nothing more than to go reunite with him.
There you go.
You know what, too, Sean? This would be it would feel right because he's a defensive end converted to tight end. The Texans have had good luck with a tight end converted to defensive end in J.J. Watt.
Yeah,
So I feel like it's meant to be.
New era.
It completes the circle or something
It's
like
Circle
that.
of Life is what that's called.
Yes, that's what it is.
Circle
Okay.
of Life. I watched a little bit of him after the press conference yesterday. Watched some of the video. I mean, he looks good. I mean, there's like the pass catchers in Ohio State's offense all look really, really good. You know.
Yeah, and he's not much of a blocker whatsoever.
No.
Which that's I don't like nobody gets emotional about that anymore. It is what it is. There's about 4 different tight end positions anymore.
Yeah.
And he's not the inline blocker one. Whatever you call him, whichever letter you call him in your system, he's not that guy.
Right. Taylor Owens is a safety from Texas Tech. Now, we don't have the audio of this because every bit of audio from the Combine for this particular cut and several others, if you're not a headliner player, then you do these off-to-the-side media sessions where there's like 6 other players doing a media session nearby. So it's really all the audio that pops up is like 7 different voices talking. And it's really a shame because if I could have chosen one clip from yesterday to get one.
Yeah, this one is from I think his name's Brent Sableski, interviewed Taylor Owens.
He asked this question?
He asked the question
Okay.
for some. I guess he had a reason to ask him about maybe how Taylor Owens feels about the universe.
Yeah, about space.
Yeah, it was space.
Yeah. So
this was Owens' response.
Okay.
Do you want to read it in an English gentleman's accent?
I don't know. I don't want to
like a professor.
I don't know. I don't want to distract from the content of how ridiculous this is.
This is what Owens said. Everybody just try to pay attention and follow along. We know that flat earthers have become a thing annoyingly in the last few years. Yeah. He takes it even further.
Yeah.
I don't believe in space. I'm real religious, so I think like we're in a room right now. I don't think there's other planets and stuff like that. I don't know. Sableski asked him, what led you to that point, to believe that? I used to believe in the heliocentric thing. Like, we used to revolve around the Earth and sun and stuff. But then, I started seeing flat Earth stuff, and I was like, this is kind of interesting. And they started bringing up valid points and stuff. I mean, could be real, couldn't be. Know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I got to tell you, honestly, I got a lot of respect for taking it out to even taking it further and saying, no, the planets are bogus too, in space in general. There can't.
All right.
This is what I don't understand. All right, okay, fine. I'll even spot you that if you want to say that the sun revolves or what have you.
Yeah.
What's between the sun and Earth? I don't get it. He doesn't believe in space, Sean.
I know.
He doesn't believe in space.
All I could think of is like Taylor Owens' agent is walking around the combine, probably like I'm assuming like his agent has several people there. I don't know if he was standing there watching if he was standing there watching it, it's probably like that's like sitting looking at the stock market and just watching, like getting news on a stock of yours, like, oh
no
for securities fraud.
Sean, no, it's not a big deal. It honestly really isn't. Like I'd be nervous about him getting on my school board, but as far as like in an NFL locker room, he will get less blowback. Like he'll get people want to get in arguments with him and everything, but he'll get far less blowback than I used to for claiming that the Earth was older than 6,000 years old.
I see what you're saying.
So, like that guy, I was met with downright like anger and I don't know, talk of perhaps ostracizing me or whatever for having that belief. So, I don't think it'll be funny. It was kind of like, remember DJ Reader doesn't believe in dinosaurs?
I'd forgotten about that, but yes.
Yeah, J.J. Watt kind of teased him and made fun of him about it, but it wasn't DJ Reader's still a good football player.
All right. So Taylor, and I have no idea where Taylor Owens is on the, like on the big board. He's good enough to be at the combine, so he's draftable, obviously. I have no idea how good a player he is. Help me out on the text page. Is this like a day two self, and now he's going to go in the 6th round because he thinks that outer space doesn't exist?
Sean, I'm 100% telling you, like, you're not listening to me. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It 100% will not matter.
Yeah.
Like, not a single little bit.
Yeah. And that was a moment yesterday. Okay, but if you were in an NFL locker room, if you say so, I believe you.
It might matter with some teams, but I'm not. It's like there's lots of guys.
Matter on my team.
Yeah,
okay.
If we had YouTube back in my day, then there would have been a lot of Taylor Owens around. They would have seen a nice flat.
Yeah, that's
video.
true. That's true.
Makes sense, you know. You know, they didn't teach me this in school. They didn't. I guess not. Yeah.
Byron Murphy, we talked about him in the open. He's a defensive tackle that would be a great fit for the Texans. Ran a 4.88 40, so he's somebody that if you're a Texan fan looking to get him at 23, we should dig into some of these Cody Stutes nuggets here. These are pretty good. Cody was on with the Midday guys yesterday. I had him on my podcast yesterday on the Utopia podcast. He's been in Indianapolis all week. He's obviously been chatting with a lot of people. Byron Murphy, one of the very first nuggets he has in there is he said he talked to multiple draft analysts that think that Byron Murphy would be perfect for the Texans but won't get close to the Texans at 23, according to at least one of the guys he talked to. Like he ain't going to last till 23, Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy, the biggest knock against him would be his height, right? Because he's 6'1", 6'1", whatever he measures out at this weekend. Mm-hmm. I made a comparison to Ed Oliver. Yeah, it's an easy to visualize because Ed Oliver's shorter as well, and Ed Oliver is really explosive. I think the difference is with Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy already uses his hands better than Ed Oliver did. Both of them kind of, though, can get away with not using their arms at all in college because they're so athletic and they're so stout that people just kind of bounce off of them. So there's times where Byron Murphy will have some nice plays, and I look at him like, okay, well, in the NFL, you'd have to clean that up, and you'd have to be using much better technique and everything. But he's got plenty of examples of plays where he does use really good technique. And I would put him like somewhere between Ed Oliver and Aaron Donald when it comes to short, stout, but super athletic defensive linemen.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Well, he's got that element. I remember with Aaron Donald, I was working on some project last year, and I went back and watched a bunch of Aaron Donald at Pitt. And I ended up wasting like 2 extra hours just watching Aaron Donald as a college player. Because you watched him, and he was a little bit pudgier. He hadn't gotten all rocked up yet.
Yes.
And he was so strong. Like, you could see, if he had chosen to, he could have been a 350-pound nose tackle and been just fine because he's so thick and strong and just has such a solid base, and he's athletic enough. Like, to be a 350-pound player, you actually have to be super athletic because it's going to slow you down. Like, you got to be fast enough that extra 50 pounds of fat doesn't slow you down too much. Like, he would have been fine. Or he could have gotten even leaner than he is now and been like John Randall or something. And I feel like there's a little bit of that with Byron Murphy. I think somebody in the top 15 that falls in love with him and just thinks, and kind of closes his eyes and sees either Aaron Donald, a little bit of John Randall mixed in there, and says, all right, this is the kind of guy I got to have on my football team.
Yeah, Cody says, Cody Stutes, who you can get after him at Houston Football. Just Google Cody Stutes Houston Football. He's in Indianapolis this week. Says one person I spoke with said he wouldn't be surprised to see the Texans commit to the D-line in free agency. Also talked to one reporter about Steven Nelson, said, quote, I don't think he's coming back, talking about his chances of coming back to the Texans. Cornerback has ascended up my list of concerns for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Seeing as Derek Stingley is the only one they have on the depth chart right now that is a capable NFL cornerback.
Well, I mean, let's think about what happened when Steven Nelson went out of the Cleveland game for a little bit at the end of the year. That was when, there was a gaffe at safety. So that, but you couldn't have a mess up at safety there because D'Angelo Ross was just not ready to do anything with Amari Cooper.
Yeah, Amari Cooper tore him up. Yeah.
So the depth there at cornerback at that point in the year just wasn't good enough. So I'd be really surprised if Nick thinks that they should sign Steven Nelson before Steven Nelson tests free agency.
I agree.
I think he'd like to have him back, but man, they've already been through one episode where Steven Nelson was disgruntled because he thought he deserved a pay bump. So, if you've already had an issue like that with a guy, there's just a really good chance that, all right, you ever do business with somebody where you negotiate what you think is no, after the guy walks out of the room, you're going to get a call or something because he second guesses himself.
Yes.
That's the feel like it was Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
They're all right, we're going to come to a deal with him, but then he'll see guys get something in free agency,
right?
And he'll start regretting whatever deal he signed with the
Texans. Nick's my vest is going to be on social media by
I'm going to get called a clown.
Yeah,
you're going to put me on social media. You're going to talk about me on your new podcast.
No, I think it's a good point, Seth. You got to let the other 31 teams be the bad cop in this situation. Right?
I learned that lesson from my cousin Tom. He was selling calf hutches, or he had some calf hutches that he needed to sell. Those are like little houses for calves.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was my next question.
I should have explained that. They're like little forts for a calf.
I know. Now I know what they are.
But this one farmer who's a jackass called him up and said hey, I knew you were trying to get rid of those. Could you? I can't remember what the price would have been. He's like, can I get them for $100 a piece? And my cousin Tom was like, yep, that sounds good, because he was in a hurry and hung up. And as soon as he hung up, he was like, damn it. He just agreed to it too early because he knew this guy. and sure enough, half an hour later, hey, Tom, I was thinking, I forgot. That's just can we actually do $80? That's Steven Nelson.
That's Steven Nelson.
And Steven Nelson is a farmer.
Right. Hey, you're right. He is a farmer. You know who else is? Cade Stover, the tight end we just played audio from Ohio State. Yeah, I tried. There was audio of him Cade Stover on why working on a farm helped him become the player that he is. And, of course, all the audio had 10 other people because it's the combine. But, yeah, he was he apparently worked on a farm, and that's the reason why he's such a good NFL prospect.
I'm gonna do some research into this. Yeah.
I knew you would like that.
No, there's just so few kids that do, hard physical labor anymore that did Cade
Stover,
sets you apart.
Did he just move up your big board just based on that little nugget of information?
I think he did a little bit. Yeah,
if I could see it.
It's the nice thing about farm kids is they come into an NFL training camp and they will never ever ever think this is so difficult. It's always it's never the hardest thing they've ever done.
It's one of the best things my daughter ever did. She went and worked on a ranch in Montana after she graduated college.
Yeah.
To realize, wow, this is what hard work looks like, and I never want to work on a ranch.
Go back to college.
She would text me. I'm like, what'd you do today? She's like, I put in a drainage system. Okay.
That sounds fun, though.
Yeah.
That's at least she got.
No, she liked it. I'm projecting a little bit. She really enjoyed it. She enjoyed being out there. So here's a couple other things. These are interesting ones from Cody Stutes, who's at the combine.
You know what she would have been like?
What?
You ever see the movie The Power of the Dog?
No.
It's Benedict Cumberbatch is this guy who was he was brilliant. He was at Yale or Harvard or something, but he decided he wanted to be a cowboy out on his family's ranch, and he intentionally had this exterior of he was the anti-intellectual, just really gruff and angry old rancher. Yeah. That's what Judy would have ended up being.
She'd have been good at that. I think
she would have been compensating for her, her
He can get tough and angry. There'd be no faking it, I'm sure. Okay, a couple more here from Cody Stutes. I like this one. A media member about Tavondre Sweat, the 370-pound defensive lineman from Texas. He isn't that fat.
Yeah. That's a good strategy. Sometimes if you can trump up how fat you are, then you show up. People are kind of like, oh, all right. Well,
I was expecting a blob.
It's like Brad Pitt in Fight Club, basically.
Yeah. He survived the 40. He made it to the end.
He's almost got abs.
He'd be perfect, one analyst said about Darius Robinson and his potential fit with the Texans.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of Darius Robinson. I think he's a great specimen, and you could see him being really versatile along the defensive line. He's
Missouri defensive end, for those who don't know. Yeah.
He's very raw as like a pass rusher for a guy who's a fifth-year senior. He kind of just runs into people, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I don't know. It might just be I've only watched him in a couple games, and one of them was Ohio State.
Yeah.
So maybe it's fair sometimes to say, like, all right, well, if he's destroying the lesser offensive tackles, then there's something to work with there. But maybe he gets gummed up against the really good ones.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, Nico Collins spoke about his contract situation on the Airing It Out podcast. We will hear what Nico's saying. We'll play Nick Caserio talking about Nico, and we'll see if we think this is headed somewhere. And Nico Collins, is there a love connection between Nico Collins and the Texans? We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. We'll do some headlines coming up next. A lot of headlines to get to, and we'll do that coming up next. Now, have you downloaded the private?
Network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines here. We got a lot to get to. We'll talk about Nico Collins at the top of the hour. Nico talked on a podcast yesterday about his upcoming season. I get the sense Nico might be ready to just roll into next season and see where the market goes after that. We'll see. We'll get to the top of the hour. We'll see. I'm curious what you think too, Seth. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Well, don't give it away. Save it for 7, bro. We're going to talk
Injuries
about
happen. You know that.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of injuries, Laremy Tunsil, he was playing hurt throughout the season this year. He was on the injury report literally every week with a knee injury. Would miss practice on Wednesdays, playing in pain. Well, he underwent knee surgery after the season was over. I'm looking at a report from Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, says a cleanup of an issue that arose this season when Tunsil spent some time on the injury report is what the surgery was. He will make a swift recovery.
A swift recovery.
Swift recovery, Seth.
The thing is, though, with Laremy, as C.J. Stroud called him, I think the ultimate vet that doesn't do anything more than he needs to do out at practice or anything. We'll have no way of gauging whether he's making a swift recovery or not.
Not till training camp.
I will predict 0 snaps taken during, which is fine. He's getting to that age. 0 snaps taken in the spring, and then he'll ease into training camp like an old man easing into a cold tub.
Yes, yeah. Health for the offensive line is a must next year against the teams the Texans are going to be playing. They take a big step up in weight class next year. So Laremy Tunsil knee surgery, check. Combine continuing. It'll continue for the next couple days. I think we get quarterbacks today at the media sessions. We get throwing sessions tomorrow, but none of the top 3 quarterbacks are going to throw because none of them are C.J. Stroud and want to compete.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, Caleb Williams ain't doing anything. Caleb's not. He's not submitting to the physicals. Is he
doing media? Is he doing the media?
I don't know if he's going to do the media or not, but he's not doing. Sorry, I was exaggerating, Sean, when I said he wasn't doing anything. He's not submitting his. He's not going to do the physicals. Apparently, he's just going to submit his medical reports at his team days or what have you. Which honestly, I'm kind of torn on this one. There's a lot about the combine that's just stupid. They're so inefficient. Like, you have to go get the same physical 6 times by different little committees of doctors. Yeah. They go 5 or 6 team doctors to a group, and they come in and they ask you questions and everything. It's all this stuff that ends up. There's so much like doing that and then sitting around and waiting for 3 hours and then doing something else.
Yeah.
So there's part of me that's like, yeah, Caleb, you tell him. But then there's another part of me that's like, okay, you're better than everybody else, huh? You're just gonna buck the trend like that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm torn.
Yeah.
Torn.
He's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, so it's his show.
It's football. Conformity is a certain part of it.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, there's a little bit of buzz cut to it. You know?
There is. So a lot of news on rules and potential rule changes and kind of ways the game is administered yesterday. First one I saw was we might see the end of the old chain gang, Seth. The NFL tested optical tracking in 2 stadiums and the Super Bowl last season.
God, I thought you were going the inmates run the okay.
No.
You're gonna get your ass canceled.
For
Sean.
line to gain rulings.
Okay.
What people have been saying, there's close play on a short yardage situation, and the way that they administer it is for largely old men to run out and go put down the ball where they think the ball was. And that's gospel.
No. That's not how it works. They don't run. No. No, the official puts a little marker on one of the 5-yard lines.
Okay.
And then they run out, and then the official puts that little marker. He puts a marker on the chain.
Well, I'm talking about the referee spotting the ball.
Okay, I got you.
The referee, because those chain guys you're talking about would go away. They basically, the optical tracking would be able to tell the officials down to the inch where to put the ball down on the field.
Yeah.
We would no longer need the chains anymore. Are you for this technological advancement?
they'd still be there as a backup.
Okay.
And I'm guessing that there's going to be hiccups. I don't know. They tried it out a couple times last year. I'm for it. Yeah, if it makes it go faster, if there's more clarity in whether or not. In some ways, I wonder if it's going to end up being worse because you're going to be able to tell where the ball is, but you still have to determine when the knee went down.
Yeah.
So it's not. I like.
It'll always be imperfect.
Yeah. I worry that this is the kind of thing where I need it, kind of like the electronic strike zone. I really need it to be perfect before they actually put it out there.
Yeah.
Because then it's just going to end up being more. It's going to be the first item on SportsCenter more times than I can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
you know?
dude. It's going to decide an important game at some point. This one I don't like. In an effort to protect quarterbacks or starting quarterbacks around the league than ever, like more quarterbacks started a game in the NFL than any other season this year because there were so many injuries to frontline starting quarterbacks, is that there's been a proposal to essentially eliminate the tackle box when it comes to the quarterbacks being allowed to throw the ball away. Right now, if they're outside the tackle box, as long as they throw it past the line of scrimmage, they can just get rid of the ball, and live to fight another day. There's a proposal that, hey, if the quarterbacks are under heat, they can just throw it away anytime they want to, even if they're in the pocket. I hate this.
This is what I say. Instead of making it, that would be, I don't think they'll pass that because that would make it crazy. That would make it so ridiculously in favor of the offense. It would be too good. It would be too effective.
Dude, it would affect, I think it would affect roster building. I think it would affect, okay, do I really need to pay a defensive end $30 million now?
Who's never going to get there?
Who's never going to sack a guy? Right.
The quarterback can always just get rid of the ball as long as he's not going to throw an interception. I don't think there's a chance in hell that gets passed. Maybe they'll loosen the rules up a little bit to decide what is and what is not a penalty. But I'd be really surprised. Like as a defensive lineman, this would enrage me.
Yeah.
Except like I don't feel like it'd be like that kid that's saying he doesn't believe in space. It would enrage me if he were like actually on a school board or something. But he's a prospective football player. I don't give a damn.
Or if he were a trained astronomer.
Yeah. Well, then I'd have to be like, all right, well,
maybe he knows something. True. It doesn't look like the I'm going to call it the brotherly shove. I hate the tush push. I hate that as a name.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that's going anywhere. That's going to stick around, which I'm not all that hepped up about.
You're not happy that it's not going anywhere?
I'm not a fan of it. It's
not as effective as I think there's this perception that it's effective 100% of the time. And I think when Philly does it, Jason Kelsey made a really good point that they were already damn near 100% before they started doing the tush push in Philly.
Yeah.
So the actual success rate of the tush push, the brotherly shove, compared to other QB sneaks around the league is actually lower than the traditional QB sneak. So It's not as indefensible, I think, as people were feared it would be when all we saw was the Philadelphia Eagles doing it.
Well, it's funny when you bring up Kelsey. Like, reportedly, the offensive linemen hate it because they have to go like it's like going straight down to the ground. They're getting buried underneath defensive linemen. Like it's not fun to be an offensive lineman on that play. Supposedly.
Yeah, you know what? It's like you're getting shoved by the crowd behind you at a soccer match up against the gates or something. You know?
Yep. Suns beat the Rockets last night, 110-105. The sand is slowly ticking out of the hourglass for the Rockets here to make the play-in. It's not been good lately. The good news for the Rockets, one of the wins they got recently, one of the rare wins they got recently, will stand. The Knicks protest of the Rockets win a few years ago. Thanks for wasting everybody's time, Knicks. All right? The protest it failed. It did. The Rockets win will stand.
Read an article about that or saw something tweeted about it. It was a picture of angry Tom Thibodeau, which is one of the most unpleasant things to look at on Earth. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of angry Tom Thibodeau out there.
Is there a picture of a happy Tom Thibodeau anywhere that you're aware of?
I'm looking at one right now.
Are you?
There's a smiling one. But other than that, angry Tom Thibodeau, he's like a mythological beast or something. So thank God that's out of my life for at least a little bit.
You got that right. All right, those are your headlines for the day as we roll on here on a Friday. All right, Nico Collins. We heard Nick Caserio speak proactively, brought up Nico Collins' name in response to a question at the Combine earlier this week. So kind of gave a hint to what the Texans are thinking about Nico. What's Nico thinking about the Texans and his future with the team? You'll hear from him coming up next.
What qualities are the Texans looking for?
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Nick Caserio on Wednesday this week, Texans general manager. The question, actually Cody Stutes asked this question. It was about the franchise tag, but Nick kind of went from franchise tag over to salary cap and then dropped Nico Collins' name into the mix.
We have some flexibility relative to financial commitments that we might be able to make, but you don't necessarily have to use all your money up in 1 year. So we've tried to, and I've talked about this previously, really look at your team in sort of 2-year increments. So whatever money's going to use in future years. I'm sure I'll get a question here very soon about Nico Collins. That's coming. So that could be a player that maybe he's a part of the future. So you're dealing with the present. You're focused on the short term, but part of our responsibility is to kind of think ahead a little bit. So, and just try to make good, sound decisions for the team and the organization.
I'm still wondering when he made that comment, where sometimes people kind of like they're hoping that you ask a question that because they've got something they want to say. So he brought up Nico Collins' name, and I'm guessing he was ready for some question. He was anticipating a question about Nico Collins. Like, what was he planning on saying? If somebody had just raised their hand and said, Nick, are you guys going to work on maybe trying to extend Nico Collins before this season? Do you think it was as simple as that he wanted to be able to get out there and maybe like profess admiration for Nico Collins and how they'd love to get something done, just so it's like it's another little pat on Nico's back to keep the goodwill going?
He was actually asked about it afterwards in the smaller session with the local media. The audio quality is not great, which is why I haven't played it. But it's funny because you're right. He was almost begging for a Nico question, and the answer he gave to the media when I think Aaron Wilson asked him about Nico was kind of standard Nick. We're going to do what's best for the team. We love Nico as a player, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So it was. I think to me, forget about the follow-up question. Forget like the mere proactive mentioning of Nico Collins to me is a clear indication. Like I think Nick is longer.
Yeah.
He wouldn't bring up his name if he didn't.
Yeah. We talked about this yesterday, and I understand that people are either soured on Nico or skeptical of him because he had those first 2 years where he flashed promise, but it wasn't consistent. Injuries played into it. But the biggest thing by far, I think, is if you look at the catch rate. It's as simple as his catch rate those first couple seasons when Davis Mills was throwing him the ball. It was like 50% and 53% both seasons. And then last year, when he had a genuinely accurate quarterback throwing to him, he was well up into the 70s. And it wasn't because he was dropping a bunch of balls or anything previously. He had some. He might have had. I don't know what his drop numbers are. I don't have them in front of me. I mean, he had some pretty notable drops this year. And it was just a difference of having a good quarterback and a good system with a good offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And I feel very confident that you're going to keep getting more of that same production out of Nico Collins.
Passer rating is what it is. I know it's not a perfect stat. It's like a lot of stats where the really, really good ones look like, okay, that matches the eye test, and the bad ones match the eye test. The record for single-season passer rating in the NFL was Aaron Rodgers back in his MVP season in 2011, 122.5. Go find the passer rating numbers for C.J. Stroud throwing it to Nico Collins. It's like in the 130s. So basically C.J. Stroud, if he threw the ball in the direction of Nico Collins this season, he was performing at a rate higher than the highest passer rating in the history of the league. That's how productive and beneficial it was to target in 2023. Here is Nico. Nico was on the Airing It Out podcast yesterday, or at least the video dropped yesterday. And Nico Collins talked about his contractual situation with the Houston Texans.
Man, to be honest, I haven't really even talked to my agent about it. I mean, I kind of know that it's my end of my third. You know what I'm saying? I'm up for a free agency, but in my head, man, I'm locked in to where I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do. Because I feel like really the first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like after this year, kind of like, all right, just show them a little bit, boom. And I feel like this year, I feel like it's going to be a little better year, man. Just mentally, physically, I know what to expect. Learning, getting better, growing throughout the year. Just learning the game better. And but if it come early, it come early. But I feel like my mindset is just go ball and just let it play out.
Yeah,
play out.
I think Nico, unless the Texans come to him with an extension that's in line with a top 10 wide receiver in that range, I think he's going to play it out this year. I think he's going to go into next year and hope that he's A, healthy, and B, puts up another 1,300 or 1,400 yards, and then he really puts the Texans to a decision: do we use the franchise tag on him? Do we pay him what'll probably be closer to 25 or 30 million a year if he puts up 2 years in a row like that?
Yeah. One thing Nick had talked about too was that when you put that franchise tag on somebody, you're pretty much as a baseline. So it gets pricey if you actually really want to get a deal done. You can't look at it just as a placeholder, and then we'll get him at a lower rate later on. It just rarely works out that way. Yeah, I think it would make sense for them to lock him up before the season for multiple reasons, including because he wasn't a first-round pick or a second-round pick. He doesn't quite necessarily have that same financial base of somebody who's already gotten his bleep you money. And there's something about throwing that first genuinely gigantic wad of guaranteed money at somebody that makes them, maybe take the safer route sometimes. When the safer route is taking tens of millions of dollars instead of an extra tens of millions of dollars next year, and you're a guy that has an injury history, that can be awful tempting.
Yeah.
And this might be the time for them to get him at a discount right now.
It may be. He did not. Now he may be feeling exactly what you're talking about there, Seth. That cut did not sound like somebody who's ready to take a discount.
Well, he'd be an idiot if he came out there and like, yeah, I'm just hoping they can lowball me as soon as possible. I got to buy a couch.
And I'm acknowledging that. He's like Nico. We're into a game of poker now between these two sides, is what I'm saying. Like that. Nick put out there in a way like, hey, we're really interested in keeping Nico, without being specific about it. And now Nico has said how much he really likes playing for the Texans, but he wants to put up another good year next year. I think this may not come as quickly as we expect. And I think if it does happen, it's going to be Texans fans think it's going to be. Anytime you and I talk about something like this, the text page starts to come in with all the fantasy GMs come in, and I love this.
Well, it's like Alex Bregman,
Yeah.
Because especially, and we say fantasy GMs, especially with Alex Bregman, people start getting the fantasy numbers in their heads, and they stop thinking about the complete baseball player, and they don't want to believe that Alex Bregman's a top 5 third baseman when he is.
Right, and they don't want to think that Nico is that like last year is more an indicator of what Nico is than the first 2 years. I think it's safe to assume this is more who he is, because he's going to be playing with this quarterback and this OC and this head coach at least the head coach and the quarterback for a long, long time if he were to stay here. But we start to get these numbers that come in on the text page. Hey, would you do? I think someone sent in 3 years, $58 million yesterday for Nico Collins. That's $19 million a year. I would do that. I think I feel like I'm at the higher end of what Texan fans want to do. I feel like there's a lot of Texan fans like, Nico, 3 years, $42 million. He ain't going to play for $14 million a year. He put up a season last year that is, if he does it again, he's a top 10 wide receiver. If he puts the exact same season together next year, including the 2 games he missed to injury, if he plays 15 games next year, puts up 1,300 yards and 8 to 10 touchdowns, 80 catches. Yeah. And he's a big part of some big wins for the Houston Texans, especially against that schedule on national TV a bunch of times next year. I mean, all these guys were toiling in anonymity last year when it came to television. If Nico Collins is doing it, Nico Collins had a 75-yard touchdown on the only game they played on national TV on the very first play from scrimmage. That was probably the first time a lot of people around the country really got a taste of Nico Collins, and he had 9 catches for almost 200 yards in that game. He's going to be doing that multiple times next year, so I get it. Nico's gambling a little bit. If indeed there is an injury proneness to him that pops up again next year where he's only playing 11 games, that is a game of guts poker for him. But if he puts up another season like he had this year, he's going to get paid, Nico Collins.
Tyreek Hill makes $30 million a year.
Yep.
DK Metcalf is the 5th highest paid at $24 million a year.
Yeah.
So, you're looking at, as the cap expands, that $24 million per year for a top 5 as a baseline is going to get higher and higher.
25 is the number that's getting kicked around for Amon-Ra St. Brown on an extension right now, who's drafted like 20 picks after Nico.
Yeah, and that's where so Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he does one and gets a new deal, like I think the Texans can very credibly say, like, okay, Nico, like you've not been nearly as consistent as Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like he's been very consistent. Yes, he's had a better offense around him the last couple of years, but he also hasn't gotten injured. So maybe that helps the Texans out a little bit if Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't take a record-breaking deal or something, and then they've got a number to work off of with Nico Collins.
Yeah. I hope they keep
it's not like quarterbacks where each next quarterback gets a bigger. I think with wide receivers, there's still a little bit of like, all right, listen, the body of work is just different for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There's a hierarchy for sure at that position where it gets. Yeah, you're right. It gets looked at. It's not like just okay, you get 3% more than the last guy got. The Texans, I was looking at the odds board, Seth. There's an odds board that popped out for a lot of the top defensive players in free agency. The Texans are not considered among the favorites or even close to it. And the only one they're among the favorites for, oddly enough, because I don't know like what kind of fit he is in D'Amico's system, is Hassan Reddick. They're fourth on the board for Hassan Reddick, who's put up a couple good years in Philly. 9-1. The Falcons are the favorite to land him at 4-1. They're fourth on the board for Hassan Reddick. Everybody else, and these are all a bunch of edge rushers and L'Jarius Sneed and Chris Jones. They're all like Texans are middle of the pack at best for all these guys.
I think that some of those defensive ends, I think, aren't quite as physical as D'Amico would want. And or the body size or body type. So there's that. I'm surprised that they're as low as they are, though, on most of them because they've got so much cap space and because, like, I think people know you got a defensive-minded coach that plays a certain – without even knowing D'Amico that much, they know the style of defense that he plays and that you really need good defensive linemen in those. So I am surprised that the odds makers haven't picked up on those at all. Like, L'Jarius Sneed is actually – the Texans have more of a likelihood of Vegas size than a lot of those defensive ends or Chris Jones.
Yeah, and I'm not buying that.
Jones, I don't think Chris Jones would. Okay, what do you think? Do you think he's going to get out of Kansas City?
No,
no chance in hell.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's no chance in hell. And I think them giving the franchise tag to Sneed certainly makes the next few weeks interesting here.
Yeah.
Because they can only give the franchise tag to one guy in Kansas City, and if you missed it, they're putting it on cornerback L'Jarius Sneed, and they've given him permission to seek a trade. Some of the smoke yesterday, I think I saw James Palmer talk to Brett Veach at the Combine yesterday, and they're optimistic. They were saying, like, hey, the fact that we went through this negotiation last year, which really ended somewhat contentiously, like, really helps us this year that we've been through this one time before. I'm like, yeah, it didn't go well last year, though.
They said that they had a really good conversation after one of the regular season games this year.
Yeah.
And I didn't look to see which week of the season it was, but that it seemed like everybody was all smiles after that.
Yeah.
You get nervous about that sometimes because usually on the GM side of it, the GM said, this is how it goes. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. And the player interprets that as like, oh, I'm going to be the highest paid dude in the league. And the GM is just thinking like, he'll be reasonable. And that's when people start claiming they were lied to.
Yeah.
Both sides think that they were lied to because they agreed to something that actually had no parameters involved.
I'm warming up to the idea of Chase Young on a 1-year deal, like on a prove-it deal.
Really?
Yeah, like a reasonable prove-it. I'm warming up to that.
Okay. I'm going to remind you of that when we're sitting up in the Chase Young standing, drinking a cup of tea with his pinky up as the quarterback runs by because Chase Young decided not to play that play.
No. But on a 1-year deal, I feel like if he's got to prove it, maybe he'll try a little harder.
He was playing in the playoffs. He was in the playoffs and he was taking plays off. Just randomly going space cadet.
I'm warming up to it. I can be talked out of it too.
He was on a 10-game deal with the 49ers by the time he got there.
It's true. I know. I'm just saying. It's like it's hard to look at him and not think like, wow, he just
he can just stand out there.
Well,
that's all we need. We just need that guy to go out and stand out there.
Let me prepare you for this possibility, smart guy. Jonathan Grenard may go somewhere else in free agency, and the Texans may be forced to kind of start to dip into other resources or other. They may be forced to dip into areas that they weren't inclined to do so before to fill a roster at defensive end.
Well, yeah, where can they get somebody who underperforms and doesn't always look like he even gives a damn about what's happening out on the field? I don't know where you're going to find a guy like that for less than $20 million.
1 year, $12 million, something like that. If they, if Chase Young gets a little desperate, I'm just saying.
I know. I'm honestly, I would say that I don't. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if.
So would I. Make no mistake. I'd be shocked. I'm just saying I'm warming to it.
I like honestly. When I watch him, like he's the opposite of Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And if the Texans were willing to trade as much as they did for a guy who plays like Will Anderson that has that kind of motor, then I'm guessing want to pay like super respectable money for a guy who doesn't play with that like anywhere near that type of passion.
One of the names on here is Khalil Mack. Where would you be on Khalil Mack coming here?
At the right price, that'd be an interesting one. Yeah. He'd be fine. I think, like, again, though, there's a lot of guys that are, like, more of the – boy, how old is he now?
He was drafted in 2014. I think he's mid-30s because he was not a guy – he went to Buffalo, so he probably played 5 – he was probably in college for 5 – I think he might be, like, 34 or 35 years old. He's older than you think.
He was
which means he might be cheaper. He's 33.
No, I just wonder, like, what happened. Seemed like he was trailing off for a couple years.
He had 6 sacks in a game last year.
Yeah, and he was just way more productive in general, not just those 6 sacks.
Yeah,
because he had 18 sacks overall, and it wasn't just like some flukish thing or anything. His hurries were up on the year. So whatever fountain of youth he found there in Southern California. Just an hour or so from Mexico, where the pharmacias are fresh and popping. I don't know. I think that. On a short-term deal.
Yeah.
The fact that he had that resurgence is what intrigues me. I'm just, I wonder if there's somebody out there that's going to try to, like Buffalo did with Von Miller, give way too much to an aging pass rusher. But on a 1-year deal, I think that'd be really intriguing.
I think he might still be under contract to the Chargers. The reason his name gets kicked around is because, he's still under contract this season.
Okay.
But his name gets kicked around because the Chargers are $8 jillion over the cap.
Yeah.
So that's why his name gets bandied for him. His salary is $17 million this year. So that I'm guessing the price trade-wise would not be drastically high for even a productive 33-year-old. Yeah, I don't think you're trading. I don't think it's like 2 firsts like it was 5 years ago to get Khalil Mack or anything like that.
How far is LA from the border? Is it an hour? I said an hour, but it's got to be more than that, right?
So where he could go get what he needs to keep getting 17 sacks?
Yeah. I'm joking, everybody, by the way. I don't think he's on steroids.
Yeah. It's about probably like, I think 2 hours. Well,
okay.
It's probably like 14 miles, but it takes like 3 hours to get there because of the 5.
I'll tell you what, back in the day, man, the Chargers, they had some dudes that you're like, this doesn't seem right.
Sean Merriman, man.
Physiologically possible. I mean, there were some defensive linemen that I know that were just like, I don't know how they got away with it still, but like I think maybe being able to pop over the border for a quick whatever you need after, I don't know.
It's a really good tease. Up next, Seth's going to name names. The San Diego Chargers.
The juicers of the 90s.
That's right. All right. Coming up next, John Crumpler, who covers the Texans for, I believe Texans Wire is who he for USA Today. He had an interesting theory on the Devin Singletary love, and if indeed the reports about Saquon Barkley are wanting to come here are true, I'll take him at face value in the next segment. Then why are we not asking this question of Saquon Barkley? That is coming up next.
That's why I'm so averse to signing a veteran at wide receiver, a high-priced veteran at wide receiver.
Yeah.
They've got all these other holes. Like, I agree with Lopez that they're going to have to spend, or it's a great time to spend because you have the flexibility to do so. It's just in where are you going to spend that money? You can't spend it at every single position.
Yeah.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-881-1166. That's 800-881-1166. Se habla español. Call 800-881.
TexansTurf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week on running back Devin Singletary.
With Devin, I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin, and just, man, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right, Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that. Right, so Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but would love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot for us in that running back room.
Nick Caserio went on to say some good things about Devin Singletary as well in his breakout session with local media. They were in lockstep on Devin Singletary and what they were saying. So it led to a lot of folks, myself included, saying, boy, they really want Devin Singletary back. I would love to have Devin Singletary back. John Crumpler tweeted this, and I think there's something to this. He said, when I see Nick and D'Amico saying what they're saying about Devin Singletary, I just see two smart guys using their market leverage in negotiations with the other free agent running backs out there. You know?
That there might not just look. We're not desperate to go find a running back. We like Devin Singletary.
We're not just going to roll over for you, Saquon or Josh Jacobs or maybe Derrick Henry.
Listen, the league of beleaguered running backs, whatever you call yourselves,
right.
the running backs guild,
local
the little mini union they tried to create last year.
Local 534, yeah.
And that union got busted up quick.
It did. One Zoom call.
Saquon was the first one, right? Saquon was the first one. Like, I'll sign for free coffee. I got free coffee for life.
He caved. He did. He caved for like a small incentive.
He left the summit and ran back and couldn't.
Is who you want, Texan fans? Somebody who just caves at the first sight of union discord. Oh, that's funny.
What if it turned out that he had told everybody on that Zoom call, I'm not signing for nothing.
Right.
Nothing. And then he just stabbed immediately.
Stabbed him in the back. Yeah. You might fold under questioning, Saquon, I tells you.
Yeah, so he okay. I like what Crumpler's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's as much that it would directly affect any of those running backs out on the market because nobody really I think monitors or believes anything anybody says publicly if you don't know them until you actually start getting offers or start taking. They don't take visits anymore, but at least not the first group of guys.
Yeah.
So I don't. I think if anything, it would be more of a mindset maybe that Nick and D'Amico both have, in that all right, we're going to be sure we kind of play it coy and just be sure that we don't fall in love with any of these running backs or free agents in general. But we do the guys that we know. No, I don't think. Okay, now I'm going back.
I like that we're talking this through here. Yeah.
Okay, this would be the one thing is that since Saquon seems to be playing the social media game a little bit and following C.J. Stroud or various Texans on social media and then either having conversations, whatever Aaron Wilson is reporting, then maybe he is kind of sensitive to that and attuned to it. And he won't feel like, these are my patsies. They're going to give me whatever I want in the world.
I think it's baked in there somewhere for sure. I want to hit the Aaron Wilson thing here because I have a question for Saquon Barkley and Saquon Twitter. Aaron says this. Aaron Wilson, KPRC2, says the headliner of the running back free agent class is New York Giants star Saquon Barkley, who has targeted the Texans as his top possible destination or top potential destination and has been communicating with C.J. Stroud per league sources. Barkley could, of course, remain with the Giants there as GM Joe Schoen is holding talks with Barkley and with Barkley's agent. So on that Texans part of that, and again, we're in the smoke season here right now. So I'm going to take this for purposes of the question I'm about to ask. I'm going to take this at face value. That Saquon Barkley has targeted the Texans as his top possible destination and is communicating with C.J. Stroud. That he wants to come here more than anywhere else. Yeah. My question to Saquon and those who back Saquon, and by the way, let me preface, I'm fine with Saquon Barkley being a Texan. I'm not fine with paying him $13 million a year over multiple years to be a Texan. I think there's other solutions out there at the running back position that make more sense for the Texans at that price. My question would be, if he wants to be here so damn bad, if he's communicating with C.J. Stroud, why do the Texans have to pay him $13 million a year? Why wouldn't Saquon Barkley, if he wants to be here so freaking bad, take a discount to be here and play here?
Mecole Hardman or Kadarius Toney? Like, it's just like, this is the only place that'll have him? Like, yeah, fine. Well, we'll let you come play for us, Saquon. Yeah.
Am I off base? Like, am I off base saying, like, if Saquon wants to come here that bad, that the Texans should be like, okay, cool, here's your offer, $9 million a year?
Well, yeah, I don't think you're off base. I mean, just like ultimately, you're not off base. There's a reason there's free agency. There's multiple people that are in on it. That's why I think like a lot of this talk of posturing and all this, or Saquon, like honestly, like okay, Saquon's targeted the Texans as the prime place he wants to be. Why? Where? What? Like how? Like how? What the hell does that mean? So yeah, if you're the Texans, I don't think it should affect you one way or the other about how much you want to pay him. It should be like whatever you think that he's worth as a player, and there's an envelope there. Yeah. But like you don't have to play hardball with him or act like there's no way in hell I think they're going to say, oh, well, you want to be here based on this Aaron Wilson report. Is that right? Well, then here, $6 million a year. Well, you think Nick's going to be like, oh, Aaron Wilson says?
No. But if it's true, then they're going to know he wants to be here. You know what I mean? He will have communicated with CJ and have expressed something to the Texans to that effect. You know, like they'll have had conversations where he'll have backed up what Aaron's reporting at that point.
Is there any chance? Okay. If Saquon genuinely wanted to be here, this is where I think it's just so hard when you start talking about actual dollar amounts and everything because you don't know what anybody's expectations are. So I don't think that he should have to take a discount or what have you. More likely scenario might be that maybe Nick and D'Amico might be a little bit skeptical of paying any running back in free agency respectable money. That's
true.
Because it's such a bad risk.
Yeah.
It's such a bad risk for no matter who it is, that they maybe think like, okay, well, if he really wants to be here and like this is like a little bit different, like he's committed because he believes in it, and that kind of fits the vibe we've got going here with CJ and Will, where they just like they're almost like true believers.
Yeah.
You know. Then maybe they'll entertain it a little bit more, and maybe they're willing to meet in a little bit more if somebody genuinely wants to be here.
I'll put it this way: I think there's zero chance that Nick Caserio is of mind to pay any running back $12 million a year, any of them.
Yeah,
any of these guys that are out there in free agency, and thus, if Saquon, if that's the market for Saquon at other places, and Saquon wants to come to the Texans and play, I think he's going to have to come here at a price that's less than $12 million. I just don't think Nick Caserio is a G. He comes from New England, you know, and I know there's things where
the opposite.
Yeah,
they take running backs who are like fifth round picks. They get a lot out of them, and then they pawn them off on the Texans.
Yeah,
or they pawn them off on the Titans, or they pawn them off on somebody else.
LeGarrette Blount was their leading rusher on a couple of their most recent Super Bowl teams. You know what I mean? Like so I just think, and I know there's certain things where we look at it and we go, well, that's what the Patriots did, and Nick doesn't do those things. You know, like Nick has gone the other way on some of the New England stuff. This I feel pretty strongly about is he's not going to be somebody priced for a running back on a second contract. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no information to that effect. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves with all this. And so I don't even think it's something where the Texans do it in an insulting way to Saquon, where it's like, well, you want to come here, then this is what the price is. I think they're going to have a number in mind for all these guys, and I don't think the number that they would pay for Saquon Barkley is going to approach what Saquon Twitter thinks it's going to be.
Well, I think too, and I didn't hear Landry give this argument in full live, but I've heard the sounder that they're playing, where he's talking about he'd be incredulous that people wouldn't want to try to fill the running back position. I guess that's where, and again, I don't know what Landry's full and total argument was or anything. It doesn't necessarily, like, addressing the running back doesn't also mean that it has to be Saquon Barkley and Agreed. It has to be for a lot of money.
Right.
Like, there's ways to address the running back position, as many teams do, without it being a guy like Saquon Barkley specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and let's face it, like, improving the Texans running back room, it's not a high bar to clear based on last year. You had like 9 good games out of Devin Singletary, and that's pretty much all you got out of the running back room last year. Like that, and I'm including the backups in this. Like, you didn't get 8 to 10 good carries from a backup in some of the games where Devin was running the ball really well. You know?
Yeah. What about if Nick Chubb gets released? Would you be more into Nick Chubb or Saquon?
His injury would scare me a little bit. Injury. He had to have 2 surgeries on that knee. That would scare me. Again,
be a good discount there.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Seth, like a lot of this, and that's what a lot of like free agency talk is fun on the radio. It really is, but it's when you're not talking about what the dollars are with all this stuff. Some of it lacks substance. And so, if you ask me, like, would I like Nick Chubb if the Browns were to release him? Sure, coming off of that knee injury, 1 year, $7 million for Nick Chubb. Let's roll. You know,
it's just fun. I love the thing is, like, signing Nick Chubb or Saquon Barkley. It's like, yeah, these are guys whose teams don't want them, and it's not the same as like when you can't afford to pay a Mario Williams or something like that. It's just like, oh man. Running backs are way too expensive. We can't be spending on this running back. I don't care who the hell he is right now.
Right.
We can't have this guy.
Yep.
Nick Chubb's contract is too unwieldy because he got injured.
Yeah, because he got injured. Like, the injury plays heavy into the Nick Chubb stuff for sure.
But that's what happens to running backs. They get injured.
They do. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Still a ton to get to. We'll get to all the headlines in the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. I have a programming suggestion for the NFL Network once the draft is over, based on news that we got on Jerry Jones yesterday. Dan Orlovsky's got his first hot take of the draft season. We'll have that for you coming up next as well. Stay there. Men's Tea Clinic. Ooh, today's my Men's Tea Clinic day. I'm doing 2 things today.
274. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so news out of Dallas yesterday. This was a thing during the season. Dallas Cowboys may have a love child out there.
What?
2 years ago.
That's such a shock.
I know. Can
you mean
believe
a different one? The different one that we already know about?
Well, at least, the one we already may know about is the one we're about to talk about. But I will concede
we already know about.
There could be others out there. I'll concede that Jerry Jones.
Oh, okay. But the one that we're specifically talking about is the one that had
news.
The gag. This woman's mother had a gag order and all that.
She did. Yeah. So 2 years ago, Jerry Jones was sued by a woman who claims she's his daughter, and Jones. This is progress for this woman. Jones is being ordered by a court now to submit to a DNA test aimed at establishing or debunking the allegation of paternity. Via the Dallas Morning News, a judge issued on Wednesday a ruling required Jones to submit to DNA testing. The parties argued the issue to a judge back on February 19th. The lawyer representing 27-year-old Alexandra Davis, that is the person in question, called it a, quote, huge victory. And it doesn't say in the article when this will take place, but I do have a suggestion for revealing the results, and that is this. If the NFL truly wants to continue to provide content for its audience beyond just the combine and free agency, the lead up to the draft, maybe even the schedule release. The schedule release comes like a week and a half after the draft is over, a week or two. When we get into that dead period, Seth, I would say sometime mid-May, sometime between mid-May and early June, dead a little bit there. I would say we do the NFL Network made-for-TV special where we release the results of this paternity test.
I feel bad for this woman if she is indeed Jerry Jones' daughter, and like obviously she's not. She had nothing to do with it or not. She was, who fathered her. But if he's been actively denying this for so long to the point where she has to have a paternity test, that's a rough spot to be in life. Your father's actively and publicly trying to deny your existence. Not just a deadbeat dad, but a billionaire deadbeat dad.
That's where I'm going. Okay.
Yeah.
So if indeed turns out that he's her dad,
yeah,
she does probably have legal rights to at least part of the empire then, right?
I don't know. I mean, you can do whatever you want with your kids. You don't have to. Your kids don't deserve anything.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I don't know. I don't like. You could leave all of your stuff to one of your children and leave the other two out in the cold.
I can't.
Right? Yeah. Yes.
None of the three should be salivating over the fortune that's waiting for them. But that's an interesting. It's an interesting angle you bring up there.
There was I can't remember the details of all of it, but yeah, there was some kind of she basically just wanted to be included in this or that, and she wasn't at all.
Yeah.
And now it's gotten to the point where it's embarrassing for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would feel like I like honestly, whatever recourse she does have, yeah. If there's defamation or anything like that, I hope she goes after him. If that's her dad, like yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
If it's not her dad, then I would have a hard time knowing how much to. She's like, did she intentionally know that he wasn't, but she still went after it, or vice versa? But if she's genuinely his kid and he's been denied in all these years, then yeah, please go after him as hard and as aggressively as you please.
Are you here for the slew of articles we're about to get over the next several weeks from Florio on parental law and things like that? As this all plays out, like I feel like this is something that shoots way up Florio's radar right now. Jerry Jones paternity. Yeah. Florio is going to be in on this, man. I want Florio to host my made-for-TV show that releases the results of the paternity test.
The whole thing I got a little bit confused about was that the woman's mother had received financial support in exchange for not publicly identifying Jones as her father.
Right.
Or at least allegedly, whatever. I don't know what's alleged and what's real or not or anything. So it almost feels like it was how is the daughter supposed to somehow be responsible for keeping Jerry's dirty little secret when she as
an agreement with the mom.
I hope there's some way to punish Jerry on this. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I hope there's a way to punish Jerry.
I think my idea is a pretty good punishment, that they release the results on the NFL Network in a made-for-TV special. That could be very embarrassing for Jerry. I think one of the biggest – what punishment can you give a billionaire without sending him to jail? Public embarrassment. That's the punishment right there.
If they sent him to jail, it'd probably be one of those awesome jails, too.
Yeah, cook. You actually take cooking classes and whatnot.
He'd be able to purchase his protection and all that. He'd just be fine. It's not like he wouldn't end up like the Colonel in Boogie Nights, No,
God, I hope not. He'd probably still be able to run the draft from the library at the prison, Or
via his prison smartphone.
Yeah.
Somebody would smuggle in a smartphone in their butt for him, and then he would do it via Zoom.
They go to the Cowboys war room on NFL draft coverage, and it's a split screen of the actual war room and Jerry in like a palatial cell at Club Fed.
Or just like a normal cell, but he's under the sheets with his prison cell phone. Yes. But, the guard comes around. I feel in those places, I feel like the guard comes around and he almost yells at it like he's a bratty kid talking to his mom or something. He's like, Carl, come back later, Carl.
Yeah, man.
I just don't bother me, Carl.
All right, so Jerry Jones.
I hope he gets sued for $400 billion.
He may. You never know. Text message, I'd rather re-sign Derek Barnett for a cheaper deal versus signing Chase Young. Put Chase Young aside. I was just kind of throwing that out there as a lark a couple segments ago. I think bringing back Derek Barnett, he probably would not be very expensive. They're going to have to fill that defensive end depth chart with a few guys like Derek Barnett.
Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes is gone too.
Yep.
And like Dylan Horton, we don't know exactly what's going on with whatever his situation was. Hopefully he's back this spring.
Yep.
Because he showed promise. But yeah, they've got a few. And whenever you play a D-line rotation, it's not like you're going to have 8 first-rounders out there. Type, some aging veterans, perhaps. Yeah, maybe they trade for Khalil Mack and work him out on a comfortable 2-year deal or something.
Yeah.
I wonder if Jerry Hughes playing productively until he was 35 for the Texans makes them more open to a guy like Khalil Mack.
Older guys, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
The only thing is, I can't have a Von Miller type of contract like the Bills do with Von Miller.
No. I'm not afraid of the Texans doing that at all. Barnett played good football for them last year. That would be good. Here's Dan Orlovsky yesterday on First Take. This is Dan Orlovsky firing the first salvo in the I wouldn't take Caleb Williams #1 race.
If I were the Chicago Bears right now, I would take Jaden Daniels out of LSU. That is not a knock on Caleb Williams. That is a plus in Jaden Daniels. I think, #1, when you watch all these guys play, the best thrower, the best guy against man coverage, ball placement-wise, is Jaden Daniels. #2, when we're talking about explosive play, like guys who have to throw the ball downfield, what does it look like? Jaden Daniels throws the ball best downfield. And then #3, who's got the best pocket piece? When I say piece, it's P-E-A-C-E. All these guys are athletic. It's no longer like this plus. Every one of these guys has that attribute. The patience and the peace within the pocket, he's the best at. Candidly, I think when it comes to what guy had the best game, none of these guys' games compared to Jaden Daniels against Florida. If you just watch that player versus the University of Florida, you would go, that's the best player in college football, and he's going to be into the NFL. Caleb Williams is fantastic. I think Jaden Daniels is better.
Okay, and that's a fair take. Like I'm not as much on the Caleb Williams as a generational prospect train as others are. The last part there, Seth, I'm like, okay, I don't remember the LSU Florida game. Florida hasn't been a really good football team in a long time, as CJ Stroud pointed out to Fred Taylor a couple of weeks ago. Florida was 70th in passing yards allowed per game this year among Division I-A schools. Like, they were below the middle of the bed. Like, that part, okay, like the part where nobody had a better game than Jaden Daniels did against this mediocre defense all year long. Like, it's a weird take.
I know. Well, I think I want to say he did that with Anthony Richardson too. There are a couple of I think Dan likes looking at best games as kind of like the high bar for where a guy might be.
He did best throws with Anthony Richardson.
I think you have to take level of competition into account.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's why CJ playing against Georgia's defense the way he did.
Yes.
When one of your best games is against one of the best defenses of the past decade. Yeah, that's a big check in your favor, obviously. I think with Jaden Daniels, I wonder if some people like the actual obvious natural talent and ability of Caleb, but that Caleb Williams is not all that. It doesn't seem like he's all that committed to playing within the scheme or on schedule necessarily, and that's a lot easier to do line as well. So there's some of these plays where it's like he stands back in the pocket for 5 seconds and then scrambles for another 5 seconds.
Dude.
And we're like Jaden Daniels, he's old school scouts would have been like, I don't know if this guy can play the Lord's football because he can run also. We don't need no running quarterbacks. No. He's he reads the full field. Yeah. He can play within scheme. He can do all those things. So the upside or the absolute ceiling of physical talent and throwing ability and everything might not be the same. But I bet there's some scouts that look at him and think but I feel like he's going to run my system. And with Caleb Williams, I'm not so sure that he's going to actually do everything we need him to do.
Yeah. Here was Greg Cosell. I don't know if this was from Ross's podcast, if the video, this video from Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell, noted film expert, breaks down all these guys. He watches a ton of film on all these guys that are going to be in this draft. He says, forget about Caleb Williams being a generational quarterback. There ain't no such thing.
I think I hope we learned our lesson a little bit. And this is no knock on Trevor Lawrence at all, who I think is a good player and will probably get better. But, everybody said when he came out he's a generational quarterback. And that's a term I would never use. I mean, he's played 3 years in the league and he's a good player. But I don't think anybody is going to say right now that Trevor Lawrence is generational or that he's even one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the league.
So, yeah, like Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb generational over the last 10
nobody's
years.
buying it anymore.
Yeah.
It's just you had sent me a thing that Kurt Warner had tweeted out, just kind of philosophizing about how hard it is to project quarterbacks these days because they're asked to do so few of the things that they're going to be asked to do in the NFL, or it's just done differently. And it is, like, even if you're running a pro-style offense in college, the demands are not the same. The things you can and can't get away with aren't the same. I mean, you get one of the biggest things, you get to the NFL and, like, the ability of teams to play man defense. Even the teams that are bad at man defense are still playing way better man defense than anything you see in college.
Yep.
So all of it just gets a lot tougher in that respect. And then, I mean, so many quarterbacks don't even take a snap under center anymore. So everything in college. So it's just really, really hard to project. And it's not just at the quarterback position. A lot of offensive linemen are never in a three-point stance in their entire life until they get to the NFL now.
That's true. Yeah.
So it's really hard to project these guys. And I think that's where it's anybody's guess. You can look at physical skills and you can look at some of the cool things they do, but you just really don't get a sense for, hey, all right, this is what this guy's going to, A, do in these situations, but B, like, do when he's in a really strict system.
Yeah.
And, Lincoln Riley doesn't necessarily have a system that I think, like, nobody's looking at any system in college now and saying, like, well, no, I don't want a guy from that system. Not a system where NFL coaches look at it and we're like, oh, yeah, that transfers right away.
Well, and I think what we've learned, too, so much of it is where you get drafted to. Like, when you label somebody generational, to me, you're labeling somebody that they are head coach, organization, and scheme proof. That, like, whatever you drop them into, they're going to make it work. And I think we saw it, like, Trevor Lawrence almost got ruined by Urban Meyer. Trevor Lawrence is having a hard time getting out of second gear with Doug Peterson. Are those the best situations? I think what we saw, and I'm not saying Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud are necessarily generational, although C.J.'s on a pretty good track 1 year in. But if you drop C.J. in Bryce's situation in Carolina and vice versa, their rookie seasons probably look very different. I think C.J. is the better player in either scenario, but I don't think C.J.'s winning Offensive Rookie of the Year and winning 10 games in Carolina.
And it's the same way with coaches, right?
Yep.
I mean, like, Andy Reid was a very good coach who got a lot out of Donovan McNabb and Alex Smith. But then Pat Mahomes shows up, and it's a whole different deal now. Now, Pat Mahomes, similarly. Yeah, if Pat Mahomes had gone and played for Cliff Kingsbury, I guarantee you 100% in the NFL, it wouldn't look like what you've seen right now.
Nope.
And so that's just like, that's the perfect blend right there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm honestly, I'm kind of, I don't know if I'm okay with it, but I get why Caleb Williams and his dad might want to try to engineer where they go to.
I agree.
Because you go, like, it's scary, man. You got 7 years, theoretically 8 years of control over you the day you get drafted, the day you sign that contract with that team. And, with franchise tags, and that's tough if it's a place that's never put out a good quarterback. Or I mean, forget about that. You could be controlled for 8 years. You get dropped into a bad enough situation, and you turn into Trey Lance, or you turn into Justin Fields, or you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. They can keep you for 8 years. They don't want you after 3 because you got dropped into a situation that was so bad. And I would be so nervous if I were going to Chicago as a quarterback, just based on the history there. The weather's one thing, which I think factors in, but I would be so nervous going there. And this is like, because even as I said that, I'm like, okay, somebody's going to think this is like the same as the Ohio State quarterback thing. It's not at all. It really is. Well, a big part of it with Chicago is the weather conditions. I think it's just you're right on the lake there. That is and it's freaking cold.
It sucks, dude. I live there. It's awful.
It's terrible right there.
Yes.
It's not even, and that stadium's not one that should be affected by the weather as much, but because it's a complete bowl. But because it's right next to the lake and all that wind comes off and everything, it's brutal. And it is also owned by, in the NFL, the ownership families matter.
Yeah.
And like the McCaskey, I don't know what it's like right now. I know people who have coached for the Bears who have said that a lot of the meetings that you think are going to be like, hey, this is about football, right? At least used to turn into just like Family Feud type stuff.
Yeah.
Just a lot of just sniping back and forth and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's a matter of that owns the team. And I don't know what the McCaskies are like right now. It's just in the past it wasn't always so rosy.
They got a B+ on the NFLPA report card. Yeah, a B+.
Yeah, but the Chiefs got the worst grade.
They did.
So I don't know what to do with this. I almost feel like the McNairs have gotten too nice. They got to do something to piss off the players to the point where they go and win a.
There's a direct correlation to Super Bowls and being rated horrible as an owner.
You know what? Maybe the Chiefs are like Major League. Maybe the owner is just such a bastard that the team has decided that, you know what? That's it.
It inspires the team. Yeah.
We're going to win in spite of you.
Good theory, Seth. I like that.
You think Clark Hunt has some kind of he's trying to move the team to Costa Rica or something, and they just won't lose enough for him to pull it off.
Exactly. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station, the 8 at 8. Here we go.
They got a picture of him in the locker room with little pasties over his nipples, and they're just waiting that whenever
naked Clark is going to be standing, naked fathead of Clark Hunt in the locker room with each game they win. Laramie Tunsil had knee surgery this offseason. That reported by Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network yesterday. He's expected to make a swift recovery. I don't think this is a big surprise, Seth. He was on the injury report all season long. He missed practices throughout the year. I guess the reason this is news is that we may get a fully healthy Laramie. What did I say? It's so funny. You're laughing your ass off right now.
I want to give you, and I should for not using the word successful surgery.
Oh.
Because that's usually they say underwent successful surgery.
Right.
You almost never hear. So remember, I went back just to check after Alex Smith had his first surgery.
Yeah.
And it indeed was labeled a successful surgery.
Right. That's for the 17 more that followed it. Yeah, literally. So fully healthy Tunsil next year. Has me excited because he was a Pro Bowler with the knee injury. Fully healthy Tunsil's got me fired up for next year. So there you go.
2.
Okay, we haven't gotten to this. The San Francisco 49ers may have to begin selling off some assets here, so to speak. And by selling off assets, I mean making some moves with the salary cap. They've got a bunch of guys that are highly paid. They're one of the teams that gets pointed out to me and Seth often when people think we're penny pinching with the Texans. Like, hey, the 49ers have 12 guys that make more than $14 million a year. Right. And now they're going to have fewer.
Well, no, but also, though, I think the thing when people make that argument you have to remember is like, and a lot of those are homegrown guys that grew into those contracts.
Yeah.
That's the big difference between trying to build through free agency. Like Fred Warner wasn't making $10 million a year out the gate. You know, he earned it. He wasn't even a first-round pick.
And the Texans will eventually have a lot of those guys because they've drafted pretty well. So, that's a fair point. Reason I bring this up is that the headline is 49ers facing potentially significant roster changes. Michael Silver, who's covered the NFL for a long time out of the Bay Area, right? For the San Francisco is already having many tough conversations and that those decisions could involve productive veterans. I think the important thing to know as a Texan fan, Seth, is my guess is that with DeMeco Ryans in the building, the Texans might be heavily inclined to move some of these recyclables way up their recyclable list because of the familiarity factor. If there's some Niners cap casualties, they could be heavily on the radar for the Houston Texans this year.
Let's see. Let me just check.
Okay.
Nick Bosa, it would cost $76 million
I think he's okay. I think he's
against
safe.
the cap, so I don't think we're going to have a shot at Nick Bosa.
Nope.
Sorry, man.
Who else?
The one thing I'd say real quick is Brandon Ayuk. You know, looks like he might be.
He's a free agent.
Be on his way out, and I don't. There's something about the way his girlfriend and him himself acted towards the end of the season. That just it's just a cautionary tale to any young football players listening right now. Don't go out like that.
No.
Because immediately, like in my mind and other GM's minds or anybody, it's like the first thing they think of is Brandon Ayuk is like, okay, what's the deal with this guy? Is he a headache?
Yeah.
Like, is this a me guy? I have no idea if he is or not. Mm-hmm. He just like made a dramatic scene about all of it that didn't need to be made.
Yep.
Damn it.
All right, so a lot of three. Thank you, Ben. Ben wants us to move off of this topic. All right, so we'll dig back into that a little later in the show. I am curious to maybe take a look at some of the Niners who might be in jeopardy, and do they fit some of the things the Texans are looking for? I think that's worth looking into. We'll take a look at that later. Rules changes are being kicked around right now. They tested out some technology this year that might allow them to get rid of to at least make the chains for first downs a secondary solution, where they put technology in the football and optics in the stadium that allow them to spot the ball with accuracy without having to rely on the referees to do it as an eye test.
There's a chip in the ball, and it tells you where it is.
Yeah, and so there's that. There's a silly rule that's being kicked around potentially that would allow the quarterbacks to throw the ball. You know when they're allowed to throw the ball away outside the tackle box, and if it gets past the line of scrimmage, they live to fight another day? There's talk of them trying to do that, the NFL, and the quarterbacks can do it from anywhere on the field anytime they want to, including in the pocket. That would suck. That would be stupid.
You know, part of the problem, though, too, Sean, was that I think Florio reported that part of it. When I read it in some actually, like, publications that write their own news and find their own news and everything, I think it was more about streamlining the calling of intentional grounding, because it's a pain in the butt. Yeah. The fact that it takes forever. Yeah. Like intentional grounding, you know what happens. You see something that looks like it should be intentional grounding, and then like 45 seconds later, there's a flag. Yeah. They huddle, they talk. So at the very least, they want to streamline that and maybe get some help from the booth to where somebody in the booth can say, no, there was a dude there. Just move on.
Yep. Tush push, not going anywhere, it would look like. We didn't talk about this one earlier. The hip drop tackle, where guys basically, tacklers, essentially just wrap their arms around a guy and just let their weight go to the ground. And oftentimes it's a lot like the horse collar, like knees get trapped under guys. Drop.
Yeah, you know what? You know who doesn't want the hip drop tackle outlawed?
Who?
Austin Eckler, running back. It's just one of these things where, okay, the hip drop tackle has increased because guys are terrified to lead with their heads because they're going to get flagged and fined for that. So I don't like...
Why is Austin Eckler? Why'd you say Austin Eckler doesn't want it banned?
I'm just saying it's notable that an offensive player doesn't want it.
Okay, so he literally doesn't want it banned. Okay, I didn't know.
No, he literally said, I don't think they should ban it.
Gotcha.
Just because it's like it feels like over legislation.
Yeah.
For something I never even knew there was a term for that type of tackle until like a year ago, and now it's all of a sudden the bane of everybody's existence.
It is weird. Like, yeah, you're right. Like, I had to look it up. I'm like, okay, this has been a thing for a while. What is
that thing where you use your body weight to try to tackle the guy who's trying to run away from you? Yeah. As far as the tush push go, real quick, it's only 33% of those are successful. I think there's a perception that they're like overwhelmingly like impossible to stop or anything. Only 33% of them are successful. It's just that the Eagles are one of the teams that's really, really good at it.
The Eagles are 133% successful at it. That's where it comes in.
No, you know what? If you take the Eagles out of there, like the rest of the league's got to be definitely less than 33%.
I would say so. Yeah. Then why run it? I would say.
4.
All right, real quick. Rockets lose to the Suns last night, 110-105. The sand is almost out of the hourglass for the Rockets. They've only got 20-some-odd games left, and they are way back right now, even just to get into the 10 seed and get into the
5.
One of the wins they got earlier this year will not be snagged away from them. The Knicks protest of the Rockets win, where Aaron Holiday was fouled on the final play of the game by Jalen Brunson. At least the referee thought that he was fouled because he called it. It was not a good call. They admitted after the game they got the call wrong. Yeah. And the Rockets ended up winning the game on the free throws that resulted from that. Their protest from the Knicks was rejected. It was denied. It failed, and they wasted everybody's time.
It sounds very legal. It sounds like when something's you can have a case thrown out for procedural reason, but not just because. So New York was required to demonstrate that there was a misapplication of the official playing rules as opposed to an error in judgment by game officials.
Yeah. That's
because the foul call at issue reflected an error in judgment. They did not demonstrate a misapplication of the playing rule.
So they wasted, and we've known that's the threshold for getting a successful protest. Like, we've known that. They wasted everybody's time. Damn, Tom Thibodeau.
6.
All right,
I was open to it, though. I'm watching Octopus on Netflix. Very conspiracy-minded right now.
Okay.
Who knows, man? Sean, there are agents at work here that got the Rockets at victory, man.
I'm anxious for
There's
Octopus Seth. The next
wrapped in an enigma.
This is what we need. Octopus Seth with conspiracy theories right around free agency time. This will be good. This will be good. Reportedly, Bill Belichick is unhappy with his portrayal in Apple TV's Dynasty documentary.
What do they make him look nice?
They make him look like a martyr, actually, if I'm giving my own assessment of it, like in the Spygate thing. But Tom Curran, who covers the Patriots for NBC Sports Boston, reported that Belichick does not like how he is portrayed in the series. He was on with Felger and Maz on 98.5, the Sports Hub up in Boston. And Felger noted, who could blame Belichick? He's getting burned in this thing. Felger and his co-host, Tony Maserati, and Jim Murray didn't agree with the conventional wisdom that the portrayal of Belichick in the docuseries was a result of years of Belichick's standoffishness and churlish attitude, and that Belichick brought this on himself. He's portrayed as Belichick. Like,
I know, what the hell? I've watched some of it. I haven't seen anything that looks like, wow, they took that out of context with Belichick.
I'll tell you what, there's a guy, the guy Matt Kadlick, I don't know who he is, but this tweet popped up on my X timeline. And the next 2 episodes have dropped on Apple TV. They drop 2 episodes every Friday. So today, episodes 5 and 6 are up. This is actually pretty funny. They're up to the point now. Episode 5 is the Matt Castle season when Brady went out with the knee injury. And apparently one of the funniest quotes from Dynasty, Matt Castle on Belichick in the film room. One time I didn't see a corner blitz and I got absolutely annihilated. Belichick comes in and he says, Castle, can we figure out the corner blitz? Because I don't want to have to write a note to your mother that says, Dear Mrs. Castle, we're sorry to inform you that your son is dead because he's a dumbass and he didn't see the quote. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Felger up there from that radio station up there.
98.5.
Felger and Maz.
Yeah.
He says, this is a bag job. It's owned and produced by the Crafts. And I don't care what they say. The final credit is Kraft Dynasty LLC. That is the ownership there. So Bill knows where this is coming from. Says that Felger said he did not blame Bill one bit for the way he carried himself in this. The fix was in. Over the 20 years, there were a lot of things Belichick did that were needless and that made his life harder than it needed to be. But that aside, the thing was a bag job. So is he basically saying that the Crafts are trying to make sure that that Belichick doesn't look good in this
Yes,
thing?
I feel like this thing was made while the Kraft-Belichick relationship wasn't as bad as it ended up getting, you know? I'm not sure. That would explain why Ted Johnson doesn't show up in it at all, I would say.
Well, why? What do you mean it was made, like, when it was
like,
so good?
This thing's, I think, my guess is this thing has been in production for probably a couple of years now. You know, because it probably since the end of the dynasty, Brady leaving, and I don't think it hasn't gotten.
I guess I wonder how good it's been between. That's
Belichick why I say, like, when it got super bad this year, like, you know, so maybe it's been bad. Maybe it's been bad for a while.
I feel like this is on Felger for using the term bag job. Nobody younger than 78 knows what the hell that means. I don't know what it means.
7.
Chris Ballard is going to be super careful with Anthony Richardson. Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, met with the media at the Combine, and Anthony Richardson, you can tell Ballard has a little bit of Andrew Luck PTSD.
About where he's at. He started throwing. He's on a rehab program. We're not going to, I lived through the last one, okay, and I learned a lot of lessons living through the last one. So, you know, forgive me for being a little cautious, but, and Anthony, and I know Anthony's made some statements that it's important to be ahead of schedule. Well, you know, we're here to pull the reins to make sure we don't get too far ahead of schedule, and we're staying with whatever the doctors are telling us. So, but he's in good shape. He's throwing. He's got a good throwing program. Got good people working with him. So I'm encouraged about where he's at.
Okay. He can't even bring up Andrew Luck by name. I went through the last one.
He went through that, and Anthony Richardson has missed time with a shoulder injury in high school. He's missed time with a shoulder injury in college, and now he's missed time with a shoulder injury in the NFL.
I'd be nervous as hell if I were a Colts fan, man.
Yeah. Sorry, Indianapolis.
Yep.
Sorry. Hey, Ben, do you still have that drop that I sent you a week or so ago about Indianapolis?
About the
about the sanitation. We got to be sure we play that. Well, I don't need it right now, Ben. I'm gonna let the people know exactly what's wrong with Indianapolis and why they're as backwards as they are right now. It was what was going on with the food supply low 150 years ago. Yeah.
All right.
8.
I'm not a huge memorabilia guy, mostly because I can't afford a lot of the memorabilia that I would want. Seth, I need your take on this. At Holston's, which is a diner in North Jersey, where they filmed the final scene of The Sopranos. The very last scene of The Sopranos was filmed in a booth in Holston's. I've sat in that booth 3 times. I've gone and eaten there 3 times. A couple times with my kids, one time with Amy. And it's if you're a Sopranos fan, it's a cool bit of nostalgia sitting in that place, sitting in the exact booth where they filmed that scene. I think that's cool. Like, I'm a Sopranos fan.
No, it's kind of like it's one of the more it's one of the dumber scenes in I almost said cinema history.
Controversial.
Well, it's a diner. No, I don't even care about the actual ending of the plot.
Gotcha.
I hate that they walk into a diner and they're perusing the menu and then asking, like, what's good today? Like it's a 5-star restaurant or something. Or there's a fresh fish or something on the menu.
Specials, you never know.
Yeah.
The booth is up for auction. They are selling this booth at Holston's, and right now, according to the screen grab that was sent to me, the current price as of yesterday was $4,650.
Oh, that seems reasonable.
It is very reasonable. Now
makes it seem like it's. When's the end date on the auction?
It's still got, as of yesterday, it still has 4 days left in it. So I'm going to monitor this thing.
Yeah.
What is, I don't know, like for a morning radio host, what's a reasonable price to pay for a booth?
Less than 46.
Probably.
I wonder if James Gandolfini, if he were alive today, it probably wouldn't be worth as much. I mean, James Gandolfini's butt sat on that booth.
Yeah.
For a good.
My butt sat on that booth. Yeah.
Probably 4 hours while they filmed that scene. You know.
At least, yeah. I don't know.
Not to mention Meadow Soprano.
I would buy it at $4,650. I would buy it at this price. It's going to go up. Obviously.
Where would you put it? Where'd you put
in
it?
Storage. In storage for now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in storage for now. I don't know, man. Maybe I would remove our sectional and just put in a booth.
Your living room is all glass. It's floor-to-ceiling glass.
Yeah.
I guess that booth would look kind of cool pressed up against
the glass.
You'd have to put the
Yeah.
All right.
I'd find a spot for it, I think. Or we just take our second bedroom and remove the bed, and that becomes our Sopranos room. We have a booth.
You have to watch TV from a booth.
I'll turn it into a studio. I'll remove the bed from the other bedroom, put that booth in there, and I'll do a podcast sitting in the Sopranos Holston's booth.
You know what? You could probably get some good guests just based on that alone.
Sitting in the
booth.
booth.
Come up with a good title, yeah.
I'm not even joking about this now.
BSing at the booth?
Yeah,
I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah, something. Okay. This is a really good idea. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Keeping this bookmarked. All right, that was our
What's going on with the restaurant? Are they in trouble?
Good question. I'm going to go Google during the break. I hope not.
Okay.
It's because it's kind of a landmark now because of the show. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle to the Astros for a minute. Dana Brown did a pretty wide-ranging, and he talked very openly about the relationship he had with Dusty Baker, very openly. What was good, what was bad? We will go through Dana Brown's comments, and that is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Joe Espada, he said his ideal lineup is Altuve, Yordan, Bregman, and then Kyle Tucker. Yordan Alvarez in the 2 spot. I like it.
It's a different approach, obviously, and I'm here for it, man. I don't have a problem at all with assuring the big fella gets as many at-bats as possible.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, a 610 East Loop southbound at Clinton Drive. The right lane is blocked. And then Hardy Toll Road southbound before 610 North Loop. It's the right lane blocked there. We're at 52 with clouds, but the sun will come out this afternoon with a high of 73, upper 70s for the weekend. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for the
next Beach to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's Beach to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Ready for some big news, Texas? Drum roll, please. Teladoc Health is now covered by major insurers in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Because Teladoc Health brings together all of your healthcare needs into one place. Primary care, mental health counseling, and 24/7 care with same-day appointments at a low cost. Teladoc Health is accessible via phone, online, or app. It's healthcare on your terms. Get started at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC Health.
Free admission for fresh ideas in renovation, decoration, and landscaping at the Spring Montgomery County Home and Outdoor Living Show this weekend at the Lone Star Convention Center in Conroe. There's doors, windows, patios, spas, home builders, home decor, trees, and RVs. Home Show Radio's Tom Tynan will broadcast live Saturday 9 to noon. And then stick around to answer your questions. The Montgomery County Home and Outdoor Living Show this weekend at the Lone Star Convention Center in Conroe. Free admission and free parking. TexwoodShows.com.
Texas conservatives, listen up. Shady PACs with secret funds are spreading lies about Mano Diala and other top Texas conservatives. But you know talk's cheap in political season, so ignore the lies and hear the facts. When Governor Abbott asked, Mano Diala delivered. He passed the toughest border bill in American history. That's why Abbott endorsed him, along with our cops and state troopers. The NRA, they give Mano Diala a top grade. The pro-life and homeschool groups too, because conservatives know Mano gets results. But that's not all. When parents asked to protect our children, Mano answered. He removed sexually explicit books from school libraries and banned men from women's sports. And he tied billions in new funding to student performance and safety. Endorsed by Governor Greg Abbott, Mano Diala. You ask, he delivers.
Political ad paid for by Mano Diala campaign.
Get ready for the live tennis event of the year, the Netflix Slam, on March 3rd at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Join 22-time Grand Slam champion and tennis legend Rafael Nadal as he takes on world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz and witness a tennis showdown like never before. This live Netflix sports event promises unparalleled tennis action. Mark your calendars for March 3rd, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. It's Game, Set, Match on Netflix.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the Home Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night .com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, they're not officials. They're
Payne and Pendergast. Seth, you're talking on the air right now.
Yeah. They're just dudes.
Seth and I were talking about the chain gang whose jobs may now be compromised because of They may get replaced by a computer.
I thought you were insulting them, and I was about to defend them because I used to just hang out and chat with the chain gang guys at NRG Stadium, like during between quarters and stuff. And you said you said something about sticking up for the officials, and I said, no, they're not. I don't think they might be high school officials, but they're not even high school officials. A lot of time on the weekends.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I bet the referees liked you because I bet you were a fun player to interact with on the field. I
knocked one out once.
Accidentally, I hope?
I gave him a concussion. I literally knocked him out.
Really?
And he left the game. Yeah.
On a stretcher, or was he walked off kind of woozy?
I think he walked off, but he was down. He was down, unconscious, face down on the turf.
Did you feel bad?
Turned to run. I turned to chase a screen, and there was somebody in my way, so I pushed it.
Yeah.
That's what you do. Damn it. I don't care if it's football field or elsewhere.
And it was a 58-year-old trial lawyer.
No, it was even worse because it ended up being like a schoolyard prank gone wrong because there was somebody falling down in front of him.
Oh, really?
So it was like when you shove somebody, like somebody runs up and kneels down behind somebody, and then you go and shove that person over the person that's kneeling down. It ended up being like that, but incredibly violent and done by a 310-pound dude. I liked him. We used to joke about it after that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I wanted to send him something when he was in the hospital, but I felt like it might be like trying to bribe an official or something. Like that fruit basket was going to make this attorney change the way he officiated games.
That's funny. All right, so Dana Brown did an interview with MLB.com and was asked about a bunch of things. Alex Bregman's extension. Oh, we're going to make him an offer. A bunch of other things. The most interesting one to me was, this is your first year without Dusty Baker as a manager. What will you miss about him, and did you get along with him? So I want to give this answer, the buzz and the ding, just my own impressions as to how I feel Dana Brown is, with the level of truthfulness that's being displayed here. We'll read it. I'll give the buzz and the ding treatment of this, and then you and I can hash this out, Seth, because Dana Brown acknowledges it wasn't perfect between the two of them. All right, here we go. We got along great. Anytime you have a manager and a GM, great is an extreme adjective. All right?
All right.
Anytime,
okay, so the buzz means you're skeptical.
Anytime you have anytime you have a manager and a GM, you're going to have disagreements. But we had huge respect for each other. No, I think, Ben, that was you doing that. I think they did respect each other.
Okay.
I respected Dusty for a long time. I watched him as a kid, watched him play. I know he's an outstanding baseball man. He has great thoughts, great stories, great ideas. We hit it off well because we're two baseball guys. All right, so he goes on to acknowledge that every now and then we had to have tough conversations, or I may want to make a change with the roster. He may want to hold on to a player. Sometimes we have to meet somewhere in the middle. Ultimately, I felt like we had a good relationship. Okay, it was a productive relationship, I would say. The team was good.
Yeah.
And I'm all for there being disagreements. Now, Dusty disagreeing with 2023 Dusty was a dicey proposition.
Dusty was emboldened in 2023.
He was.
He had that hardware, man.
Yeah.
And nobody was going to tell him nothing about Maldonado or Yiner Diaz Chaz.
There is the
Chaz. Chaz is fat, and I know it.
Yeah.
Fat is a Fatty Arbuckle. That's what I call him. And he's like, everybody has to explain to everybody who Fatty Arbuckle is.
How do you know he's fat, Dusty? Because I bring him banana pudding every week.
I fatten him up myself, my little piggy.
Yeah, I think it was. I do feel like that 2022 World Series did come with a bit of a price, and 2023 Dusty was that price. Like he didn't seem like he was the easiest to deal with the media. Didn't seem there. There were plenty of things that he was doing in terms of lineup construction and managing the roster, and just day to day, where you're like, okay, this is not the same Dusty we've had here the first 3 years.
Yeah.
And the relationship with Dana Brown may have had something to do with it.
Okay, so as far as where was the part that you dinged on where they have disagreements? Every now and then we'd have some tough conversations, or I may want to have a change with the roster.
Yeah.
Okay, Yainer, Dana wanted Yainer to play more.
Yes.
I mean, immediately after the season, before Maldonado was even officially off the team, Dana named Yainer the starter next year.
Like a week later.
It was crazy. It was crazy. So, and not crazy that he did it. It felt like he'd just been waiting. Like, this is what I need to do. We need to make Yainer the starter and let him know he's the starter.
Yeah.
Yainer needs to get started feeling that responsibility now.
It's wild how big a polarizing thing Martin Maldonado became for this team.
Yeah.
In the midst of winning, in the midst of getting to Game 7 of an ALCS,
I mean, the more, I guess, understated things to watch this year is that Framber only pitched to Maldonado last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Maldonado is a guy that's very good with working with his pitchers and whatnot, but Framber's going to be working with a young catcher who's openly talking about how he needs to work on being sure he's confident and everything. And the thing that makes me nervous is this revelation that Framber Valdez is going to be the only Astros pitcher who will be calling pitches himself with the pitch.
He's reverse pitch calming. He's gonna have the side of it attached to his uniform where he gets to call the pitches and the catcher hears what he's calling.
Yeah. He said, you do the ding thing with tell me whether or not this is a ding or a buzzer on this one.
Okay.
This is Framber talking about him dictating, him calling out the pitch. It goes both ways, but he can tell the catcher what he wants if he needs to. I want to feel more comfortable.
Okay, I believe that.
It's a ding, right?
Yep.
Not that I don't feel comfortable with the catchers, but I want to feel comfortable and throw the pitches with more conviction.
I believe that.
I feel like I have the game in my hands.
Okay, yeah, I feel like it's the only part I don't fully believe is that he feels comfortable with the catchers yet, because as you point out, he was a Maldi guy through and through.
So this is the way it works. Like last year, all of Houston's pitchers wore the PitchCom device on their hats to hear the pitch call.
Yep.
There was only one. It was Kendall Graveman, his belt to send signals to the catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, this scares the hell out of me with Framber.
Yes.
Like Framber, his emotions are a delicate ecosystem.
Yeah.
And any disruption to that ecosystem, I feel, throws everything into turmoil. It's like, I feel like him having an extra PitchCom device is like introducing an invasive species. We're going to be overrun with frogs.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I don't like this one bit. I don't need the process getting gummed up to where Framber has more things to think about.
There are certain people that are good multitaskers in life, not just in baseball. And then there's other people that you need to have the eat what's on your plate conversation. Framber is an eat what's on your plate guy. Framber, you just need to focus on listening to the pitch call from your catcher and then properly throwing the pitch. And then not losing your mind if you don't get a call from the umpire. You focus on those things. You've done that before, Framber. You did it in 2022, and you damn near won a Cy Young Award.
He will at least have some guidance from Josh Hader, because Josh Hader does this and has done it in the past. So it's nothing new for Josh Hader. He says he goes with the catcher's thought first, and if I don't like it, switch to my thought.
Okay.
I think it's easier. I was a little wary about doing it at first when it first came out, but experiencing different parts in the game, momentum changes when things speed you up.
Okay, that's Hader talking right there?
Speed up on you. Yeah, that's Hader.
That's Hader talking? Okay, so he's basically got veto power. Is what that is.
Yeah.
He's got veto power over the catcher. All right.
But there's not that much time to deliberate these days,
No,
damn it.
there's not.
Especially the other one. Just absolutely horrible at holding guys on base.
You've got me
this year.
scared now. Come on, Fromber.
They were really bad at holding guys on base with these new enlarged plates and the new pitching rules and the balk rules and everything. So there's a lot going on there. There's too many moving parts. I feel like it's all about reducing numbers of moving parts, and we've added the number of moving parts to Framber's plate.
Can I just tell you, we talked about Tunsil's knee injury. Not to totally shift gears here, but I'm looking at the text page. We talked about Tunsil's knee injury in headlines. Yeah. There are texts from like a half dozen different people all in a row. Oh, great. That means Laramie can false start even more this year. Yay.
Oh, no.
Did the surgeon remove Tunsil's false start ligament? Will the knee surgery stop him from jumping off sides in crucial moments? Like, we've got a ton of Tunsil jumping off sides.
You know what? Honestly, it's the crucial moment part of it. Yeah. Going back to the Dallas game a couple years ago.
Drive killers.
Yeah, drive killers in crucial moments. That's a part of it that's unforgivable. I'd be cool with more false starts than usual, if it just happened here and there. But man, he's got a knack for doing it when it really, really matters. And they've got to figure this out.
Yeah.
I don't know what the incentive is. I mean, he's already he got paid being that guy.
If you stop doing it, we're going to really make you the highest paid offensive lineman in football, like by a lot.
Honestly, maybe with his knee feeling better, he won't feel like he.
I'm trying to look at this glass half full. Like maybe he was false starting something. He's done it for a long time, but maybe last year part of it was overcompensating for being gimpy.
I love that you buzzed Dana Brown right off the bat.
Right off the bat, I don't believe
great.
I don't believe that. I don't believe they got along great. I think there was respect. I don't think they got along great. A lot of people offering to split the cost of the Sopranos booth with me. I'd like to have both benches, with all due respect to everybody who's offering to split the cost. Well, do we split the cost and we each get it for 6 months out of the year?
Oh, that's true. You could timeshare it.
Yeah, timeshare.
Realistically, how often are you going to use it? Yeah, I would do it. You know what I would do, Sean? This is your business idea. Go ahead and buy it for the $4,900.
Yeah.
Not $49,000. $4,900 or whatever, and then just rent it out.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, man. Yeah. I'll tell you what. You ever sit down and crunch the numbers after you rent a bounce house?
Yeah.
And
it's a good
party
business.
rentals and equipment rental like that and everything?
It's good business.
I'm thinking about and then. You never think like, oh crap, I gotta rent a backhoe, I gotta rent an excavator. Why don't you just buy one and then enter the little equipment rental business?
Yeah. Ben?
How about you and me? Let you and me do it. Put that, Ben. This doesn't need to be in the book of business ideas because it's a
renting things.
Idea. Just call up Sunbelt Rentals and find out what their franchise policy is.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Ben, make a call.
Give me the info.
Put that in the big book of phone calls you need to make for us. All right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Now, at the very least, I'm going to buy a bounce house. I'm going to be the only heavy equipment and bounce house.
I like it. I think now we're on to something.
That's how you keep kids away from the excavator.
That's
you set up a bounce house.
Put them in the bounce house.
50 yards down the way.
Good call, Seth. All right, Nico Collins speaks on his contract situation. Do we feel like, we'll let you take a listen. Do we feel like Nico Collins is long for the Houston Texans? We'll take a listen to what he had to say on the Airing It Out podcast. That's coming up next. But I got to talk to you, all you kids out there. Hopefully you're in
regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm going to end up buying this damn booth. I know
We've got business ideas.
Oh, the ideas coming in on this text page. So for those who don't know, the booth that they filmed the final scene of The Sopranos in is for sale.
Yeah.
And as of yesterday, it's $4,650. I feel like there's at least 10 people out there right now that are going to bid this thing up just to spite me because they're hearing how badly I want it. But the question that I think you had, Seth, is, okay, where would you put this thing in your – you live in an apartment in a high-rise. Where would you put this thing? And just spitballing, I said that we have a second bedroom in our apartment that has a bed in it right now. It's basically a guest room. I would remove the furniture from there, and I would put that booth in there and turn it into a studio where I could potentially do a podcast in there.
Right.
And you brought up the great idea, the visual of having a camera and me sitting down with somebody in the booth, guests having a conversation. And it
would be something. It would be enticing to people, like they get invited to do podcasts all the time. It would be kind of Sopranos booth.
Dude.
And then one of our brilliant listeners, playing on the Mafia theme, said you could call it The Sit Down with Sean and Seth. He added me into it. I'm not taking on extra work.
That's okay.
But The Sit Down with Sean Pendergast.
The door's always open for you to come over on the sit down if you want to, Seth, if you have time.
I thought that, and then you brought up that you live very close to Carrabba's.
Across the street from the original Carrabba's. We just went there last night. Johnny's a friend.
And then I thought, well, maybe Johnny wants to have it in his restaurant.
Now that's a good idea too, because he's got.
Or is Johnny of the bent that, like, hey, The Sopranos was a bad look for Italian Americans?
I don't know. I have never discussed The Sopranos with him. I know Johnny would be open to a lot of ideas. I would pitch him like that. He's a businessman. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
because he could really use the foot traffic that would come through there for my podcast.
You could do the podcast from Carrabba's.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So it'd be good. It'd be a nice fun little thing for
do
it on a Monday or Tuesday or a slower afternoon.
It's a great idea. So if you're saying if I can't buy this booth and do it from my new studio that Amy doesn't know is happening yet in our apartment, I could do it live from Carrabba's. That's true.
This is key.
Yeah.
Your new studio, which means your now one-bedroom apartment, which means that no house guests ever again, unless you want to sleep on the booth.
It's so true. Yeah. Dude, I was talking to George from the Morning Bull this morning, and he's got friends coming in from out of town for the rodeo this weekend, like from Louisville, from where he's from. Like a couple of couples are coming in town, and I'm like, at our place. He lives in an apartment like I do, just a different building, like 2 streets over.
And I said, in his deluxe apartment in the sky.
And I said, you know what, George, I don't know these people, but that sounds awful.
Well, it's tough too. You know, it's nice. I've lived in high-rise apartments before, and I really love some parts of it. But it is true. Like, if you have a house guest, it's like, man, they're there. They're right there.
Everything.
They're there.
There's nowhere to
hide. You're there, and you want to have a coffee in the morning just with some peace and quiet.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you're sitting out on the porch in 40-mile-an-hour winds because you just want to be alone.
I just want to be shirtless with a cup of coffee. Sean, do you want to come inside? No, I want to be shirtless.
Hey, do we have time for a quick story about one of my favorite experiences at Carrabba's?
Yeah, I think we do. We were going to talk about Nick Caserio and Nico Collins. You want to forward that you want to push that to the top of the hour?
No. Let's talk about that. I'll get to my Carrabba's story.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite all-time Houston experiences, and it happened the first year I was ever in Houston and was eating at Carrabba's. All
right, let's do Nico Collins here. We know that Nick Caserio brought up Nico's name proactively at his press conference on Wednesday, saying, you guys are probably going to ask me about Nico when it comes to these contracts and everything. So I think there's some smoke there. Here was Nico Collins on his mindset in looking at a contract extension with the team.
Man, to be honest, I haven't really even talked to my agent about it. I mean, I kind of know that, like, it's my end of my third. You know what I'm saying? I'm up for, a free agency. But in my head, man, I'm locked in to where I feel like I need another year to, because I feel like really the first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like after this year, kind of like, all right, just show them a little bit, boom. And I feel like this year, so I feel like it's going to be a little better year, man, just mentally, physically. I know what to expect. I'm learning, getting better, growing throughout the year.
All right, so that's Nico. My gut feel in hearing that, and again, with the warning label that everything is posturing and even out and out lying this time of year, if I'm going to take that at face value, is that Nico, maybe he's expecting a lowball offer from the Texans on an extension. He sounds like somebody who's ready to play this thing out if he has to in year 4 and go ball out next year and get really, really paid.
I think, he was 8th in receiving yards this year, missing 2 games. And I love that. I don't think it was he wasn't even really framing it in terms of money or anything.
He said nothing about money there. He just wants to go ball out next year.
He's just talking about, I think, kind of like he sees it, like he sees that it's within reach, that he could be one of those very top guys. He had 1,297 yards receiving this year. So, like, if he'd had 150 more yards receiving, that would have put him right up into 4th or 5th or so in the league in receiving. Like, so if in those 2 extra games he had gotten one nice game, one average game, whatever.
He was 7th in yards per game. 7th in the league in
yards per game. So I'm 8th in overall yardage.
Yep.
So, and not to mention, like, man, the complementary effect of him and Tank Dell together. If I'm Nico, I don't know if that makes me hold on and wait. It makes me feel better if I were Nick Caserio and, like, all right, look, I think Nico's a guy that's going to be motivated with or without the contract.
Yes.
And, like, he wants to be that guy. He wants to get up in there into the Amon-Ra St. Brown type territory. If you can wave a huge wad of cash at him right now, there's a good chance you can get him for a lot less than he'd make on the open market next year.
Yeah.
This is the sweet spot. And I know, and there's a lot of good, there's good arguments against it. He was banged up his first 2 years, right? On the performance side of things, this is the normal arc. If he had no good quarterback, then all of a sudden he has a good quarterback and a good coordinator. Like, I'm okay with the arc of it. I'm not like, oh, wait a second, all of a sudden he's getting close to his contract. He's good. No, there's about injuries. But it's just a guy who wasn't a first-round pick and hasn't had that truly, incredibly gigantic payday yet. You put that much guaranteed money in front of him, even if it's, a huge discount from what he's probably going to make next year. It's hard as a player. Like, you might be thinking, like, yeah, well, look, man, but there's so much more available to me next year. But you're a guy that's been injured twice before already. It's money that immediately right there, financial security for the rest of your life.
You and your family,
and you can do a whole lot of other things. Like, it comes down to the individual player. Like, all right, is this something that is that important that I be one of the highest paid guys, or do I recognize that, man, this is a boatload more money than even I as a junior in high school would ever thought of, because the salaries keep escalating. Yep. And do you take it now? Take it now, Nico, is what
I
I'm
hope he takes
you.
it now.
I
want him to be here. Okay.
This is the problem. This is the problem, Sean.
Yeah.
The agents, this is what happens with agents. Agents, they get their commission.
Yeah.
And they don't even necessarily do this consciously, but they might have 20 clients. And in the agent's mind, well, like, injuries that affect your contract are relatively rare. Yeah. Don't worry about that. And they can say that to all 20 clients, and for 19 of them, it'll work out, and the agent will make that much more money the next year when they hold on.
Yep.
But for the one guy, the one of his clients that blows his knee out and then ends up never making another huge contract again, sucks for that dude.
Sucks for that guy.
So you gotta think about who you're getting the advice from.
You know who it sucks for? Me. Apparently, according to somebody on the text page, I got to go check. The booth is up to $70,000 now. 70,000.
I got a confession. I did that once we had the idea to go put it at
You
Carrabba's.
started bidding it up. You bid. You
I do that. Yeah,
you
I
went
already
from
locked.
$5,000 to $70,000 just to freeze me out.
I did. I went to GoDaddy during the break and locked down the URL as well. Yeah, it's my podcast now, Sean.
What's your Carrabba's?
I got the sanitation contract. These are my routes now.
They're all in the air. What was your Carrabba's story? I'm intrigued.
Oh, okay, so Brandy and I, like, I used to like to go eat early, like old people or something, just before the crowds get
Amy
there
and
and
I
everything.
too, yeah.
Yeah, but especially back when I was a player, and my knees always, when I was playing, my knees were sore all the time. So I just didn't want to, but we liked going out to eat. So we actually went super early one day in the off season. We were at Carrabba's at like 4:30 in the afternoon or something, And so the when the dining room's kind of empty and you can hear what people are saying, there's this well-dressed older gentleman, maybe I say older, probably like my age now, but at the time
older
seemed
than
old,
you
like,
at the time, yeah,
probably like 55 or so.
Yeah.
And he was kind of talking, and we couldn't really tell if he was having a phone conversation or not. And I'm looking, he doesn't have a Bluetooth in the one piece. So I get up to go to the bathroom, and I look at the other side of his head, and he doesn't have a Bluetooth on that side either. So he's having a full bore imaginary conversation.
Jeez.
And it was kind of like relatively benign stuff, just like, asking about how his imaginary friend's day was and everything. And right about when Brandy and I had gotten our soup and salad, it turned to, it kind of pierced through my consciousness. He said, "You've got a nice ass. Why don't you take your pants off?" I looked over. And then I'm like, is he talking to? Wasn't he talking to his imaginary friend?
Oh my God!
And then I was trying to figure out, like, all right, is this imaginary friend is somebody that he's been with before or not?
Yeah.
And I could tell that the imaginary friend was pissed. So because he kind of he started backpedaling, and at this point I'm kind of like, God, I hope this imaginary friend's going to be okay, because I don't like normally try to intervene and stuff like this, but you just let people be people. But this might be a domestic violence type of situation.
Wild.
Yeah. And then so basically after he backpedaled a little bit, it resumed into more congenial conversation.
Okay, yeah. It was a good heat check by that guy, though, on the imaginary friend. You never know. He might say yes, the imaginary friend,
Yeah, I know we were kind of
he had to shoot a shot with the imaginary friend.
Do we want the imaginary friend to take the pants off or not?
Oh, my God.
I could have, yeah.
That's wild. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
And that's why he was eating at 4:30 in the afternoon.
I got to check and see if this 70K is accurate on this Sopranos booth. All right, Combine stuff. A former C.J. Stroud teammate reminding us why we love having C.J. Stroud as a Texan. And should you give out your flat earth theories if you are an NFL prospect? That is next.
Bocarum Law Firm. Look, if you've
610. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We are into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, some combine stuff from yesterday. If you're a Houston Texan fan, we already love C.J. Stroud, but this stuff like this is pretty cool to see. Cade Stover, who is he's an Ohio State tight end who's coming out in the draft. Good player. Good player. If the Texans drafted Cade Stover on say like day 2, that would be exciting. He got pretty emotional when he talked about possibly playing with C.J. Stroud again. Have you met with the Houston Texans, Cade Stover?
Yeah, I met with them last night. Another unbelievable meeting. Yeah, I mean, we were captains together 2 years ago, and he was from Rancho Cucamonga, California, and I'm from Mansfield, Ohio, polar opposite sides of the world. But I couldn't tell you how much respect and how close I really was with that guy, just for his pure knack of wanting to win and my pure knack of wanting to win. I'd love nothing more than to go reunite with him.
Say reunite or reignite?
Reunite with him.
I always thought he said reignite, and that got me excited. That was more like, yeah, this kid's genuinely. This might be Muhammad Ali.
Yeah,
that's who the hell says reignite? That's awesome. Obviously that's a match that I'm sure CJ would be interested in too. Although he's got Dalton now too.
He does.
Sometimes sometimes when your high school friends meet your college friends, it's not the match made in heaven that you think it's going to be.
That always worked out well for me. My high school friends got along with my college friends pretty well.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky with that.
Yeah,
too.
I was lucky with that. But you're right. Like it's
because most of my high school friends were drug dealers by the time they met my college friends. So they're like, "Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. There's some synergy.
Symbiotic.
Here. Yeah, some synergy between.
I'm joking, kids. That is genuinely 100% of a joke.
Yeah.
Don't smoke grass.
Cade Stover, though, is he is farm strong, Seth. He's one of your people.
He's Farmer Gronk. I forgot. One of our listeners reminded me, and I feel so dumb that I forgot they call him Farmer Gronk.
That's the first I'd heard that.
You can get all kinds. I'm sure he made a boatload of NIL money on selling Farmer Gronk T-shirts and everything.
Yeah.
But he did grow up on a farm. I got to find out what kind of a farm.
Yeah.
Some of the farming's a little easier than some of the other farming.
It's type of farming. We need to find that out on Cade Stover. He's from rural Ohio. So whatever it is they farm in Ohio. Sewage? I have no idea. Pollution.
Stupid Ohio.
I grew up on a pollution farm in rural Ohio.
They happen to have a couple of gas wells on their land, and he thinks he's a gas farmer.
I have a hard time with the Texans right now and the draft. And when I'm talking about the draft, I'm really talking about like first, second, and third round. From the fourth round on, they can do whatever they want. Like, that's true best player available territory, I think. I'd like them to get a running back somewhere along the way. But, like, I have a hard time. Like, when I hear that quote, and then I get into a Cade Stover highlight wormhole, and I'm like, wow, this kid's a really good player. Certainly in the passing game, he's potentially a great player. I have a hard time going, how would I feel if they drafted Cade Stover, until I see how they handle free agency, because they have so many spots that are open right now.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's 10 starting spots where they free agents that are either leaving or need to be signed back. So when you start talking about what's the position of need, they're all a position of need.
Yes.
I guess, it's funny. I was looking at the chance of success, like the probability of success by position. And linebacker is one of the highest probabilities of success in the draft. And I think maybe part of that's built in the first round, taking them in the first round. Now, I don't think they're going to take it. I'd be very surprised if they take an off-ball linebacker in the first round this year. But that is a position of need for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of that might be, it can be an advantage for the Texans that linebacker is such an important part of this defense. Like the way D'Amico sets things up, if you can just visualize without getting too technical, you got two wide defensive ends that funnel everything to the inside.
Yeah.
Because of that, your linebackers have a huge responsibility in the run game on the inside, but at the same time, they got to be fast enough to get out in their coverage responsibilities. So it's not as simple as just sticking some big galoot back there and thinking like, linebackers aren't that important. Linebackers are really important in this defense. So because linebackers are kind of undervalued, I think that works out to the Texans' advantage, that you don't necessarily have to pay as much in free agency or spend as high a draft pick on them. And, maybe this year it ends up being one of the second or third round pick as a linebacker.
Yeah. I do think one of the things, and we'll get to the more of the combine stuff here, including flat earth theories. Should you espouse your flat earth theories at your combine media session? But as long as we're talking about the draft, I thought about this yesterday. We're starting to see shuffling of players. We'll start to see that a lot with the combine and pro days, and we'll hear about the meetings at on-site, the top 30 players, or the 30 on-site meetings teams can have. There'll be all kinds of shuffling. I think the thing we can count on will be a bunch of quarterbacks that go pretty high. I think the Texans are picking 23rd. I think there's at least 4 quarterbacks that go before the Texans pick. Texans don't need a quarterback. I think there's going to be, from what I've seen, several offensive linemen go off the board in this. This is a really strong draft in the first round for offensive linemen. Texans are not going to be in the offensive line market in the first round, I don't think. Starting wide receiver. I think the Texans need wide receivers, but I think they're set with in terms of the tippy top with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. So the fact that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze, maybe one or two other guys, could all go before 23. My point with all this is that the Texans are in a great spot to get a guy at a position of need for them, because there's going to be at least 12 to 15 guys that go in front of them that the Texans would never have been in on in the first place. They're going to be, my guess is their big board probably, I don't know, teams do their big board different ways. I just feel like there's going to be so many picks on draft night. We're like, all right, well, the Texans weren't in on that guy. They weren't in on that guy,
It's funny. I was when I was streaming the other day, I just asked people to send me the recommendations of like the wide receivers that they like. Not the very top tier guy, but the guys that might be available 23 and on, or in the second round. And it's all over the place. I mean, there's so many guys to like. I probably got 10 different guys that people are in love with. So it gives you some versatility there. And that's where going into the draft without feeling like you're going to have to stretch or reach is a good place to be, because then you can be careful about what you feel desperate. You don't want to feel desperate like I got to trade up here. And that's like wide receiver is one of those spots where I think without putting any thought in it at all, the Texans should feel pretty comfortable about being able to get a guy that they like in the second or third round.
Yep. Taylor Owens. Is it Taylor or Tyler? Taylor Owens, Texas Tech safety. Supposed to run a pretty good 40 when he gets a chance to run.
Well, he claims he's going to run a 40.
He claims right. He's supposed to, according to Taylor Owens, run a really fast 40. We don't have great audio on this, but Seth, you were kind enough to transcribe it here.
I don't have it in front of me.
He had some theories. He had some theories on outer space that I would say he probably should have kept to himself. Seth, you may feel differently, but what did he have to say to the people?
Okay, so Brent Sobleski was the reporter who recorded this, and he asked him, he must have known something about Owens' feelings about space.
About outer space.
We're not even talking flat Earth yet, everybody, okay?
Yet.
We're talking space.
Yeah.
Owens said, I don't believe in space. I'm real religious, so I think, we're in a room right now. I don't think there's other planets and other stuff like that. I don't know. I like, by the way, the implication that somehow, really religious people don't believe in space. Apparently that's the test. If you're super religious and you believe in space, duh. Enjoy your time in hell. Sobleski follows up. He says, what led you to that point to believe that? Owen says, I think we used to revolve around the sun and stuff, but then I started seeing flat Earth stuff, and I was like, this is kind of interesting. And they started bringing up valid points and stuff. I mean, could be real, couldn't be. Know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. I feel like you've done more research on this than I have. Like not the actuality
on whether or not the Earth.
No. Not the. I was going to say not the actuality of the Earth being flat, but on the mindset of the people who espouse this. I feel like you've dug into this more than I have. What is their explanation for all of the footage that we have of the Earth being a gigantic ball?
Oh, there's all kinds of. If you go to YouTube, honestly, there's some really, really well produced things that still don't make sense.
Yeah.
If you understand, they prey on people that there's a lot of people out there that say, well, listen, I don't believe the earth is round just because they told me that's what it was in school. And I'm like, no, listen, when they told you that in school, they also showed you various things about the way shadows are in different spots on earth at different times, the way the ship goes over the horizon, the way when you climb up in a skyscraper, you can see further to the horizon than before. Like, they give you so many ways to show that the earth is round. But if you're somebody that ignored all that and you believe that, like, people believe the earth is round just because that's what they tell you in school, it's like I could see why they believe in it. But I honestly, that's sort of I'm not saying I endorse them believing in it. I can see why they, like Kyrie Irving, there's no excuse. I don't believe in space. I don't think even the flat earthers believe that there's no space.
Right.
Like, I believe that they think there's some distance between the sun and the earth. Mm-hmm. Unless maybe they don't. Maybe they think, like, does he think the sun is like 2 miles up in the sky?
I don't know what the
or
guy
something.
thinks.
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, would this affect your evaluation of him if you were an NFL front office?
Not a bit. Not one tiny bit.
Not one
Other
tiny
than
bit.
I feel like I might be able to victimize him in contract negotiations.
Okay.
If anything, this might be a positive.
It makes him more draftable.
Sean, I was more divisive in the locker room.
If Caleb Williams steps up to the mic today and starts flat earthing. All right, go ahead. What were you going to say about the locker room? I got to hear this.
Oh, okay. So, you know what? Jason and Travis Kelce, I can't remember. I think it was Travis Kelce was telling the story about how some coach was walking around while they were stretching, saying, like, there's nobody on this team that believes the earth is flat. And Travis Kelce said something like, I wouldn't be so sure about that. And, like, immediately the guy next to him in the stretch line said, I mean, how do you know it is round? So, yeah, there's at least a few guys. And if a guy's a flat earther, like, some guys in the locker room might make fun of him, some stuff, do this or that, but like, they're not going to get bent out of shape about it unless they start trying to push it on your kids or something.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I would say, honestly, I probably caused more divisiveness with certain members in the locker room by insisting that the earth was older than 6,000 years old. Like, that was, like, I got in some heated debates with people who adamantly believe there's a specific timeline and everything.
Sure.
And I think to this day, some of them I still have chilled relationships with. Yeah. Not because I'm open to everybody, but because they feel like that's I was a little too wacky and out there.
I'm not gonna.
You got to remember where, like, I went to school in the Northeast.
Yeah.
And where it's a lot different than in the Deep South.
Yes.
And then I immediately went to, like, a team in the Deep South where it was like one of the first super strong evangelical locker rooms, and it was a culture shock, man. Yeah. I ended up getting in all kinds of debates about evolution and everything. Yeah, no, I'd be more of a locker room issue than the guy who doesn't believe in outer space.
In certain locker rooms, yeah.
Or planets, mind you. He doesn't believe in planets
either. Yeah.
Something that you can see with your naked eye.
Or a telescope.
He does not. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I was, you kind of alluded to it. Well, you and I played a game yesterday called Guess That Perp, where you read headlines to me with the name of the player removed from the headline. If I were going to play Guess That Teammate with your little game here of people that got uptight with your views on the age of the earth, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to put you in that
I don't know.
spot.
Yeah, and I don't think he'd mind. Like, there was one notable guy. I don't know, but like maybe, I don't know, people change their ideas and beliefs over time or whatever. But I don't want him to get painted as a heathen in that cult that he belongs to.
You at least confirmed which team it was that you were on, that this was an issue.
No.
Yeah.
It was big. When I got there, it was like there was a rift between the old school NFL and like the new age, where nowadays, that's why I found it so hilarious when people thought that Tebow was being persecuted because of his religion.
Yeah.
Them identify as evangelical Christians, not just Christian, but evangelical Christians. Yeah. Born again. Like, they're very, very, it's a very religious place in NFL locker room.
Yep.
So it's nonsense that Tebow was somehow discriminated against because of it. But there were, like, at the time, there were a lot of guys that were like, all right, yeah, listen, I believe in God. Don't be questioning my belief in God, but I'm going to go drink some damn beers. He's like, get out of my face. There were guys that would, this was a big argument in the locker room my rookie year between some guy who was like a 10th year veteran, had ESPN on and Body Shaping was on.
Yeah.
And one of one of the God Squad came through and turned off the TV because we didn't need to have body shaping. Yeah.
That would have been my least
It got
favorite
ugly, man.
teammate. Yeah.
The arguments over body shaping were big back then.
I used to live with a couple of buddies when I was right out of college. We had a condo. We split. We rented. And one of my buddies in particular had to get up super early every morning for his job. And I would get up while he was still like kind of eating breakfast and stuff is about when I would get up. And I swear to God, 80% of the time, my buddy Jay would be sitting there on the couch with a bowl of cereal, scooping it into his mouth with a dazed look on his face, watching body shaping, watching Kiana on body shaping. I'm not even lying.
I miss body shaping. Like, not even just for it was motivational.
Yeah.
You know? It was like some fit dudes working out with some fit women on the beach. You're like, I got to get on that level.
That was a big thing. That's how you got your workouts in back in the day, watching ESPN Housewives got their workouts in. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I got asked a fair question by somebody in response to a trade proposal yesterday on Twitter. It was a Stephon Diggs trade proposal that I thought was just silly, but a fair question. All right, Sean, you don't want Saquon, you don't want Diggs. Who is it that you do want this offseason? So I've got it for you. I've got my free agent wish list within the Texans' budget coming up next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, boy, whatever your budget.
888-267-6666. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, there's someone asking on the text page, are the Texans showing their new jerseys at this year's NFL draft? Could have swore I heard that somewhere. Yes, that's the plan. I don't know if it's at the draft, but might be at the team draft party. But draft weekend is when the unveiling is supposed to take place.
Ooh, I just got excited for the team draft party. Is it same place this year?
I believe so. I've not heard any confirmation on that yet, but I can't imagine they would move it. It's been a major success. That's been one of the best things that the Texans have done, is having their draft party at the Miller Outdoor Theater. Now, this one will be fun because the team's good and there's probably celebrating the team, but this one won't be as intense in terms of the magnitude of the pick, nor the quantity of the picks. The last two, they've had 2 first-round picks.
You know what'll be different is that the team usually gets the previous year's draft picks out there to sign autographs. And this year,
some star power this year.
Yeah. Like there's a little bit of so the fact that the pick might not be until 23, that I think people will find a way to fill their time. They're gonna have to have like the Chick-fil-A people coming and taking drink orders in the line that winds around.
Dude, it's so funny. There's a picture in our boss's office of the first draft party they did 2 years ago, where the previous rookie class was the day for a second-round pick, and the 2 players they had out there signing autographs were second-year Brevin Jordan and second-year Garrett Wallow. Boy, they've amped it up in terms of star power now.
But even those, I miss some of those guys though too, from those dark years where there was some good, like Roy Lopez, man. What a good dude.
Great dude. Yeah. I'm just saying, that was the guy they were putting out there in terms of their big star, was Roy Lopez.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I know exactly. Yeah, I don't think you're picking on those guys or anything. It's just it's a whole different feel. Now, there's nothing. I think the people who were there at that draft party and kind of just lived through that 10-minute period where the C.J. Stroud's drafted. Yeah. You find out that the Texans have traded up, and then Will Anderson is drafted. That was a pretty. You know what? That is a pretty magical and unique moment that hardly any other fan base will have. Like if you're at a draft party like that, and something like an aggressive move like that, if it ends up culminating in a Super Bowl championship, you've got like your story you're going to tell your grandkids forever.
Yeah, it's already culminated in both those guys winning Rookie of the Year awards. And I get it. Like team accomplishments are ultimately the big thing. But
don't worry, I'm not going to argue about it.
Yeah. No,
I remember when I tried to shame you out of being excited about those awards because we were in our 5th day at the Super Bowl. And neither of us had slept, had a good night's sleep.
I know. Like Seth hates awards. I don't know if I can ever bring up awards again.
Can't believe you're sitting here celebrating an award, Sean. What's next? Birthdays?
That was fun. Anniversaries? Well, yeah, last night.
Oh, the birth of a child? Get a life. Grow up. Just grow up.
But you're absolutely right about the draft. Like it was. I can't think of a time that's happened with a team before, and I sure as hell don't think it's happening with the Texans God, I hope not. Again, anytime soon, where you're picking. Think about that, man. You picked your future quarterback at 2, and then your team made the biggest news of the night with the trade up to go get 3, and you drafted 2 guys that. That whole night was a celebration. They did a Zoom with the crowd at Miller Outdoor Theater. We got to watch their interviews they were doing with people there, and there was nothing. There was nothing to hate about any of that. Like it was really, really cool.
You know what I like when I look back to the dark ages of 2020, 2021? Mm-hmm. I like that Jonathan Grenard has turned into what he's turned into. I don't know if he's going to be here with the Texans next year or not, but at least that was a 2020 draft pick that worked out.
Yeah.
We don't mention, Charlie Heck has not really worked out. He was a 4th-round pick, but he's a free agent.
He was working out the other day in my building. I saw him.
Oh, was he?
Yep. Ran into him in the gym.
Davis Mills, he's going to be I think Davis Mills will be in the NFL for a while. I think he's going to be a backup he'll be a backup maybe in multiple places. Yeah. I think he's a smart guy, especially now that he knows this system. Yep. There will be people that just want to have him around potentially. And then Nico Collins,
Nico's
obviously.
A home run.
All those works in progress.
Yep. So there was there was a proposed trade on social media yesterday that I saw, hypothetical trade, and it was the Texans would get Stephon Diggs for their first-round pick and third-round pick this year, which was roundly greeted on social media with, oh, God, no. That was what I said, and then there were several other people. A lot of people didn't like that.
What was the compensation?
It was Stephon Diggs for the Texans' first and third-round picks this year.
Oh, just, okay, for a first and third. No, God, no.
No. No. Not Diggs, not at this stage, not that guy, not that attitude in the building. No. So there was a reply, though, from another person on social media, a guy named Hunter, who said, look, you don't want Saquon, you don't want Diggs. What do you want? With some laughing emoji, so it was good-natured. But I said, you know what? That's a fair question. I'm sitting here replying to all these tweets as to who I don't want. Who do I want? And I went strictly free agency, Seth.
Yeah.
And my feeling on free agency is I think the Texans need to find a running back. I think they need to shop in an expensive aisle for an impact defensive player. And then I think they need to fill in with some mid-level players on both sides of the ball. So I said, okay, who do I want? I said I want either Christian Wilkins or Josh Allen as my splurge. I want either Derrick Henry or Josh Jacobs as my running back. And then I want Levante David, Tyler Boyd, and then a few other kind of lower-level 1- and 2-year deal guys. I think that is they ain't getting Mike Evans. I don't think they're getting Saquon Barkley. I honestly, because it's going to be in the same price range as Saquon Barkley, I think that class that I just put together of free agents, basically 4 positions, premier expensive defensive guy, leader, lower price veteran guy like a Levante David, a wide receiver to supplement the room that has proven he can play in the NFL and play at a high level with other good wide receivers around him, Tyler Boyd, and then a running back. And I love your idea of Derrick Henry. And so you've got me sold on Derrick Henry. That's who I want. That's my answer.
I really want a defensive tackle. And something that Nick said a couple days ago that has become all of a sudden very, very real was Nick said, hey, you don't know what free agency is going to be. You just kind of see what market develops. And already, what we see every year is before the franchise tag is used, a lot of it evaporates. So like a couple days ago, I thought, Christian Wilkins. I think that he'll be in the mix. The Texans go after Christian Wilkins. Now, all of a sudden, Madubuike is off the board because he's franchise tagged. Chris Jones, it looks like, will probably be off the board. And then all of a sudden, Christian Wilkins is the guy out there in free agency. And the price might just escalate way too quickly than what the Texans feel. I'm never going to kill my team if they don't sign the premier free agent. And I'll go all the way back to 2011 when the absolute best slam dunk, can't miss cornerback on the market was Nnamdi Asomugha. And instead the Texans, Joseph and Daniel Manning instead. They went bargain basement shopping. What a bunch of losers.
They weren't.
And then Nnamdi Asomugha sucked. And you end up getting Pro Bowls out of Jonathan Joseph and Danielle Manning.
You did. You're being hyperbolic with the disappointment.
Well, no, but they were combined the same price as Nnamdi Asomugha.
No, I get that. Yeah, I'm just saying you're being hyperbolic about the disappointment with Texan fans. Because I was excited about those.
I guarantee you there was a faction that said, they don't really want it. They're not really going for it.
The same ones who are going to be disappointed that they didn't go get Mike Evans in this free agency class.
Yeah, like if you really wanted it, you would have gone for Nnamdi Asomugha.
You go for
Yep. Yeah. And that's not that, it's not an exception that it works out that way. It's actually more the rule that you're better off signing some of the second, third, and fourth week guys.
Yeah.
But because Christian Wilkins was one of my dream candidates, but now he's like the apex predator out there, now I'm getting down to okay, you know what, I've always really respected Grover Stewart, and he's not quite the prototype defensive lineman that I think they're looking for, but he would ham it up versus the run, and he could do some really good things for you. I love Grover Stewart.
I think it'd be fun. If they, you get Josh Allen as your pricey guy, you get Grover Stewart as another body in there, and now you've also kicked a couple bricks out of the wall of some teams in your division too. You're stealing Allen from the Jags, you're stealing Grover Stewart. I'm not saying these guys are worth 6 wins or something like that. And then you see Derrick Henry to get at the Titans. That's that's become a new goal in my free agency class for the Texans. I got to go back and reevaluate everything. Trolling the rest of the AFC South.
Simply just getting Derrick Henry specifically to troll.
I don't even care if he's good. I just want to. Well, he needs to be good to really get our troll game on.
What if D'Amico got up at the podium and in talking about Derrick Henry didn't say a single thing about like his actual ability or future or anything? Just that they really wanted to stick it to the Titans.
He burned an Oilers jersey at the podium.
Well, and they are looking with the Titans. They're going to be installing an outside zone-based scheme there. And Will Levis yesterday said he's excited to finally air it out a bunch. So get ready, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Will Levis is going to air it out a bunch.
Levis.
Hopefully more airing it out the Texans defensive backs like he did this year. But like Derrick Henry would be an asset as an older guy that could help, work that system and whatever nuances there are there, because he's been very good in an outside zone run-based system.
So stealing him would be
this one.
Stealing him would be a good thing.
Yeah,
like it would have a detrimental effect on the Titans.
I wonder. I haven't really thought about that part of it in terms of, there's a feeling that the time it's run its course with Derrick Henry in Tennessee, but a lot of that was Vrabel was still in the building, and they might rethink it. Who knows?
Yeah, Henry, Wilkins, Levante David, Tyler Boyd. Those are I think those are four that all fit into the Texans' salary cap management philosophy. Because I don't think they're going to be bringing in multiple super expensive guys.
I think the Levante really interesting.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that, Khalil Mack is, I think, still more, at least, Khalil Mack last year looked like he was still in his prime. The 2 years previous had been a little bit like he looked like he was winding down, so I have no idea what to make of that. I feel like Levante David's still got a couple very, very solid years left in him. And really, if he could help Christian Harris transition into being the signal caller, so that Levante David comes in for a year or two, and then boom, Christian Harris is your green dot guy, the guy that gets the microphone or the speaker in his helmet, then that works out really well.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. If you are a team looking for a quarterback, who do you want in the room at the Combine with you? There's one team in particular. I don't know, just based on how last year went for the Carolina Panthers, I don't know if I want this guy in the room. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. I'll also want to mention Join the Drive out at Twin Peaks, Kirby and 59 this afternoon. They're going to be giving away rodeo tickets throughout the whole show. Twin Peaks, Kirby and 59, 2 to 6 this afternoon. That's the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Yeah, I want to tell you about Soup Mart. And it's your prom headquarters. Now it's my headquarters.
Never.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm still talking. Payne and Pendergast.
I've been doing that a lot today. We've been having good conversations
We
out
have. We have.
I think we need to talk about that article that AI wrote about Judy Pendergast.
About my daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to it. I'm going to pay off on what I teased, and then we'll get to the article about that mentions Charlie, my daughter's boyfriend, Survivor contestant, and his love life. Okay? I don't know how parents of daughters feel. Like, when I see an article that says the word love life in it, and it's got my daughter in there, I just, it hits a little differently. Let me ask you this, Seth, though, before we get to that, real quick. Josh Harris, the new Commanders owner.
Yeah.
He owns a couple other teams in other sports. He owns the Sixers, who've turned into a pretty good basketball team on his watch. He owns the New Jersey Devils, who have improved greatly over the last couple of years on his watch. He now owns the watch second worst team in football, according to draft position. He has been sitting in on the meetings that the coaches and GMs are having with the quarterbacks at the combine. So the owner is sitting in there. Now, we know what a very active owner led to last year with Carolina. Dave Tepper, very involved in the process last year.
He didn't just involve himself and his wife. He involved everybody. The whole organization was there, remember?
Yeah.
They had a whole tribe.
Cast of thousands.
The pro days for C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. I bet everybody else in the NFL was like, I just want to spot on the sideline to watch this. But I got the damn assistant head accountant from the Panthers out here blocking my view.
I got the whole cafeteria staff from the Panthers here at the Combine. What the hell, man? So Josh Harris, the Commanders owner, should owners be sitting in on these meetings at the Combine?
It all depends. I think if owners sit in and they just want, especially like Josh Harris, he already owns another couple pro teams.
Yeah.
He owns a hockey team and he owns a basketball team, but now he wants to learn football. I highly doubt that he's, just jumping in and becoming a nuisance or saying actually about things. I think he probably just genuinely wants to learn. I guess the tough part is you don't want to necessarily hurt the environment if guys feel like they can't speak freely or something because the big boss is there. Kind of like, you ever have a really cool teacher that all of a sudden when it was time for the vice principal to observe the class, he turned into the dorkiest teacher ever.
Yeah.
I remember Mr. Smith was so cool. And looking back on it, this dude must have smoked so much pot.
Yeah.
But at the time, I didn't know anything. I thought pot was something the hippies did back in the 60s or something. But he was super laid back and everything. I would have worn sandals if he could get away with it. Whenever Mr. Allmansberger came in to observe, like they have to a couple times a year, Mr. Smith shows up wearing a damn suit. And giving us some formal lecture about Shakespeare. Yeah, it was
Did all
awful.
of a sudden have his hair parted to the side? Like it used to be all messy, and now he's got it slicked down and parted and everything.
I got to tell you, though, it was pretty, thinking back on it, dude was brilliant because he even had corny jokes worked in that Mr. Allmansberger loved. He would tell this corny joke that flew over all of our heads, but Allmansberger were like, ha, 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 the bard indeed. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, man. They're trying to show what the vice principal thinks is the best version of themselves.
So I say all that to say this. Yeah, maybe it's not that great an idea.
Well,
hard. It's hard in football because you've got an owner that's, a very astute and often brilliant business person.
Yeah.
But that is brand new to football. And they want to learn about their business. And yet, how do you do that without interfering in the process?
That's where I'm giving Josh Harris a pass. If he'd been the owner for 10 years and now all of a sudden he's doing it, or he's been doing it for 10 years and it hasn't been working, then I would say something. But, yeah, he's new to football. I could see where just curiosity would, in some ways I think about it man, it's almost like his duty as the owner can work, including vetting quarterbacks. Not like they've been vetting a bunch of good ones over the last several years in Washington. So this is a new staff, obviously, so we'll see what happens. Speaking of Dave Tepper, let's get to a Mad Dog Russo cut here. Dave Tepper, owner of the Carolina Panthers. Now, I will remind people before I play this cut here and before we talk about this, the Texans, if you recall, coming off of 2 really bad seasons, reduced ticket prices a couple years ago. They reduced ticket price, not kept them the same, reduced ticket prices. Dave Tepper in Carolina, with a team that had the worst record in football, raised prices 4%, and this does not sit well with one Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
In a market that cares more about college basketball than the NFL, in a stadium that's a little old, and you're going to make them ante up 4% more. I don't care what the percentage is. You should give them the games for free. And you're going to, even for exhibition games, you're going to make them pay for it when you guys make a fortune, when the NFL prints money, and you're going to charge those poor Panther fans 4% more? 4%. That is a complete, utter disgrace. And for an owner who has absolutely no good PR, okay, that's the last thing you do to your fan base off a lousy year when you're throwing water in Jacksonville at the fans because you're upset that you lost the Jaguars. You know what? I got an idea to fix our problem. Let's charge them more money to see the garbage that we put on the field. That is, I don't know who came up with that idea. You give them a discount off that kind of season,
Dude,
not a price increase.
Ben, you love Mad Dog. Ben loves Mad Dog.
Best. I don't mind. I can play Mad Dog all day long. I used to get frustrated with sometimes with Mike because Mike would play that Mike Francesa because he grew up with him and everything. And I know a lot of people that grew up with Mike Francesa still worship at his chubby little feet. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Right. It's like most sports radio. If you didn't grow up with it, you don't see the appeal. Yep. Like there's going to be people that come in from out of town and listen to us that are probably like, what the hell with these two clowns? Yep. They're no Francesa. But I could do Mad Dog all day long.
Yeah.
The other part about that is don't worry, everybody. This is not a political take, and I'm not like endorsing a candidate because I love inflation or something. But there is a part of me that gets a little bit nostalgic when I hear people bitching about inflation because that was our childhood.
Dude.
It used to be, there's kids, kids in their 30s and younger don't really understand what inflation used to be like. Go watch the original what was the Charlie Sheen movie?
Wall Street
is good. Wall Street. You go watch the original Wall Street. There's a scene in there in which Charlie Sheen is looking at a house and the realtor is bragging that she can get him 10% interest on a mortgage. Yeah. Like, this is what it used to be like. Yeah. And inflation was such a big deal that's all I remember is people bitching about inflation as I was growing up.
Dude.
So these last couple of years, I've kind of been like, yeah, all right. All right.
I remember being afraid of two things as a kid, the Russians and inflation. Like, when you're 9 years old, you're like, one of these two things is going to kill me by age 13.
All I knew was that any jet flying overhead might be dropping a bomb on us, and that within 2 years we weren't going to be able to afford cheeseburgers. It was like that was all that we were going to starve to death if the Russians didn't get us first.
Yeah, man, that's funny. So there's an article. If you listen to the show, my daughter's boyfriend Charlie Davis is a contestant on Survivor. Season premiere was on Wednesday. He survived one episode so far. Seth and I both watched it. It was very intriguing. This article actually got sent to me by Amy's mom. Amy's mom found this article and sent it to me, and the title of it is Survivor 46, Charlie Davis's girlfriend, Judy Pendergast, relationship timeline.
I'm honestly astounded by how bad the artificial intelligence writing is on some of these websites.
This is bad.
It's really bad. I got offended at a computer on Judy's behalf for this article being so poorly. This article about Judy Pendergast, it doesn't get to Judy until about 9 paragraphs down.
That's what
the first 8 paragraphs were just 2 paragraphs repeated 4 times.
That's what it was. And it was laying out Charlie's background and what he does in Survivor and everything else. I'll start here. Moreover, Charlie seems ready for his battle and a new journey in Survivor 46. Besides all, today we will talk about his personal life, Charlie Davis's girlfriend, and his love life. As Charlie is one of the show's competitors, Survivor 46.
They've established this like 19 times
we
already.
Have some curiosity in people regarding Charlie's girlfriend and love life. More about his life and his upcoming performance in Survivor. Charlie Davis is in a relationship with Judy Pendergast. She is an athlete and runner serving as the Tennessee assistant cross-country and track coach. There's a nice, cute picture of the two of them at her graduation. Furthermore, Judy graduated from Harvard in 2022. She has shared a beautiful picture with her partner, Charlie Davis, and her family members on her social media account. I'm a little mad I didn't wind up in this article. There's only her pictures of her and Charlie in this thing.
That's I like the way it's reported, almost like it's news that she shared a picture of her family and Charlie on social media.
Yeah,
that was.
She was going out of her way to do it. Like, this is very big of her.
Wow, I don't know. Are her intentions pure?
Yeah.
What the hell? Posting pictures on the internet?
So it says here she's received many awards and honors. It lists all of them there, like all of her success. Furthermore, Pendergast is a talented and passionate sports star with over 6,500 followers on Instagram.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. She does okay on there.
Did she get NIL money?
No.
Okay.
She was pre-NIL.
That was right. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. She graduated right. Yeah, she missed out on that. Here's where it starts to get a little saucy. If you're the father of one of these two, particularly the future wife, Charlie Davis shares a beautiful bond with his partner, Judy Pendergast. They've shared many beautiful pictures of each other on social media. It's unknown when the pair first met each other. However, they've been together for many years. Judy shared one of their cute pictures announcing their 1 year together in September of 2020. Besides, God, this is so horribly written.
It's awful, yeah.
Besides,
it's really, really bad.
The pair are very supportive of each other. Charlie has shared many pictures of his partner, Judy, supporting her and her career and talking about her sports career. They are supportive to each other and support the decisions they make in their life. How the hell do you know that? They feel blessed to be together and are a cute and lovely couple. Judy has shared about her partner and expressed her love and support for her parents.
Good job, Sean. You made an appearance.
Yeah. Their social media is surrounded by their lovely picture. Again, Seth, it's repeated. They share a close and beautiful bond. They just mentioned that.
Other?
They mentioned 2 paragraphs ago that the two share a close and beautiful bond. And if you missed it the first time,
right,
they mention it again, that they share a close and beautiful bond, the two of them.
And they support each other.
They support each other.
It's been well established by this point.
I don't know if you've heard, but the pair have been together for many years.
Yes, many years. Furthermore,
and this is where AI needs to inject opinion into this so that you make it feel like there's a human. And we hope their love will bloom like this for the rest of their lives.
Honestly, man, I've experimented with AI.
Yeah.
Nice job, though, Judy. Good job supporting Charlie by posting pictures of your supportive boyfriend.
And posting these non-existent
social media
pictures
accounts
of your family that I'm trying to find right now.
Yeah, I've kind of experimented with AI, as you know, and it is good. It's just a really good search engine.
Yeah,
and there are times that it's cool because there's sometimes it's you know what it is? It's a good thesaurus where you're like, all right, I don't want to say it this way, and I ask for like 10 different ways. Kind of you use it as it's like an advanced thesaurus.
Yeah.
But you can actually use it for phrases and metaphors and stuff. But whenever I try to do something I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to be a lazy SOB like everybody else. I'm going to do YouTube videos where I just have AI spit out a script. And I'm going to do a 3-minute video. My God, I can't get 3 sentences into it before there's no way in hell.
Yes.
So what you do is you end up spending just as much time rewriting what AI wrote for you. Then,
it's easier.
It sounds so stupid and cheesy.
Just to start from scratch.
Yeah.
Sean Bajani, Adam Spillane in for the In the Loop fellers today. What's up, boys?
What is going on?
How are you doing? I don't get to see you guys very much.
I know, I've missed you.
Yeah, miss you guys too.
It's been a little bit, man. I've got to get used to the proverbial graveyard shift, so to speak.
Yeah,
so.
how's that going for you?
Great.
Yeah, you
Love
guys
it.
sound good.
Are you doing double time today?
I am by choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
By choice. This is we're about to finish 5 weeks on Area 45. And so I was like, it's still early.
Yeah.
I like consistency. It's a little bit of my OCD taking over. And
hey, because you do a show with Patrick Creighton, who we know has ties to New York, do you get any good intel on how people feel about Saquon Barkley within Patrick Creighton's inner circle? Does he still have a lot of family up there that
he does.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you bring it up that way because we've actually been talking about Saquon Barkley like everybody else seems to be for about the last 3.5, 4 weeks, really since we've been doing the show.
Yeah.
I haven't really picked up on any insider, take or knowledge that he has.
How they feel,
because we keep saying this and then we forget. We need to have Patrick on. What is his opinion on Saquon Barkley?
Loves him.
He loves him. Yeah.
Absolutely loves him. I mean, I haven't met anybody that wouldn't love to have Saquon Barkley on their team.
You haven't been sitting in this studio in the mornings, apparently.
We're haters, man.
Yeah,
we are haters.
Both of you guys?
No, I think it's safe to say, I don't think either of us would love having Saquon. I think the price tag matters. I'm fine with
honestly, Sean, I would end up being excited about the possibilities. I'm extremely skeptical about the fact that, like, honestly, he hasn't, in the last 4 years, I would include 2022, he hasn't had a season in which he actually impressed the entire season throughout. And that's the part that annoys me. I know his circumstances and everything, but I feel like I'm drafting. I feel like I'm drafting somebody, not actually signing a free agent.
Hey, I got to ask Spo real quick. As long as we're in here with him, Seth and I were talking earlier about Framber doing the Bizarro pitch comp.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any concerns over Framber putting too much on his plate by actually calling his own pitches?
Yeah, it does get you thinking a little bit, and I think that was one of the big reasons why they liked Maldonado back there, is because Maldonado would throw down a pitch, and whoever was on the mound would just throw it, and you're not even having to think about
trust.
it. Yeah, so I'm interested to see how that works, because I think that's a big reason why pitchers don't call their own pitches.
He's the only one doing it on the staff, right?
Yeah, and Hader is too.
Oh, Hader does too. Seth mentioned that.
So Hader is somebody that also does that. But yeah, it's an interesting change. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I think he's pitching today or tomorrow. He's pitching one of these two. So we'll get an idea, I guess, of how it looks.
I predict he's going to throw that transmitter, the extra transmitter, into the stands by his second inning of his appearance.
Which Seattle Mariner is Framber Valdez going to throw his pitch com at?
Or he's just going to be in a Mariner because of
because
he's
pitch
frustrated with
Julio Rodriguez. I'm picking him right now.
That's the chalk for sure. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. I'll see you on Monday.
Yes, antibodies to everybody in the entire world except Indianapolis.
The place that needs it the most. All right. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Adam Spillane and Sean Bajani are in for Landry Locker and John Lopez. Figgy Fig is here as well. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Figgy's here for sure. Yep, glad to be here, man. Sean Bajani, that is me. He is Adam Spillane. One of the reasons why I love doing the Crosstalk in the morning with Pendergast especially is because I have things planned. I have things set. I know where I want to go, and then he brings something up, and then I say, to hell with it. Yeah. I got to get to this. Especially with Baseball Spo. My man, both of you guys, really, I mean, I know, Sean, you're trying to get the hell out of here. I don't know. Are you going to go take a nap? Do you ever sleep, by the way?
No, I don't nap.
Okay.
I can't nap. I'm incapable of napping, and I'm going to donate blood at 10:30 today.
Dude, you're going to be drained.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we were doing the show last night, and we're monitoring social. You and Amy are out, having an anniversary dinner. Looked like a lovely evening.
Thank you.
And I'm like, this sucker does not sleep. Like, he's going to go watch the Rocket rerun or some Astros or what have you.
We're going out again for our anniversary tonight.
Look at you. Where are you going?
Because it's Friday. We're going to Mastros tonight.
Astros.
Went to Carrabba's.
Butter cake?
Huh?
Butter cake? Ooh. Bring some back.
Blueberry butter cake.
I just go the regular.
Oh my! Yeah, they do the butter cake at Mastro's. That's a Mount Rushmore. Dessert
easily
for sure. Yeah. So that's what I got going on. Otherwise, I'd sit here and give you hot takes.
Damn
on
it! Now you got me sidetracked again.
That's all right. Yeah. Now you want butter cake.
Yeah. I mean,
I
actually do. And you got me thinking, like, where's the last great piece of butter cake that I've had? And I can't remember. I feel like it was homemade, actually. But I mean, you got me burning on the Barkley stuff now, because I did not know that was both of you and Seth's stance. But you bring up Framber Valdez, and Spo, as if we should be concerned about Framber in this instance, as opposed to being concerned about the guy that's should be calling the damn pitches, and Yainer Diaz. Like, what does that say about him? I almost feel better about Framber Valdez maybe doing this, taking over that responsibility, because it's seemingly something that he would be comfortable with, like a little less stress on the mound, because he's got the plan. He knows what he wants to do.
Yeah, it's just different. And so you just kind of have to see how it looks when they actually do it. Does it wind up helping him? So I don't know. It's all very, very new.
Exploration time, that is.
Well, that's what spring training is.
Yeah.
Spring training is the time to see what works, what doesn't work. And if he likes it, if he's comfortable with it, then great. If he's not, then I think that he will have no issue trusting Yainer Diaz. We'll have to kind of wait. I don't think it says anything about Yainer Diaz. I mean, he said in the story that Chandler Rome wrote for The Athletic, he said it had nothing to do with Maldonado not being there. It was just something that he wanted to try. And PitchCom allows you to do this now, because before, like you can't really signal what the pitch that you want to throw when you're on the mound. I mean, you kind of could. Zach Greinke would like explore it every now and then.
Say if you're
like holding up fingers, that's a little too easy to pick up.
Or
if you're the
Greinke
hitter.
would just be like, "Hey, fastball."
But now with PitchCom, obviously the catcher is able to make the signals to the pitchers, but then you have the two-way where the pitcher can actually make his own calls with the catcher. And so I do wonder if that's something that you might see, not just with the Astros, but I wonder if more pitchers start to do this, especially veteran pitchers that want to feel like they are more in control of what they're actually calling. Because and don't forget, there's also the pitch clock that gets involved. And so if you, as a pitcher, if the catcher's running through signs and you don't like the first pitch and you don't like the second pitch, and then finally you find what you want on the third pitch, well, then you got to hurry up and throw. So if you're a pitcher and you know what you want to throw, you can go ahead and call that pitch, and then you can go through everything and you can take your deep breaths and all that stuff on the mound. So I think the pitch clock also has something to do with this, why you might see more pitchers go to this. Because I remember it was last year when we were in spring training, and I think it was Luis Garcia. And Garcia was like in a full count during his first spring training start, and he and whoever caught him, I don't remember who the catcher was that day, but whoever was catching him, they could not get on the same page with the pitch down, and he said, screw it, I'm just going to throw a fastball. And so he threw the fastball. That's not a great way to go about things.
And then what happened?
He got the strikeout, actually, on that pitch. But you don't want, that worked then, but that's not something that you want to consistently be in that position to where you're just throwing a pitch and you're hoping that your catcher can catch it.
I mean, I think that in and of itself is what you're most concerned with a guy like Framber Valdez specifically about is, somebody that is not in control, that does feel rushed, that needs to take those deep breaths, that has to collect himself at times in particularly high leverage situations when there's trouble brewing. We'd seen that kind of come to a head last year and be an issue where it was in the past, but he had been able to figure it out the year prior. I think that is definitely something to monitor. But who, by the way, before we get to let me set this up a little bit. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can hit us up at Sean Bajani, at Adam Spillane. Let me give you all the different ways you can be a part of the show today, because once I do get settled in, I'm kind of comfortable right now. I'm sitting in Lopez's seat. Kind of liking it, by the way. Though I don't know how, Lopez turns around about 75 times during the show to look at Figgy. You know what you need? We need, one of those mirrors. Right here, I need a mirror behind Spo so I can see.
Put a spoon on the monitor. Yeah.
Let me turn my camera to, reverse angle and see if that helps with Figgy. No, there's a reflection. That's poor. But you 74610 5724610. You can be a part of the show that way. Call, text, all that good stuff. Twitch, YouTube. You can see our beautiful faces. All that good stuff. I was just going to ask you as we kind of transition to football here in just a moment. Who's responsible on the staff that handles catchers most? You've got your infield coaches. You got your guys.
They have
that
a
work
catching
on the
coach.
outfields. Who is that guy?
Michael Collins.
Australian
fella.
He's got an interesting story, I'll bet. Australian fella in baseball, coaching catchers.
Well, he was on their World Baseball. He was on their World Baseball Classic coaching. Actually, this is a true story. So I went to the World Baseball Classic in 2017 in Tokyo, and for Japan is playing Australia, and I knew one of the Australian players. He was with me with the Rockies way back in the day. And so for this game, I'm sitting right behind first base. And I'm sitting right behind the first base coach's box, and I've got a million pictures of videos of pitches being thrown. And Michael Collins was the first base coach.
So
small world. And then of course he wound up coaching for joining the Astros coaching staff. And Australia's there's not a ton of Australian baseball players, but it's not they have an Australian winter league because our winter is summer in Australia, so it's a great time for baseball out there. So you'll get a lot of minor leaguers that will go and play in the Australian Winter League. I know some coaches that have coached there. I know some players that have played there.
So we're going to get to the point to where the Australian Winter League is rivaling the Venezuelan Winter League.
You will not get there.
Yeah, I don't think. A good show for you coming up. A lot of football, obviously. The Combine very much underway. And I think The Drive talked to Will Kunkel of Fox 26, who's out there covering for Fox and had some really interesting nuggets on the Combine yesterday during the drive. Last night we talked to Charlie Campbell of WalterFootball.com. He had some really cool things to say. It's got the Texans taking a defensive end out of UCLA. I call him Leo because he's got a very difficult name to pronounce. You can't say it very fast. Laialao Latu, defensive end out of UCLA.
UCLA had a really good defense last year.
Yeah, they did. That guy's got a hell of a story, by the way. We talked a lot about that if you want to check it out on the show page with Charlie Campbell of WalterFootball.com. Today, we're going to be joined, as I guess you guys have been doing this every day, Figgy.
Yeah, all week.
With Cody Stutes.
Yep.
HoustonFootball.com also has great content regularly on YouTube. Cody's a badass. Covered Texans with him all this past season. Does a fantastic job. He'll join us at 12:40, correct?
Yep.
So looking forward to that. And, I imagine we'll be pretty liberal on the time because I guess things can be sort of in flux with availabilities, and you got to get who you got to get when you got to get them. When you're in Indianapolis covering Combine and all that good stuff. You never know what he might be into at the time. But at some point, we do know, in and around 12:40, it's about what he's observed, what he's learned, what he's hearing at the Combine, who the Texans are meeting with. They've met with a lot of guys already. Have you seen this? I've been trying to keep track of the list that Cody reports on every day via Twitter and Aaron Wilson and those guys. A lot of cornerbacks. You intrigued at all by that?
No, not really.
I mean, it is.
You just meet with whoever's there.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine that they have their board. I think they know probably what direction that they want to go in, but also at the same time, I would trade the pick.
You'd trade 23?
I would trade 23 in a heartbeat.
Trade down, get more picks?
No. Go get a guy who's going to help you right away.
Okay.
Who you know is going to be good right away.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you that question a little bit later, and you've answered that very clearly now. I guess I will save a little meat on the bone.
But I would be interested to know, because like you said, there's a list of all the guys they've interviewed. Then they can bring in 30 guys that they can bring in for like formal visits.
Yeah.
And meet with. I think those tend to be more important than the Combine interviews more than anything else. But I would like to go through just like how many of the guys that they drafted last year and the year before that and the year before that are guys that they really never had any sort of background with. Because you don't have to, I think it helps to interview some of these guys and to spend some time with them, but I don't think it's necessarily the be-all, end-all.
No. I mean, look, it's fact-finding.
Yeah.
It's just being over-prepared as opposed to being under-prepared. Because I also think about it like this. If you can start a file on a guy before they're even in the league, fantastic. Because in 2 years' time, if they flame out by a team that maybe drafted him in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th round, who knows? You know what? I like that guy. There was something to him when we talked to him at the Senior Bowl. There's something to him when we talked to him at the Combine. And you've got at least that much more intel on a guy at that point in time than rather not. So I think it's as much about that as anything else.
These guys are so coached up, though, by their agents and their agencies, and they know exactly what to say a lot of times.
Sure.
They know exactly what's coming. That's why
You know who can cut through all the BS? A guy like D'Amico, who's been there, done that, understands it. Yeah, I mean, I think you got little bit...
That's why, for me, I would be much more interested, not necessarily in talking to the prospects, but talking to their college coaches, not the head coaches, the coordinator or the position coach, their teammates, other guys like that, because a lot of times those guys aren't going to be coached, and they're going to be honest with you. And they know those guys really, really well. They've seen how they've worked. They've seen the work ethic. Because that stuff matters. Like, I think one of the biggest things when you're drafting a player, the biggest attribute is, does he love to play? Does he love to play? Does he love to compete? Mm-hmm. And you'd be surprised. There are a lot of guys who, it turns out, they don't really love to play. It's just something that they've been good at.
You're absolutely 110% right. And that's something that I've learned more and more about in the years covering, really all sports, but particularly football. I hear more about this in football than anything else. Like, it's a job. It's something I have to do. It's not necessarily something I want to do. I've heard that way more times than I ever anticipated for a professional athlete to kind of have that sort of mentality. And I know for a lot of people like us, boy, what a beautiful problem. Like, damn it, that's just something you got to do, huh? I don't think people can relate to that at all.
Well, it's not an easy job. Like, it's a well-paid job, but it's not an easy job. And if you don't love to do it, then you're just not going to be good at it at the highest level. Like, if you don't love to play football, you can still be really good at it in college because the competition isn't the same. But if you don't love to play football, it doesn't matter how you can be extraordinarily talented and you can have some success in the NFL, but you're not going to be great at it against NFL type competition of guys who are frankly just going to work harder than you. So that's, to me, if I'm talking to these players, I want to gauge an idea of how much they love to play. But then again, I also want to check with their coaches. Like, hey, does this guy really love to play? Is this guy the most competitive guy in the room? Because I think that stuff matters a lot of times more than the measurables do.
But sometimes you got to cut through the BS from the coach too. It's just you've got to talk to anybody and everybody you possibly can in, trust your gut, so to speak. Ask questions. I mean, you can't ever ask too many questions. I mean, and I say, look, you got to cut through the BS with the coaches too, because they want to do nothing more than prop up their players, which ends up propping up their program.
They might not like that player.
Sometimes, but you know what? Like, at the end of the day, does it behoove you to talk down about a player or a neutral on a guy? Or, I mean, not saying
it depends,
that if you
though,
don't like
because
a guy, you don't have to slander them.
You might have a better relationship. Like, D'Amico Ryans, I'm sure, has friends who are college coaches. Sure. And they're going to be honest with him. Like, they probably like D'Amico more than they like the player.
And it's the relationship that counts, that matters in that case. But not all of them have really any relationship at times with some of these newer coaches in the NFL. D'Amico's a little bit different. He's a hybrid guy, right? He played. They know him from college. They know him from...
Let's say Texans position coach X has a relationship with X university's X, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So, you go on down the line, and you get everybody involved when it comes to the draft. It's not just the GM, the scouts, and the head coach.
Right.
It's everybody. And it's a group. It's groupthink, essentially.
Yeah. No, I think it's an excellent point. You talk about cutting through the BS, man. I want to play this little bit of audio for you because you think you know this guy. Some of you still aren't necessarily believing that you or the Texans maybe really know who this guy is. Maybe you need to see more from him. Nico Collins was on a do you call it a podcast, Figgy?
Yeah, I would say it's a podcast.
It's a podcast on the Fubo Sports Network this week. I didn't know that was really a thing, but it is, and I might explore actually going the Fubo route. But nevertheless, Nico Collins weighed in on his contract status, entering into the final year of a rookie deal, talking extension. What does he think is going to happen?
Man, to be honest, I haven't really talked to my that it's my end of my third. You know what I'm saying? I'm up for a free agency, but in my head, man, I'm locked in to where I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do, because I feel like really the first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like after this year, kind of like, all right, just show them a little bit, boom. And I feel like this year, I feel like it's going to be a little better year, man, just mentally, physically. I know what to expect. I'm learning, getting better, growing throughout the year. Just learning the game better, but if it come early, come early, But I feel like my mindset is just go ball and just let it play out. Play out.
Sounds very much like a guy that is betting on himself. Yep. I want to isolate that cut. We'll do it later on in the show, Figgy. But I mean, I think this is something until there is news that breaks about the Texans and Nico Collins agreeing on a contract extension, if that's this offseason, if that's next year. I think that is a little clip that is going to be very interesting to hold on to and maybe play repeatedly throughout the year. And I'm talking about when he says, quote, I'm up for free agency next year, but in my head, I'm locked into where I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do, end quote. I thought that was fascinating.
Well, it means that if I have another year next year like I did this year, I'm going to really cash in.
Yes.
And that's, I think, what he's kind of hoping for. Now, NFL has the franchise tag, and if he does turn in a year next year like he did in 2023, then he's going to get tagged. Like
Sure.
that's an automatic tag.
What's that franchise tag for a wide
It's
receiver
pretty good.
this
Like,
year?
It's still
like,
good, but you don't have the freedom to go out and try and get your own deal. But that being said, he still would put himself in great position, and I'm sure the Texans would like to get something done with him if that were the case. But it's what he is telling you right there is that he's not going to take what his market value would be right now. He wants to go out and have another monster year and then go out and get what his market value is.
100%. I love that from his standpoint because we talk about relatability. And I know, look, this is very much business decision driven on his part, certainly. But that is something that we can relate to. If you were out on Nico Collins, out on this receiver core like many people were coming into this season, and he puts up almost doubles, and in fact, in some cases, tripled and quadrupled the level of production this year that he'd had in either one of his previous 2 seasons. Fantastic. C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick, the whole bit, had everything to do with it, and just being in a better system with better coaches and some semblance of a direction with the trajectory headed upward, way up. I love the fact that he's wanting to bet on himself. I love the fact that the Texans could to make a decision this time next year on paying a legitimate number 1 wide receiver. 713-572-4610. Coming up next, if there was any question, by the way, the Texans were not now a destination for top-flight free agents, I think you got the answer yesterday very clearly. We'll talk about it next on In the Loop at Sports Radio 610.
First, I want to talk about Orchard. Orchard's just unbelievable. We've been talking about the
Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio.
God bless. That hit hard. Do I just have my speed?
It's Friday, man. Nah, it was already up.
Yeah, my headphones must be extra loud. That scared the hell out of me. Goodness. Obviously, this is not the voice of one John Lopez, nor is it of Landry Locker. But he will very much be a part of our show later on, Landry Locker, that is, because he is making the internet go absolutely nuts. That's coming up in the final hour of the program. I am Sean Bajani. He is Adam Spillane, and apparently, according to 713, we sound just alike. Figgy, would you concur or disagree?
I disagree.
I've gotten that multiple times before when Spo and I have done shows together.
Really?
Yeah.
Never have.
Never have.
Sitting like a Brandon Scott,
now I'm
Cecil
going to
Shorts type thing.
Yeah, exactly, and that is so true, and you know it is. B. Scott and Cecil.
They don't
Shorts.
sound alike either.
They do sound alike. They absolutely do sound alike.
I guess they do have that low tone voice.
They do,
but Brandon Scott's got a little more twang to him. Because he's from Houston.
A little more?
Yeah.
A lot
more, yeah.
When you listen, and look, you do shows with him all the time now on H-Town Hoops podcast, and then obviously up here, but I think for your average, maybe to below average listener, when you hear that, but you know who those guys are, you're like, yeah, who the hell am I listening to? I thought that, and I've known both of them for more than a decade, and I thought that on the radio. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. By the way, somebody very observant, because I didn't get a chance to chop it up with Spo about this, but we just played the cut on Fubo Sports. Damn it, what the hell's the name of that show? Fubo Sports Network, the Nico Collins podcast that he was on this
Airing
week.
It Out podcast.
Airing It Out podcast. Sorry, I should give them proper due because I'll probably be a subscriber to them here in the next week or so. But somebody on the text line said, hey, he also said if it come early, it'd come early. Talking about Nico Collins' comments on a contract extension. He did say that. And I think that only means if the Texans were to wow him with a deal, which I don't know. They could, I guess, potentially. What do you think, Spo? I mean, is that something that maybe Nick Caserio would want to get out in front of, if possible, now? Or do they share kind of Nico's sentiment like, yeah, you know what, we'd like to see a little bit more, and we'd have no problem paying him at the end of the day if he continued to do what he did this last season?
I'm sure that they would like to get, if they can avoid him going into free agency, I think that they would probably like that. But at the same time, they have, I'm sure, based off of what he's done his first 3 seasons in the NFL, and they have a certain, salary structure that they would give him, and I don't think that they would go necessarily like way over that structure at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
So, hey, if you want to prove it and get more, go ahead and prove it and get more. But remember, the Texans have the franchise tag in their back pocket, and so that gives them a little bit of protection to where if they don't get something done this offseason, it's not like, so it doesn't become desperation mode.
Sure. 21.8 and change, by the way, the wide receiver franchise tag for this offseason. Presumably it would go up by $1 million and change, maybe $2 million next year. Who knows? So that's kind of what you'd be looking at.
That's based off of the top salaries of wide receivers, and
depending on what tag, top 5, top 10%.
And so my question would be: are there any wide receivers that are about to get paid? I guess Jamar Chase could be in that mix, and so could Justin Jefferson. So that might impact the franchise tag number for wide receivers.
Highest paid wide receiver right now. Do you happen to know off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head.
Or the number? Because Mike Evans is in line for a $30 million.
Yeah. So that again. And because the cap is going to go up by so much,
Yeah.
that could wind up really boosting the salaries of those top wide receivers. So you say that the salary, the franchise tag number for a wide receiver could go up by $1 million and change or so. It could go up by a little bit more than that, just based off of teams having a little bit of extra money to spend based on the cap going up as much as it is.
No doubt. Good point, man. I wanted to talk a little bit about this because I think we started the show, with Pendergast and Payne on the Saquon Barkley situation, and I think it's been about 3 or 4 days now where the Giants GM, talking. It's the season in which you can't really trust what anybody's really saying. The Giants, we're going to be talking with Saquon this offseason about an extension. And tags report after Adam Schefter earlier this week had reported that, hey, basically every running back that is anybody this offseason is probably not going to be tagged. And then you hear the otherwise from Barkley reports, from Josh Jacobs reports, all over the place. You just don't know what to believe now. But I don't think there's any question after what we heard yesterday that the Texans are now a destination and a top one for top-flight free agents. Aaron Wilson's report regarding Saquon Barkley yesterday having the Texans as his top target. For me, I love to hear it. I'm a Saquon guy. Don't care if it's $12.5 million per. Sounds good to me because it's Saquon Barkley, 26, 27-year-old guy. Not a lot of tread worn off of those tires, and I don't necessarily concern myself with his previous injury history because I don't think it's as drastic as everybody else makes it out to be. But I think me, Spo, and I want to get your take on this. For me, it's less about Saquon Barkley and more about everybody else. I look at it like this. If Saquon Barkley has the Texans as his top target, how many other top-flight free agents do you think, especially at positions of need for the Texans, have them as their top target as well? How the hell far have we come as a city, as a football fan base, to where finally this is the case? You might have thought you'd gotten there before in the Deshaun era, maybe at one point in time the Kubiak era, but the damn Texans never did anything back then. Like the best free agent offseason you ever had in their existence was Daniel Manning in 2011, 2010, whatever the hell it was, offseason. And I think this year you could absolutely and probably do blow that out of the water. I'm excited for what it means, not just this offseason, but years going forward, Spo.
Well, it helps that they have a lot of cap space. And so you see these teams that are you see these players that are interested in the Texans, they see the cap space. So they know, hey, the Texans are going to be able to spend, whereas some of these other teams that don't have the sort of cap space aren't going to be able to spend. So it's not the reason, but that's a reason why I do think that the Texans are going to be at the top of a lot of players' lists, just because they have the money to spend, whereas some other teams don't. Now, they are still good. They are coming off of a good season. They have a very good, very young quarterback who looks like he's going to be a star if he's not already. And then they have a head coach that I think a lot of guys want to play for. So, yeah, they certainly are a team that is on the rise, and they've got money to spend. And I do think that players see that they have money to spend, and so they're going to want some of that pie.
Yeah, I want to see how big that pie is going to actually be, how big of a slice Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, are going to be willing to slice off for some of these guys. Positions of need for them, not just running back, but, potentially look tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, cornerback, defensive tackle, safety upgrade, depending on how they feel about Jimmy Ward, who's contractually supposed to be back for the Texans this next season. But you know what? Damn mine. Because if I'm a veteran offensive lineman, particularly maybe somebody that prefers left guard, and I'm sitting back looking at this situation for the Texans with C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick offensively, this receiver core that looks really exciting, really young at this point in time, I'm saying, man, I'd love to go block for that dude. Kenyon Green, Jarrett Patterson, I can go beat their ass. I'd be interested literally if I'm anybody, and I wouldn't necessarily kick out of bed the idea that the Texans would explore bringing in a good, solid veteran left guard, kind of a player that could fill that position this year, or at least generate some sort of competition. That was just one of the things that had crossed my mind in the early goings of thinking about all of this and what it means for the Texans in terms of who they could have their pick of.
Well, I mean, just look at the offensive line. Like, it might feel like they're set at the tackles. It might feel like, okay, the center's pretty good. It might feel like, right guard is pretty good. These guys get hurt.
They do. You need depth. And you saw you needed depth badly last year.
Yeah, so if you don't have depth, then you're in big trouble. And it's very rare. I think Tunsil was on IR at one point last year. Titus Howard missed most of the season. The guy that they thought was going to start at left guard did not play a single snap.
I don't think they put Tunsil on
He missed
IR
3 games. I know he missed 3 games. But the guy who was supposed to be the center, he wound up missing the first half of the season, and then he had to go play guard. So it's hard to keep these guys healthy. So you do need backup. An offensive lineman eventually gets hurt because you look like a team like the Jets. Obviously, they lose Aaron Rodgers. Their season's in big trouble at that point. But they had a bad offensive line, and the offensive line got worse as the season went along because they had nobody behind their starters. So if you go into camp and you just have your 5 offensive linemen and that's it, you're in big trouble because the odds that you're going to be able to keep all 5 of those guys healthy for an entire 17-game season plus postseason is incredibly slim. So if you're not looking to shore up the depth behind the offensive line, then you are making a big mistake.
He's Adam Spillane, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, John Lopez. You're in the loop. Coming up next, we'll localize the hell out of it. Rockets falling to the Suns last night. Did one particular individual buy himself a little bit more time in the starting lineup? Who am I talking about? Well, we'll tell you next. It's Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In for Landry Locker, I'm John Lopez. I'm not John Lopez. In for Landry Locker and John Lopez.
Can we redo that last? I mean, my God.
Was that bad? That was really bad.
You had to do it 3 times.
2 times. I forgot to turn my mic on.
Right.
Who was that, John?
Lopez. The Lopez laugh.
From the boat. He's laughing at you from the boat.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We make mistakes. This is my first shift of the day. It's probably only going to get a little bit worse as I make my way towards 7 o'clock. Or could it get better?
Are you doing the show tonight, too?
I am.
Okay.
Double duty,
Double
man.
duty. Okay.
Can't get worse after what I just witnessed.
You can kiss my ass. Come on, Spo. You want to get us in here?
It's not good. Shoot.
It's not good. Damn. Spo just ain't got no damn shame, man. He's like, Bajani, you just got to try, but you just got to be better, bro. I'll be the first to admit it. Hey, look, fine, whatever. But can we move on?
Yes, please.
I mean, for crying out loud.
My apologies.
My God. Trying to get your expert analysis on these damn Rockets. Before we even get into the heart of this thing, under luck in the last 5 games.
Got to play them eventually. You got to get those games off your schedule.
I never remember the NBA schedule looking like this trashy before. Like, this is horrible.
Well, I mean, part of it is it's a travel thing where you are seeing more and more teams kind of do the back-to-back in the same city just so that that's one less trip that you have.
This is a result of players bitching and moaning in recent years about travel.
I think the players, though, would tell you that they like it because, again, instead of going to Phoenix now and then maybe going to Phoenix in a month, they just get to knock out the Phoenix trip now. And it's, one less flight that they have to take. Now, obviously, it's hard to play an opponent back-to-back, twice in a row, especially a good team like this, but that's just how the schedule falls sometimes. And you got to play those teams 3 or 4 times a year, so it's going to happen eventually. The last couple of years, actually, I think it was this year, they played Sacramento back-to-back games here. The last couple of years, they've gone to Sacramento to play a couple of games in a row. So that's just how the NBA schedule works.
Yeah, I mean, I get it if you're making a far northwest trip or a northeast trip or something like that. But I mean, it's not like Phoenix and Oklahoma City are very far to begin with. You know what I'm saying? But they fell to the Suns last night, 110-105. Jalen Green single-handedly at times spoke, keeping the Rockets in that ball game last night. Off to another crappy start. I look up. Down 24-12 with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, and the guy had 8 of the 12 points. He had a really good game early on last night. 7 of 15 early. I think had 20 points right out of the gate, looking good, hitting, but just hit 3 of his final 13 shots. I heard you and B. Scott talking about this on your H-Town Hoops podcast. I don't know when you guys did it recently, but I was watching it yesterday before the game. And B. Scott was making the case for Ime Udoka moving Jalen Green to the bench. This is something that we've talked about, quite a bit about the last couple of weeks. And it's been just over 2 weeks ago now, I believe, that Udoka hinted at possibly making a change with the starting lineup pre-All-Star break. He'd said, quote, regarding the slow starts, "It's definitely a concerning problem. Maybe I have to look at the rotation and the lineup I have out there starting and try to get 5 competitors out there at one time to avoid poor starts like that. I will look at all of that over the break, look in the mirror at myself, and figure out the best way forward to get us off to better starts." Well, last night they got off to another crappy start, as they typically do, especially on the road. At what point in time do they make a move, or do they make a move? What did you think of Brandon's case that they should make a move and start Jalen on the bench?
Like, there is certainly a reason to do it. And again, last night, the starting 5, the big reason why Udoka didn't make the move coming out of the break was that the first 27 games of the year, that starting 5 was outstanding together. They were outscoring teams by, I think it was 10 points per 100 possessions. That's how good that lineup was.
You had a really good stat, especially defensively.
Yeah, defensively it was great. Yeah. And then the next 27 games, that lineup only played together 9 times. They had guys in and out of the lineup. So there was no conceiving that hey, we're healthy now. All those 5 guys are good to go. They can play. Let's see how it looks after a couple of weeks. And obviously, the results have not been great. They have not won games out of the break. Now, part of that has been the schedule, like you said. The schedule coming out of the All-Star break has been absolutely brutal. You're talking about New Orleans. You're talking about playing Phoenix, then 2 games with Oklahoma City, now 2 more games with Phoenix. I mean, those are 3 teams that are right now are in the top 6, top 7 in the Western Conference. Like, these are 3 really good teams. So I don't think it's like a great gauge of how good that lineup is. Now on to Green. Like, that's, if you want to bring him off the bench, fine, bring him off the bench. The problem that they have right now is that I don't know if there's a great option to put in that spot. Because I think the top 2 guys that you would say, hey, this guy should start over Jalen Green, it would be Cam Whitmore and Amen Thompson. Well, you look at what those 2 guys did last night. They were pretty bad in last night's game. Thompson 0 of 2, only took 2 shots.
Everybody was bad last night, though, except for Jalen Green. You know what I mean? Like,
but they have those guys have warts though to their game, and so with Thompson, he cannot shoot. Like, the shooting is once he learns how to shoot, he's going to be a great player. But right now, he cannot shoot. He can get to the rim. He can defend. He can get you going in transition, but the shooting is an issue. For Whitmore can shoot, but that's basically all he does at this point. Like, he does not really know how to get the offense moving. He has the ball. He has tunnel vision. He is going to take the shot. Almost basically, it doesn't matter what the defense is around him. It doesn't matter the other 4 guys on the floor. He's going to take the shot. And so that doesn't necessarily keep the ball moving. That doesn't necessarily help the offense run. So I think that they really like those 2 together off the bench to provide like a big a jolt of athleticism, a jolt of energy. And I think that they want to keep that starting 5 together. Now, if they had Tari Eason available to them, which they don't, and who knows when he's going to play again, I think that then you could have something where you would send Green to the bench and have Eason start. But again, I don't know when Easton's going to play again.
Yeah,
and the fact that he has not played, it's been almost 2 months since he's played. He was supposed to come back a few weeks ago.
Exactly 2 months now. He hadn't played since January 1st, and I think it's trending in the direction that he doesn't come back this season.
That's basically what the feeling is, and he had some imaging. So he was supposed to come back that road trip before the All-Star break. He felt some pain during his ramp-up. He's dealing with a stress reaction in his leg. At least I think that's what they've termed it as. He's dealing with the stress reaction in his leg. That's what cost him the first part of the season. Came back. He was in a lot more pain than he let on. They shut him down for a couple of weeks, and then in that ramp-up, he started to feel some pain again. Went to the doctor last week to get some imaging done, and basically Ime Udoka said they're trying to get more opinions from what they saw. So they're not going to have Easton. So to me, they're probably just going to leave Jalen Green in the starting lineup. And also, I think that they want as much information on Jalen Green as possible moving forward because they've got to make a decision on what to do with him.
You make the determination when you're Rafael Stone, and maybe more so if you're Ime Udoka, since, look, this is his ship now. You determine that you have all you need and all you're going to get from Jalen Green. And maybe he feels like, you know what, I don't have enough. I need more intel. Maybe last night's performance buys him a little bit more time.
I don't know if it's Rafael Stone necessarily. I think it's Ime Udoka.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I said. You know, since it's his ship now, it's more on him to make the determination on exactly when he feels like he's seen enough from Jalen Green. Maybe he's bought himself a little bit more time with the performance last night. I mean, it's one game. It's been his best game since, 2-3 weeks now.
Was it a great game, though?
No, it wasn't a great game.
No, I'm saying for Jalen, because I know he scored the 34, and he shot 7 of 17 from 3, which is terrific, but he was also 3 of 11 from 2-point range.
Yeah,
like that's
three for his last 13 in the game.
That's the sort of stuff that becomes a problem with him, is that, like, the 3-point shooting can sometimes suck you in. Because you see a guy shoot well from 3, and you see the big scoring. Okay, well, it was mostly done on 3-point shots. But you want to see the guy get to the rim. You want to see him be efficient at the rim, because those points are just as important. And so he got to the free throw line 7 times, which is important for him because that's something that has really lacked from his game this season, especially when you compare it to last year. But to only be, 3 of 11 from inside the 3-point arc, that sort of stuff isn't good enough.
No. 713-572-4610. Why not feature Green more instead of trying to bench him? That one from Victor in the 713. So why not feature Green more instead of trying to bench him? What do you mean? Like, he played 39 minutes last night.
The offense ran through him at the
He-
start of the game.
He gets his shots, man.
Yeah,
he just doesn't make them.
They are big on getting him shots early in the game. Now, if you want to ask the question, well, why is it that Jalen Green is the one who kind of takes the heat and nobody else does? That's a good point, and that's a point that should be made because he isn't the only guy who has played poorly over the course of the season. Fred VanVleet has not shot the ball well really in the last month. Dylan Brooks' defense has not been at the level that it was earlier in the season before he got hurt. Jabari Smith Jr. has not shot the ball well since he's come back from the ankle injury. And then you see Alperen Şengün's level of play really fall off over the last month.
But, and it goes to your point in this text here from the 713. I think it's Victor again. My question is, why the hell is Green the whipping boy and needs to be moved and not someone else? Well, look, you gave Dylan Brooks a very large contract along with Fred VanVleet. Jabari Smith has shown promise along with Alperen Şengün, far more so than one of Jalen Green in terms of consistency at the end. And look, it's inarguable, especially on a night last night where Green has one of his better games, especially, ironically, a very good start compared to not so much from anybody else on the Rockets last night. They all suffered greatly for it and had to fight their way back from, a big hole that they dug themselves. But it's more than just about one game. He's the whipping boy because what he's been consistent at is not being consistent. It's about the poor shooting. It's about not doing the winning basketball players do away from the basketball and on the defensive side. He hasn't shown that.
Well, he's the whipping boy because he was the second overall pick and he's been around for 3 years.
Yeah.
And so he had the highest expectations out of anyone, and he has not met those. Like, you look at the other guys that they've drafted, Alperen Şengün has exceeded the expectations. Jabari Smith hasn't met the expectations, but he's come closer to meeting them than Jalen Green has. The two guys that they drafted, Easton hasn't played, but when he played, he was outstanding. The two guys that they drafted last June, they have probably exceeded the expectations of what people had for them coming into the season. So, like, Green kind of takes the heat because he is further away from meeting the expectations that were set for him. Now, the expectations were probably set too high, but that's what happens when you're taken second overall.
He's Adam Spillane, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, and John Lopez on In the Loop. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans and a very familiar face could be reunited this offseason. We'll get to that and why Spo wouldn't be surprised if the Texans drafted at this position in the first round. We'll get you all that and more next at Sports Radio 610.
always live on the free Odyssey app.
Look at that. Figgy got us vibing. I like it. In for Landry Locker, John Lopez. I'm Sean Bajani. Adam Spillane here as well. Coming up in an hour and change, 12:40-ish, we're going to be going live to Indianapolis at the Combine. Talk to Cody Stutes. He'll give us the latest schedule for today. Wide receivers and running backs doing on-field work. So be looking forward to that. I saw this, I believe it was yesterday evening, Spo, and I immediately felt like an idiot because I was thinking only about this guy being a former Titan, not a former San Francisco 49er, and that's linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. Mutual interest that might be shared between him and the Houston Texans, that, according to a Aaron Wilson report yesterday, Shaair spent the previous 4 years with the 49ers, and that means all of his career up until last year's prove-it deal with the Tennessee Titans with DeMeco Ryans. A couple of years as position coach at linebacker, then 2 years as the defensive coordinator, in which DeMeco excelled at tremendously, setting up him, obviously taking over as the greatest head coach in Texans history already, just after one season, right? How about that? Al-Shaair, man, is that a potential target for you if you're DeMeco Ryans and this Houston Texans defense this offseason? By the way, contract projections, I don't know what you feel about these. I always feel like they're going to be slightly off until proven otherwise. We'll have to keep a monitor on this. According to PFF, the projection for one, Azeez Al-Shaair, 3 years and about $38 million, 20 guaranteed, about a little over $7 million AAV. I believe what was that the projection? Yeah, I think a little over 7 and the change.
You said 3 years, 38, didn't you?
Yeah, 3 years, 38. So what would that be? That would be like
it's like 12
maybe like 11 and a half, 12 and a half, something like that. Yeah,
it's a bit high. But he's 26, and so that helps. And the fact that DeMeco Ryans knows him and knows him well, I think that sort of stuff is important. And so I think, and if DeMeco Ryans thinks that he fits within the scheme, then go ahead. But that's not. Again, that price tag is a little high, especially when I think there are other areas on the roster that they need to focus on first.
Yeah, let me see. 11 and a half is the AAV. 3 years, 20.25. 6.75 million per year, 11 and a half fully guaranteed. That's the projection for Al-Shaair. So I was wrong.
It's a little better.
Thinking of somebody. Yeah, I mean, come on. You paid Denzel Perryman $2 and change last season, and he probably exceeded expectations or exceeded that contract. It's cool, right? Gave you a little bit of nasty, gave you a little bit of consistency. Was significantly improved in the linebacker core from the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that, right? You like it. But if you could do better for that, less than $7 million per year, which is what I was initially thinking before I jacked the numbers up, I mean, come on. It's something that DeMeco Ryans spoke about earlier this week when I think it was Cody Stutes that asked the question, the difference between, players that that have been in the system versus the ones you don't, that you're going to be shopping for or exploring, trying to learn more about. And there's always a side with a player that you have familiarity with, that understands and fits the system. And I started thinking about it like this, because if you look at last year's offseason and the way DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio built this defense specifically, a whole bunch of young guys. I mean, they went out and got Sheldon Rankins. They went out and got Jimmy Ward. They went out and got Denzel Perryman. And they utilized some players that they thought, you know what? They were okay. They've shown me enough ability in years past that could really thrive in this defense. Blake Cashman, right? Whereas offensively, you tended to side a little bit more with the younger. I mean, you had a rookie quarterback. You had a rookie standout wide receiver in Tank Dell. you had Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson on your offensive line at one point in time. Like, they went far more youth offensively than defensively. Shouldn't that be a template that maybe we concentrate on and maybe that the Texans follow a little bit closer defensively again this offseason?
Probably, and it makes sense for somebody who has background with DeMeco Ryans, because it's not just that DeMeco Ryans knows him, it's that he knows DeMeco Ryans and he knows the system. And it's hard enough to come into this league and to change teams and to go through the whole transition of I'm playing for a new team, new city, all that stuff, and then you have to learn a new system. Well, if you already know the system, then it's a whole lot easier. It makes the transition so much easier, and so that's why somebody like Al-Shaair, that makes sense.
Yeah, I get excited about that, and
I wouldn't say I get excited.
I do. Well, I mean, you don't get excited about much, to be honest. And it's all good. Everybody's different. But I got excited about it when I heard Al-Shaair. Look, he played really well against the Texans last year. Good player for the Tennessee Titans on a prove-it deal. I think he made like 5 and change or 6 and change on a one-year deal with the Titans last season. And if I'm the Titans, I'd be looking at trying to retain him, to be quite honest with you. But if you're Al-Shaair, you got to be really looking hard at the Texans. And going back to the Barkley report yesterday per Aaron Wilson, if he's got the Texans as his top target, guys that have a familiarity to DeMeco Ryans probably at the very top of their list as well. And if you're the Texans, you got your pick of the litter in terms of the best fits. May not be the highest priced guys, may not be the most talented guys. But again, I point at this. Look at what DeMeco Ryans and this defense, and really in large part the Texans, did with the talent that in some cases was already here that you thought wasn't very good because they were in crappy regimes, in crappy systems, schemes, rather, offensively or defensively. Good coaches can make what you think are marginal to below average players look pretty damn good at times.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's why I got excited, and then a little bit more excited about the fact that he's a former 49er. All right, why don't we get to this? Do you think the Texans could go a completely different direction than a lot of people are anticipating with the 23 overall pick?
Yeah, we've seen a lot, and this is coming from like Sean, from Landry. You've seen mock drafts that have had the Texans taking tackles. And again, I don't think that they're necessarily going to take a tackle. I would not probably take a tackle if I were them, but I don't think it's like that
in the
offensive tackle. I don't think it's like that out of the question that they could do it. And Figgy, Landry said that if the Texans take an offensive tackle, he'll eat a Mel Kiper draft guide. So please hold him to that. I'm putting that on you. Did he say that? He did. Check the Twitter.
Offensive tackle? Are you sure offensive tackle?
He said that.
I seen that on 3 different mock drafts, man.
I think it's a good bet. Landry said if the Texans take an offensive tackle, he'd eat a page.
I challenged him. I challenged him to a Mel Kiper draft guide because Mel Kiper has the Texans taking a tackle at 23. Now, again, I don't think that
that wouldn't surprise me if they did, though, man. I don't know why. It just wouldn't surprise me.
So, unfortunately, Mel Kiper doesn't make the draft guides like he used to. So what I'm going to do, Figgy, I'm going to go on eBay and buy one of the old Mel Kiper draft guides with my own money, with the expectation that I'll be reimbursed by the station, and then he will have to eat the draft guide. So the reason why it's not, I don't think it's totally out of the question, is the way that I look at the draft, and I can't remember. There's a GM who said this, and I can't remember who the GM was. But he said, you fill holes in free agency. You draft for depth. And as we saw last year, the Texans needed depth at tackle because both their tackles missed a considerable amount of time. Or at least the guys that they expected to be their tackles. Laramie Tunsil obviously missed 3 games. He just had knee surgery. He'll be 30 when the season starts. Titus Howard was supposed to be the right tackle. He got hurt during training camp. They had to move him to guard, and then he got hurt again. And even George Fant couldn't get through the entire season. So you need depth at that position. But also, who's to say that this guy plays tackle in college? It doesn't mean that they can't move him inside in the NFL. You know, the Texans might view that guy as an inside guy once he gets to the NFL. So I don't think it's necessarily completely out of the question that they could go tackle. Now, if it's me, I would trade the pick, and I would trade the pick for somebody who's going to be good right away. But if they go and they take a tackle, it would not be the most shocking thing to me in the world.
That's a deeper conversation. It's really 2 and 1, but We can have it. We're here for it. We've got time. I said this earlier, I think, that, look, this Texans offensive line as it's currently constructed, and let's just talk specifically about the guys that you had penciled in as starters going into last season, right? Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, not Scott Quessenberry, though it was looking like that was going to be the case the first week or so, but Juice Scruggs at center, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard going back to right tackle. All of those guys, whether it be on their rookie contract or deals that they'd signed with a team, are signed through the 2026 season. There's that. You've also got depth now with Jarrett Patterson. George Fant's going to move on. Josh Jones is a free agent. Okay? Who knows what happens with Scott Quessenberry, what decision they make on him. You need depth, I'd say, outside of the center position. To me, if I'm a veteran offensive lineman that is a free agent, and admittedly, you need to take a look at that market, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it looks good, if it looks bad, if it's horrible, whatever. I just know this. The Texans found a way to piece it together last year with guys like frickin' Josh Jones, Michael Dieter, George Fant. Like, at the end of the day, did a pretty damn good job of getting some dudes in here, especially late, considering there was injuries all over the place every single week, it seemed like. And you found a way to fill these gaps. Hell, they went out shopping and got a damn dude that was moonlighting as a fullback in Kendrick Green to come in here and play left guard for a game or two for you. Did a pretty damn good job and was probably the most productive left guard the Texans played all season long at the position. Maybe he's back if he's healthy. I don't know. But I would love if, in fact, you went the more veteran route as opposed to drafting a young guy that you would slide in to that position this next year. Like, and maybe you're not saying that particularly. It is about depth, and the Texans have been very adept at letting you know they need to get deeper at all positions. We all agree with that, but you need a really good foundation on that offensive line, and I think that can be provided best if you're able to go get the left guard variety of a Shaq Mason.
Let me throw a hypothetical at you.
Mm-hmm.
Titus Howard played 7 games last year. It was okay in those 7 games. Again, they had him playing out. That's all the other thing. Titus Howard's cap number for 2025 is $20.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Titus Howard misses half the season again next year.
Mm-hmm.
You good with Titus Howard at 20.5 cap number? Or if you had an opportunity to save half that, would you take it knowing that you have his replacement already on the roster as a guy that you drafted in the first round?
He's got 2 more years on his contract.
Yeah, but if
he misses next year,
but if you need to create cap space next year, and you have Titus Howard on the books at $20.5 million,
right,
coming off of back-to-back injury, possibly. Listen, this is a hypothetical. Coming off of 2 injury-riddled seasons, is that a move that you would make when you know that you have somebody right there who you think that can replace him and can soak up those starts at right tackle? Like, that's why, to me, you fill your holes in free agency. All the holes that we think the Texans have in free agency, that's all the holes that we think the Texans have right now, fill those in free agency. Then, and of course, free agency comes before the draft. So then you fill all your holes in free agency, then you have the draft, and then you draft for depth. And then you're looking at, okay, we might have to move on from this guy next season. Let's draft his replacement now. We get him in the building. He gets a year of practice with us. That way, when we have to let player X go, player Y is right there to step in, and it's a seamless transition.
Yeah.
That's how I would handle the draft if I were them.
Take an awesome line. You'll take a tackle.
I would not rule it out, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I am saying if they still pick at 23 and there is a tackle at 23 that they have a really high grade on, take him.
Laramie Tunsil just had surgery to clean up a knee, right? That dude played his ass off through that injury this past season. He's not getting any younger. He's going to be playing in his age 30 or 31 season, I believe,
He'll be 30.
this year. Okay.
He's 29
30.
right now.
That's right. He's been around for a while. So.
Yes.
I'm more concerned about Tunsil's future health than
he's played more, though, than Howard has.
Than I think I am Titus Howard.
Howard played 7 games last year.
I understand.
And
why? Why?
He had 2 separate injuries.
Is it a soft tissue?
I think he had the hand, right?
He had the hand. He broke the hand.
Yeah.
And what was the other one?
I don't remember the other one.
I don't.
He's had knee issues, though, in the past. You were there. You should know this.
Dude, sorry. They went freaking 4 deep at every damn offensive line position last year.
It was a knee
There's
injury.
a lot of crap you had to deal with, okay?
Titus Howard, because it was a knee injury.
You want me to recall every damn thing?
Not that old.
9 different. It doesn't matter about being old. It's about just trying to keep up with this crap.
Yeah, but
9 different starting offensive lines last year.
He had a knee issue his rookie year, a knee issue last year. Like, that stuff doesn't necessarily go away.
No, it doesn't go away, but damn, man, it's football. Everybody's dealt with some sort of injury. I'm just, because of he's younger. I'm with a guy like Laramie Tunsil and his
so
injury
good,
issue. I know he's so good.
No, but again, you bring up the point too. Like, it would be nice to have somebody that you can just slide in.
Swing, yes. I'm talking myself into that because, look, Charlie Heck, okay, get the heck out of here. Like, he wasn't healthy either. I mean, he was healthy for and ready to go.
He missed most of the year.
Yeah, he was good to go for the last 4 weeks of the season, if that, right? If I'm recalling. And again, I don't hate the idea as you think about how badly you needed depth. But then again, the ability by Nick Caserio to make some pretty savvy moves during training camp. I mean, you traded a 5th rounder to go get George Fant, who's a starting level right tackle, and he's going to parlay that into a starting contract for somebody this offseason, in my mind. I don't think he's in chance in hell he's coming back for the Texans because you've got the tackles locked in, lined up, and presumably healthy to start training camp. You're not going to need his ass. So I trust Caserio to go out and frugally and savvily get another George Fant-ish type of a guy or a Josh Jones type of a guy. Now, granted, Josh Jones, after he broke his hand, didn't end up playing a lick for you afterwards, but you didn't need him to because you had Tunsil powering through and you had Fant playing damn good right tackle. What happened to Fant, by the way? He didn't play for 2 games towards the end portion of the season. Who did he get replaced by? Why am I struggling? Because it certainly wasn't Titus Howard. Who started at right tackle for him a couple of games?
I think it was Charlie Heck, right?
Yeah, it was Heck.
Charlie Heck.
Yeah, you're right.
Scared. Yeah, we thought he was going to get work.
Yeah, and Heck.
Oh man,
Heck was
praying for CJ that week.
He was pretty good. I mean,
he was all right. Everybody was all right, to be honest.
Yeah, he was pretty good. 713-572-4610.
I just with free agency, it's about 2024. When you're making free agency moves, it's about 2024. To me, the draft is about 2024, 2025. It's about the future. That's what the draft is for. And so you just want to give yourself options. And again, I'm not saying they should take a tackle. I'm just saying I wouldn't rule it out, just understanding that you have 2 highly paid tackles right now, and both have had some trouble staying on the field, and you have to take that into account when you're building out a roster.
Look, we're a little over, but just talking it through, I mean, geez, you might not have to move up or even take that guy at 23.
Trade the pick.
They could be available in the second round. There's going to be runs on quarterbacks. There's going to be runs on receivers. There's going to be runs on cornerbacks. There's going to be runs on defensive tackles. Hell, at some point in time, you could probably find one of those really good dudes that you don't need. If you're talking about depth in the future, you don't need to go get that guy in the first round. You can get him in the second round. You can get him in the third round. You can move up with one of your 2 fourth-round picks and get an extra third, or maybe get a late-round second and get that guy. 713-572-4610. I'm exploring all options. Coming up next, we'll play the hits, day's top stories. It's in the loop.
Putting foot down. There's one position the Texans need. on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
In for Landry Locker and John Lopez, he's Adam Spillane. I'm Sean Bajani. I lied. We'll play the hits coming up next. Hey, first time I've done this show in a while, but what?
You're having a rough day.
No, I'm not. Why are you making a mountain out of a molehill?
You just screwed up the teas.
Oh. You know, you could have stepped in and helped. You are the co-host, right?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, ass.
You screwed up the teas.
What an ass.
You talked without the microphone being on, and then you called yourself John Lopez.
That was last segment. Can you move on?
I mean, it seems like
you're concerned. I'm doing just
fine.
You're
concerned. I'm not concerned. I think he got this, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
I think what it is, man. I think you've been working the graveyard shift, and I think you in the groove now. And
this is the groove. Adam would disagree. I think I would too.
You're supposed to be sharper when you work a lot.
I'm supposed to be, yeah. Story of my life,
man. I think you're used to Area 45. So, you doing in the loop, you got to get adjusted.
You know what, man? My life is about being uncomfortably comfortable. It's just a process. You just do it.
Yeah.
You just do it. That's all I'm trying to figure out, man. 41, still trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. I put a poll question up because we were talking last segment about what the Texans should consider doing at number 23 overall. Spo says, the hell with number 23 overall. Trade up and get you a dude.
No,
don't
trade up. Just trade the pick.
Get a player.
Yeah, get a real player. Get somebody who's going to help you right away.
Oh, well, okay, trade up, trade down, trade the pick. Get a dude, right? We agree? Get a dude. That dude could be a offensive tackle. So I started a poll question. Would you be disappointed if the Texans drafted an offensive tackle in the first round? Spillane thinks they should consider it. Yes. Smart for the future.
Well, I didn't say
no, dumb, and unnecessary.
I think you kind of misrepresented what I said.
I don't think so. Did you get that at all from the last conversation that we've had, Figgy?
No, I felt like Spillane was saying he wouldn't be surprised.
I said I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, so you think they should consider it?
So you're misrepresenting it a little bit.
Okay.
And now I'm going to be ratioed for it probably.
Well, so far, 14 votes, 79% say no, it's dumb and unnecessary. 21% of the people agree with you that it would be smart and for the future.
Again, I said I wouldn't rule it out. Big difference.
How would you feel if they did draft an offensive line with that pick?
I think it would be, first of all, I think that it would probably tell you a little bit of, what they think about the two tackles that they have. And I think that they would be preparing to maybe move on from one of those two. And I think that when you're drafting a guy in the first round, I think that you have the future mapped out. Like when you draft C.J. Stroud, you know he's going to be your quarterback for 10 years. When you draft Derek Stingley Jr., you know he's going to be in your secondary for a long time. If you draft a guy in the first round, the expectation is that he is going to be a starter for you for a long time. And so if they draft a tackle in the first round, thinking that he's going to play tackle for them, it means that they think he's going to be a tackle for them for a long time.
But not this year.
No, and
or
that's
next
okay.
year, or the year after that.
But ain't that a problem, though? Because I feel like they spent a lot of money on the offensive line.
They have done
a lot of draft picks.
I know. They just made Laramie Tunsil the highest paid left tackle in football. They just made Titus Howard the fourth highest paid right tackle in football, in which he hasn't played in like a year. So I just don't think that that's going to happen. I think it's a really good bet that Landry actually made. I don't know how he does on his gambling habits.
It wasn't a bet. I just challenged him.
No, Landry made the bet, right?
What?
Oh, you're the one that challenged him?
Yeah, he was the one who said that they weren't going to do it. So I said, okay, if the Texans eat a Mel Kiper draft guide, if the Texans...
That was a good recommendation by you.
Yeah.
Which...
He took it.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
We all have a reason to hope.
Very John McClane of him, who once ate a page out of the Houston Chronicle. Yeah, good job. Nah, it's going to be entertaining when that doesn't happen, so not so much. You won't have to eat it.
Well, I'm not buying the draft guide until they actually do it.
That's
I'm going to wait to buy the old.
That's smart.
Very financially savvy move by you. I wouldn't purchase that either because you should not expect a reimbursement from anyone.
I'm gonna try.
It doesn't hurt.
Send it in.
It does not hurt to try. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Because Sean and company need to move around with this take. What does that mean from the 281? What does that mean? Get Landry and Lopez back on the line because Sean and company need to move around with this take. I don't understand that. What? What take? Do not associate me with Adam Spillane's cockamamie idea of considering a tackle in the first round.
I said I wouldn't rule it out.
That's the same thing.
If he's the best player out there, then take him. But again, I would trade the pick.
You said that maybe means more about the Texans maybe moving on from a tackle sooner than later. To me, that would say a little bit more about what they believe they already have or had gotten by that point in time, because free agency would effectively be pretty much completed by the draft, what they'd already accumulated elsewhere, whether that be running back, tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, those things. They've met those needs. Was the GM, by the way, that you were referencing, which said, look, you fill the holes in free agency and draft for the future, was that Brad Holmes?
I don't remember.
Who got Executive of the Year this year for the Detroit Lions?
I don't remember.
He said something similar. That's probably a fairly general, blanketed sort of philosophy.
Because, and the reason why you do that is because in most cases, rookies are not ready to contribute at a high level in the NFL when they first come into the league.
Right, but
some do.
But
and in the position that because the position that this team is in right now, they're ready to win now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are ready to. They just won the division. They just won a playoff game. They are ready to take the next steps to possibly winning a Super Bowl. And the idea that you draft a guy at 23 who's going to be able to help you do that, those odds are pretty slim.
Well, you got one of them last year in Will Anderson, and you got.
But he was the second pick. He was the third pick in the draft. Like
sure.
that's a completely different level of prospect than the guy that you're taking at 23. Guys that you take at 23, they tend to take a little bit longer. They're not ready to jump right in and be great players. That's why you take Will Anderson at 3, because you know that he's going to be a great player, not just in the future, but he's going to be a great player right away. That's why, to me, the best thing that they could do, if they want to try and win a Super Bowl this year, which they have an opportunity to do it because they have a great quarterback, and right now he's only taking up 3% of your cap. Go out, splurge a little bit now. So trade the pick and go get somebody who's going to be able to step in right away, and not just step in, but step in and be a really good player for you right now. That's what I would, if I'm them, that's what I'm looking to do. I'm taking 23 and I'm trading it for a high-level player.
Last year, taken at number 23, Minnesota Vikings, Jordan Addison. 22, Zay Flowers, Ravens. 21, Quentin Johnston, Chargers. 20, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Seattle.
So I mean, those are fine players. Some of them contributed at a high level in the NFL. Some didn't. But I know right now, and I'm just going to throw this out as an example. I know T. Higgins can step in right away and be a great player.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what I'm getting from T. Higgins. Would you rather have, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl in 2024, would you rather have T. Higgins and trade the pick, or would you rather roll the dice on a draft pick at 23?
No.
To me, I would rather go out and get the player.
Yeah, you go out and get the player. And I don't think the Texans are in a position to where you go and overpay for a particular guy. If it's a wide receiver, if it's a running back, I mean, they got the flexibility to get the running back. But what I'm trying to say is the Texans aren't one player away. They're multiple players away, but they're still very close. You know what I'm saying? It's still not in the same conversation to where the Texans can afford to use a first-round pick on a position that they cannot utilize right tackle. And it's based on what they did this past season during training camp when they had to go out and get a couple of dudes because of injuries that ended up serving them very well. And in the case of George Fant, started all season long pretty much up until the last couple of 3 games of the season. And then, came back and was a badass for you in the postseason. Necessary. I still think that is a way that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans can continue to operate. And there's possibility of getting an impact player that could help you defensively at 23, maybe slightly higher if you trade up, maybe slightly lower if you feel like you could trade down, depending on the runs at these positions. Hell, if it's a Byron Murphy, who I know his stock is rising, but if that's a guy the Texans absolutely fall in love with, assuming they don't retain Jonathan Renard, and you think that dude would be an absolute badass NFL-ready game changer, somebody to pull a lineup along across from Will Anderson, do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get him, but I mean, that's something you got to consider. I'd way more consider that than an offensive lineman. Just talking it through.
Again, I would trade the pick.
Yeah.
I would trade the pick. If I don't trade the pick, I take the best guy available.
All right. 713-572-4610. You can weigh in on the poll. Even though it's misrepresented according to Adam Spillane, I don't think it is. Would you be disappointed if the Texans drafted an offensive tackle in the first round? No, he remained very neutral because
he was not neutral at all.
I think he did a little bit.
Damn you.
Because he did say he wanted to trade the pick for a player.
Spo says all kinds of stuff. He just throws crap up against the wall to see if it sticks.
I'm the exact opposite of that.
Coming up next, we'll play the hit. Stay there.
What qualities are the
Hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, before we get to the hits, I have corrected a misrepresentation, at least an alleged one. Hi, Figgy. I fixed the poll question. Redo on the poll question, I said, since Spo and Figgy felt I misrepresented the initial take by Spo. I asked the question quite simply. Would you be disappointed if the Texans drafted a tackle in the first round? So you can go ahead and vote on Twitter, at SportsRadio610, at Sean Bajani. And I know Spo would love to hear from you. You're getting a lot of love via the text line, Spo, on that possibility. And by love, I mean absolutely hate. So there you go.
Hey, man, they don't run teams.
Hey, it is what it is. You have an opinion. We want to hear it, and I will get to a lot of them here in a little bit after we play the hits. First up on the hits, Strohs beat the Mets 2-1 last night. More importantly, Ronel Blanco pitched pretty well in 2 2/3 innings, gave up just 2 hits, struck out 2, no walks, got another taste of Yordan hitting in the 2-hole last night. Similar lineup to what we may see on the regular season. You had Altuve, Yordan, Bregman, Tucker, and Abreu, Pena, Caratini, Dubon, and Salazar. It's really the top 5 hitters that I'm concerned about. Altuve, Yordan, Bregman, Tucker, and Abreu. You feel like that's something you could get used to seeing and that maybe Joe Espada explores a little bit more as the spring goes on?
I think that's what it's going to be.
Good.
I think it's that 5. Diaz batting 6th, McCormick batting 7th, Myers batting 8th, maybe Pena batting 8th, and then Myers batting 9th on opening day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably what they will go with. Mm-hmm. Assuming you've got a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. You still got 20-some-odd ball games remaining to play in the spring, and still a lot of health concerns. We'll get to some of your biggest Astro spring training takeaways a little bit later on, but, just initially, so far so good in terms of Yordan Alvarez. He's played in a couple of spring games now in a 2 spot. I was interested to hear him and hear his take on hitting in the 2-hole the other day. I don't know if you had a chance to read any of his comments. I think Chandler Rome had caught up with him, or it could have been Leah Van from the Chronicle. I can't remember, but he said that's something that he's actually got to mentally prepare for. He'd not done it but a handful of times before in his career. I think he did it maybe in 2021, a few games, but it's like, damn, Altuve swings. Yeah. You got to be ready to go up there and swing the bat. Is that something that you would anticipate maybe being a little bit of a challenge for Yordan? No. Or I don't either, because hitters hit, dude. Yeah. Hitters hit. I just like the idea of possibly getting 30 to 50 more at-bats in a particular season, depending on the playing time of Yordan, obviously.
Yeah, and that is going to be – that really is the one adjustment, is that the game starts, Altuve leads off, and he swings at the first pitch, and, I'm already up. That's really the one adjustment, but I don't foresee that being any sort of a problem. It's not like he's going to be pitched any differently because he's batting second as opposed to third or fourth.
Yeah. All right, I love it. Next up on the hits – UH basketball back in action tomorrow night in Oklahoma. I get a feeling of a little bit of a trap game here. Cougs took the top this week for the first time all season. They beat Cincy. This, I say, has a trap game feel to it because you look at what Oklahoma has done in recent games. They've lost to Baylor, Kansas, and Iowa State within their last 5. They've got 2 wins, and they've been squeakers against Oklahoma State, 1 by 4 and 1 by 2 in overtime a few nights ago. I was impressed, a little less so than Patrick when he and I were talking a couple of nights ago on Area 45 about, hey, you know what? The Cougs, they went out and they had a wire-to-wire win. They played really good basketball against Cincinnati, responded after taking the top spot in the country. And I said, dude, this is a team that's been there, done that before. That's the culture now. That's the expectation. I'm not necessarily surprised. They got 3 games left, including this one upcoming tomorrow night against Oklahoma. How do you feel about these Cougs and their tournament chances? I know it's still a little bit away, but it's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting there. They're really good. They really are good. And the injuries have kind of caught up to them. I know that was something that Kelvin Sampson talked about the other night, is that they've lost 2 really key bench guys. Terrence Arsenault they lost in December. They lost Ramon Walker last week. So the depth isn't quite there. Offensively, it's going to sometimes be a struggle. Like it's not a great offensive team, but defensively, there's nobody in the country better. Like, and it really isn't particularly close. Like, they are an elite defensive team. They rebound. Their bigs are they're a really physical team. They're a well. I certainly think their chances of winning a national championship have gone up in my book over the last couple of weeks. The Baylor game to me was incredibly impressive because I wanted to see how they would handle playing against a great offensive team. And they handled that Baylor game really well, where they jumped on Baylor early. They withstood the Baylor run in the second half, and then they took over in overtime. Because as good as U of H is defensively, there are times when you're going to run into the hot team, especially with if you get matched up with Alabama. Alabama is an elite offensive team that can throw 100 points up on you if they get hot. I don't think U of H can. I don't think that's a game that U of H can win. But I think that there is they showed defensively, though, that they are good enough to avoid those types of games.
Well, that's the kicker.
Yeah, so that was what I wanted to see with the Baylor games. Like, okay, how do you look against one of these elite offenses? Because they played at Kansas. The one bad defensive game that they played probably all season was against Kansas. So now you go to Waco and you play an elite offensive team in Baylor. And listen, Baylor got its points. But for a half, U of H just looked like they completely stifled that Baylor attack. So that was to me the game that showed that this U of H team can win a national championship.
Can I tell you something? That Baylor game that they pulled out in overtime the other night, where it almost didn't go to overtime when Shed just needed like a half a millisecond longer, and that shot would have counted at the buzzer. I'm actually glad that didn't count, because of the warmed in that overtime period. And look, maybe this is going a little bit too far with it, because at the end of the day, for most people, a win is a win. But it would have been a little bit of a different feel if that shot at the buzzer counts and it comes after you blow a 16-point second-half lead. And you get the feeling like, they just squeaked by, and what does that really mean? No. Overtime came, and they dominated. They clamped down defensively. They took care of business on offense. They hit clutch free throws. That is a team that had the opportunity to step on the throat, and they did.
The big thing that you mentioned right there was the free throws. Because it's not a great free throw shooting team, but the fact that they were able to go to the line and make free throws late in the game, I thought that was a really important aspect of that win last Saturday. And listen, I don't see OU as a trap game. I don't know if OU is very good. Like you said, they haven't been playing well. They've been injured. They've been hit by the injury bug over the course of the season. It's also Kelvin Sampson's return to Oklahoma. I don't think he's coached there since he left in 2006. So that's an interesting aspect of this game. I think the trap game for U of H is next week when they play Central Florida going into the Kansas game.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you they got that Kansas game circled on their calendars because of how poorly they played in Lawrence last month.
Yeah, and that game, that was a really bad start. If the Cougs get off to a bad, it's so hard for them to just, fight back from an early hole, because they're not a great, offensive team. I mean, they've shown the propensity to be able to, match, go tit for tat with a good shooting team, but that's just not their MO. I mean, they play really hard. They play physical. Their defensive team, they got down like 9-2 in that Kansas game, 11-2, whatever it was, and it was like, oh boy, here we go.
Kansas did whatever they wanted, offensively,
and they were making everything.
Yeah, so the fact that Kansas was able to get easy shots in that game, and it hurt that Javier Francis got hurt early in that game, and so Hunter Dickinson did anything that he wanted. I'm really looking forward to that U of H Kansas game next Saturday. I think that's going to be a lot of fun, and it could be for U of H an opportunity to win the Big 12, and I'm waiting to see. Because this U of H program has accomplished a lot the last 5-6 years, but there's always kind of been a but with it. Like, they went to the Final Four in 2021. Yeah, but they didn't play a seed that was ranked higher than 10 on their way to the Final Four. They've won a bunch of conference titles. Yeah, but it was in the American. There's no but when you win the Big 12. The Big 12 is as good as it gets in the country right now, and to go through a Big 12 schedule in the first year after losing 2 first-round picks, that's an incredibly impressive accomplishment.
Amen. He's Adam Spillane, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, John Lopez. You're in the loop. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 12 o'clock hour. More NFL rule changes in the works. What the NFL could do that would give you an upwards of an extra 3,000 plays back in the game. That's next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's why I'm so averse to signing a vet.
access exclusive content. All live on the free Odyssey app.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to interrupt the song, man. I'm jamming. Let's go.
What you know about this?
What you mean, what do I know about this? You know how old I am?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if you knew about this.
And I listen to all music, man. Yeah, this is good stuff, dude. I'm not surprised. Figgy spinning it, doing his thing. Love you, man. Glad you stuck around today. Didn't get lazy and take the vacay like Landry and John. Is John fishing again?
He fished every chance he get.
God bless. We know what Landry was doing at 1 o'clock in the morning last night. At some Mexican restaurant, drinking.
He wasn't there at 1 a.m.
Pounding out incoherent
He was there with the baby
messages.
for dinner.
Is that when it was?
Yes.
Didn't the teacher post make its way via a picture at 1 a.m. on a Facebook post this morning?
I didn't see that, so I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Okay. That's why I would assume.
No, but he had a video, at least it was on Instagram, of him at dinner and the baby was there.
Okay. Would it not behoove Landry or shock you that Landry would say, "Hun, can you take the?" He probably wouldn't even say "hun." He'd be like, "Can you take the kid home so I'm gonna stay here and drink a few margaritas?" Would that be absolutely shocking to you?
Yes, it would be.
It would be. Okay. Okay. Landry breaking the internet. Pissing off every teacher in the Houston and surrounding areas. We'll have that for you, an internet going nuts, coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. In 40 minutes, less than that, Cody Stutes live from the NFL Combine. We'll get to that. Make sure you head down to Twin Peaks this afternoon, 2 to 6. Ron and Clint going to be there with the drive. Twin Peaks right off of Kirby 59. They're going to be giving away rodeo tickets throughout the show, so you're not going to want to miss that. Do we happen to know exactly like what tickets specifically they're going to be giving away?
I'm not sure. So you gotta go to Twin Peaks and find out.
Gotta find out. Better be good.
Person.
It's usually good. If those guys, they always have, they get all the good swag to give away. So they do a good job on the locations, always have a lot of fun. Go out and have a few drinks and eats with those guys. Twin Peaks, 59 Kirby, 2 to 6 today. And an opportunity to go take in a free rodeo show. NFL rule changes, Spo, in the works. I know we've got some to discuss a little bit later on in the college game as well, but here's a couple that kind of stuck out to me in the NFL. The tush push is supposed to be not going anywhere. So you good with that one? Don't care. I think they need to come up with a better name of tush push. Are you down with the tush push? Do we need a better name than that?
Oh, it rhymes. It's easy.
Seems kind of lame to me. I feel like,
what about the brotherly shove?
That's lame.
Because that's where
that's lame.
That's where it started, right? The brotherly shove. Nah, I think you could do better. Like, I don't know, the ass blast, you know?
Easy.
Nah, I don't know about that one.
You don't like that one?
Nah.
I don't know if you're going to be able to say that on a national TV broadcast.
Can't picture Jim Nantz going that direction?
No, I cannot.
Yeah, I don't either.
Shoot, I wonder if we can say it on the air.
We'll find out. We'll find out on Monday.
It's already been 7 seconds, bro.
Find out at 2 p.m.
I'll fall on that sword. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Kickoff returns made safer last year. Yeah, they were safer. Not without consequence, though. Kickoff returns set a modern-day low. This according to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio, with only 22% of them returned. 12 of the 13 kickoffs in the Super Bowl landed out of the end zone. 23% of kickoffs during the regular season went through the end zone. Here's the interesting little nugget here. It says they want the return rate in the 36 to 38% range, which would add 3,000 plays back into the game. All kinds of ideas are being floated out, even ones that would require return teams to have at least 2 return men on kickoffs. Does this bother you at all with how the NFL's handled and tinkered with kickoffs seemingly like every other year? What ultimately would you like to see done?
So has it actually played out to where there are fewer? I mean, I guess there are fewer injuries on kickoffs just because we don't have kickoff returns anymore.
I haven't seen a number, but apparently, yes, it being safer.
So, I mean, so that in a sense is a good thing. I do miss that aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought kickoff returns were an exciting part of the game because you have a great athlete normally with the football in his hands and with an opportunity to make a play. So I do think that it has been a loss to not have that in the game. And frankly, if we're going to go in this direction, then just don't have kickoffs anymore.
Well,
I would not want to see that. But how many kickoffs are touchbacks now? What's the number?
23% of kickoffs during the regular season
are returnable.
Went through the end zone.
Okay. So I mean,
only 22% were returned.
So that's 1 out of every 5.
78% were not returned.
Yeah, so 4 out of every 5 kickoffs are not being returned. It kind of feels like it's a waste of time.
Boring. Yeah. Here's the thing.
Just put the ball at the 25 and let's go.
NFL special teams coaches have discussed the XFL-style kickoff, as well as requiring teams to have 2 kickoff returners deep and giving teams possession of the ball on the 35 after a touchback that lands in the end zone or beyond the end zone, among other things. All special teams coaches will meet Saturday with the expectation that they present a proposal to the competition committee next week, and it is all a part of the thought that this one-year trial of allowing teams to fair catch a kickoff for a starting position at the 25 will not return this next season. I don't admittedly watch XFL football, UFL, whatever the hell it's called now, though I will this season. But what I've heard 7-3 and tell me how wrong I am. Maybe you know this already, Spo, and you'll tell me you have no problem with that, and I welcome it. But what I heard the XFL was doing is typically like where a ball is, like where the engagement really happens, where the return team and the coverage team, or the kicking team rather, actually engage, which is around the opponent's 35-yard line. That's where you would kind of have...
So they're not getting a running start, basically.
They're not getting a running start. They would line up just as if you were watching an offense versus a defense, and you'd have the return men way back there, you know, around the 5 or the goal line or whatever, and you'd still kick off from the same spot. But so teams don't get a running start and aren't blasting through, helmets and chests, and you don't have like high-speed contact situations. You would start it very much like a normal football play. That's how I've heard the XFL does it. Would you be down for that? Because that sounds really good to me.
I think that's weird.
It's foreign. You're not used to seeing it.
Very true.
That's why it's weird. That to me is the closest thing you could get to a normal football play where the kicker, they're out of the play anyway. The return men aren't in absolute, like, immediate danger of getting blasted. And players aren't getting a 5, 10, 15-yard running start. And so it would further decrease, by like all likelihood, any injury situations. I think you'd see a further decrease on the play in itself, and it closely resembles your normal every down football play.
I don't know if it does.
Here's the thing, though. What about onside kicks?
Well, then you can just go back to normal.
So if you're going to do an onside kick, that is going to look completely different than, or maybe you don't have an onside kick altogether.
You do a 4th and 15 or whatever?
Yeah.
So I have video. Oh, shoot, sorry. So I have a video. So the kicker, actually, it looks like they punt it. And so this guy is kicking off or punting, whatever it is, from the 30.
Like a free kick or something?
Yeah, so you have the kicking team is lined up at the opposing 35, and the return team is lined up at the 30. Are they... I mean,
I don't like that.
You can't really set up anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically the returner gets possession of the football and just has to run. And it's almost like he's essentially running into a wall. Like, you can't try and set anything up. You can't try and set up any sort of a blocking scheme. So in all honesty, like, you don't have the same sort of momentum. You don't have the same sort of speed that's coming at you, but you're still running into a wall of human beings, of large human beings. So no, I don't think that
that's
would make
because
it any better.
of the punt, essentially. If you still kicked off, then I think there would be a better chance.
No, he kicked it off. He kicked it off from a tee.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. So I'm
from what
watching
yard
now.
line?
It looked like the 30.
Okay, wow.
So he kicked it off from the 30, retrieved it at the 15, and you're basically, you have to win your matchup. Like, basically, it's going to be who wins the matchup one-on-one, but with the other 10 guys on the field. So it's interesting. Like, if they want to try it out. I would just bring back the old kickoff because I thought that was an exciting play.
Yeah.
Just seeing an athlete, because like once this guy, it looks like once the returner gets past that first line, he's kind of gone at that point.
Yeah, because everybody's up.
Yes, everybody's up at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Here's one from the 361. XFL had a 4th and 25 for onside kicks. From the 713, why not just punt from the 30, normal punt play? 832, no kickoff means no extra slot for commercials.
See, that's not true because they'll just take the commercial after the extra point.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, like they used to take the commercial. They used to do extra point commercial, kickoff commercial. They don't do that anymore. So you're only taking one commercial at that point. And they're going to get their commercials in regardless.
Yeah. I'd like to see that be a real football play again. 78% no return. Like, that's actually a little lower than I thought, because look, you and I watch a lot of football. I mean, on any given Sunday, that number's probably a little bit higher in terms of, feels like 90% of the time you don't get a return in an NFL
Well, especially
game.
we watch games indoors.
Yeah.
And so that's where, like, you might see kickoffs get returned because you're kicking into the wind. You don't have to worry about that indoors. It's only a 6. Maybe move it back to the 30.
I was going to say, if you moved it back to the 30, or maybe even the 25.
Well, that's
and you had that similar XFL concept where instead of lining the oppositions up on the 35, maybe you lined them up on the 50. That way, at least there was an opportunity for the runner to, I guess, have to use more of the field, and the, kicking team could kind of set themselves up defensively, so to speak, to disallow a return if, in fact, that wall was breached, so to speak. It would just, there's got to be a way to make it an exciting play without going back to opening yourself up to multiple injuries.
Maybe.
On a play.
But I mean, still, if you do it the way that you just said, that's only 15 yards difference. Like, these guys are right now set up at their own 35. You're just moving them up 15 yards.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's 15
and
yards
again,
less running.
You could probably make the argument, well, like everything else, that's giving the advantage to the team that's possessing the ball. Like everybody complains about an offensive advantage all the time with what we were just talking about during the break. I asked you a question, if you think that rule's going to go away, from fumbling through the end zone where it's an automatic turnover and the defense takes over. And you're actually in favor of that not going away, but the way it stands right now. If you fumble through the back of the end zone, it's the other. You don't think that's going away? Some people do. That'll be interesting to kind of keep.
I don't have a feel whether or not it's going to go away. I just don't think that it should. Like, take care of the ball.
Yeah,
it's your fault.
Yeah, and
if you're going to reach, you better get there.
The point that I made,
that's the risk that you take.
It's just, we see it all the time. A player extend for the left pylon or the right pylon, and hey, it's okay if you lose control of the ball and it goes out on the side, but boy, God forbid it goes out of the back of the end zone. Like, that's a big difference. Like, you're still taking a chance.
Yeah.
What's the difference, back of the end zone or side of the end zone?
You better know if you're going to get there. You better know. You better be sure. And if you're not, you wind up in a Zay Flowers situation.
Yeah, and there have been plenty of situations for many, many years. Here's another one that I was interested in that maybe we even see instituted this season. I think it's a long shot. According to the reports, certainly the NFL is testing high-tech tracking for more accurate down and distance. First down markers could soon be trashed, according to this report, instead replaced by high-tech optical tracking. The league yesterday revealed that a system to measure first downs electronically has been tested, and the owners will be presented with info about how the tests went as the NFL considers that possibility of using this tracking device or system. I guess there would be a chip in the ball, and there would be devices on the sidelines to more accurately, measure whether or not a first down was breached or proper yardage has been marked, those sorts of things, I would not be at all opposed to that. I mean, it's essentially like get the call right, get the down and distance correct. I think we'd all be in favor of that.
Yeah,
and having the first down chains be a secondary kind of a thing. But if you had the technology, you don't need that.
The problem is, though, how do you know when a guy's down? Like, is there going to be a chip in the player to know when the player is down? Because most of the time you can see when the player is down, but sometimes you're in those big piles on a 4th and inches, and you don't know when the player actually went down because you can't see.
Well, it's just like if you had quote-unquote robot umpires in baseball, you're not entrusting them to call the balls or strikes. The technology's doing that, but the technology would not be used unless it was via replay. You're using an umpire to man that particular base, home, first, second, third, whatever the case may be, for safe and out calls, to make a judgment call there, and then have it backed up if it's challenged or replay is needed. You would do the same thing in football. If there's a chip in the football and technology available on the sideline, that would measure whether or not the guy's got a first down via where the ball is. The referees are ultimately judging when and where a guy was down.
Okay, listen, I have no issue with them trying to make that situation better, because it does feel like in the year 2024, we should have a more high-tech way of figuring out where a spot is.
That doesn't take an absorbent amount of time.
Yeah,
that is also the key.
And for all the advancements that we have had, the way that they determine spots in 1930 is the same way that we determine spots in 2024.
Sure.
That's not great.
Like they love to kill Major League Baseball for being slow to adapt and change with the times.
But it's hard just because I don't know how much does it cost to put the chip in the ball. Where does the chip in the ball go? Is it the nose of the ball? Is it the middle of the ball? So I think there are things. And hey, what if you put the chip in the front of the ball, but the player has it in the opposite? The player holds the ball separately. So
you got to have 2 chips.
Yeah. Okay. That's not cheap.
Got to have 2 chips. I just know this. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you can come up with that technology in 2024. I mean, if you can have players wear devices that it measures how fast they run, and every team uses that technology to their benefit in some way, shape, or form, you can put a damn chip in the ball and figure out where it's supposed to be spotted.
And remember, it's not like you're using just one football every game.
Oh, yeah.
You got to have 36. You got to have, for an outdoor game, you got to have 36 footballs.
Is it that many?
Yeah. It's 36 for an outdoor game. It's 24 for a game indoors.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like the reported Deflategate numbered footballs that was initially reported. That was only like 11 or 12 footballs in that game. But maybe that was for their side.
Yeah, I think it's their.
Yeah, so 24. Yeah, what did you say? 24
so
balls?
It's 24 for indoors. It's 36 for outdoors.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's a lot of footballs, a lot of money. They got it to spend. Coming up next, we'll have afternoon confessions and a conversation on some potential rule changes in college and expansion. Damn it, it's been 5 minutes since they decided the CFP playoff. Now they want to do something different. That's next.
The NFL Combine is underway, and Coach Domingo. John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, in the loop back with you. In for Landry and Lopez, he's Adam Spillane, Sean Bajani, Figgy still here. Very brief confessions before we kind of move on. And a reminder, coming up in about 14 minutes or so, we'll visit with Cody Stutes, join us live from the NFL Combine. I've just got one confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
And it's really not a confession. I kind of confessed it last night, but I do want to get your opinions on it. Last night, I don't know how we got on the subject. Whoever really knows, between Patrick Creighton and myself on our show Area 45. But I told him last night that I'd never watched Sopranos or Game of Thrones. I've not seen 1 millisecond of either one of those programs. And then he, and of course, conveniently for him, off air, told me that he had not seen or Better Call Saul.
Both losers.
Well, and I said, dude, you can't kill me for not having watched, 2 shows on like a premium channel versus 2 shows that everybody can see if you have basic cable. It's on or they were on AMC. And so he put a poll out asking, which of these is the more unforgivable TV sin? Never seeing Sopranos or Game of Thrones, or never seeing Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul? Overwhelmingly, not seeing Sopranos and Game of Thrones won 54% to 29%, and he also put the caveat in here, I live in a cave. 17% voted on that, so I guess that means you had not seen either one. But, I mean, what do you guys think? Is it, like, ridiculous that I have not seen Sopranos or Game of Thrones?
Yes. How was this possible?
I think it's a little ridiculous you never seen Game of Thrones. I mean, or not Game of Thrones, but Sopranos.
Sopranos came out, it's been 25 years since Sopranos.
But it was on HBO. It was not on regular cable, regular television. It was on a premium channel.
It's $10.
It's expensive.
It's $10 a month.
That was expensive back in the day. Are you kidding me? Like,
it's not back in the day anymore.
No, but I mean, you still have to pay extra, and cable's ridiculous now.
And see, to be honest, like that show came out when I was probably like in high school or something. So I grew up, didn't have cable, but I actually watched The Sopranos recently because everybody was talking about it. Yeah.
Well,
I think it's worth watching, man. I can't say that for Game of Thrones, but
are those? See, obviously, I've seen a movie show out there except for Sopranos. I love that stuff. But
see, that's why it's shocking. Because you're into that type of stuff.
I'm into it. I love, like, the crime docs, the whole thing, and that consumes me. But I told Patrick, I was like, literally, I've had 3 shows my entire life. Rescue Me, Better Call Saul, and Breaking Bad. That was it. That's all I've ever gotten into.
What is Rescue Me?
Remember, it was the Fireman Show with Dennis Leary back in the day. Probably right around the same time with Sopranos.
I never indulged in Rescue Me.
So, Spo, are you a Game of Thrones guy?
I watched it. I don't love it as much as some people do because there were too many like storylines that I just had no interest in. So to me, it's not like a rewatchable show. I will rewatch clips, but I will not rewatch full episodes. To me, Sopranos, I'll rewatch clips, I'll rewatch episodes. It's that good, and it still holds up after all these years. And there was a great podcast that I've been listening to that I'm almost done with from Steve Sciarippa and Michael Imperioli. Steve Sciarippa played Bobby Bacala, and Michael Imperioli played Chris Moltisanti. And they go through every single episode, and they've had tons of guests on who were on the show, both as actors and as people who were behind the scenes on the show. And it's been absolutely terrific. And so that's kind of but I've probably rewatched The Sopranos 2 or 3 times, and I should probably go ahead and do it again.
People have treated The Sopranos like, Seinfeld, Friends, like those series sitcoms that just like never die. They're everlasting. And so never get too late to go back and watch that for the first time.
It's like The Godfather of TV.
Yeah, I haven't done it, man. And Game of Thrones, I thought it was going to be like Troy and Gladiator, which apparently, per Patrick, it is not. It involves like dragons and stuff like that, so that immediately turns me off.
I watched the first 5 episodes, man. I just couldn't get into it, man.
Of Thrones?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little. But a lot of these shows, they start out slow. Like I think Succession is right in that same Sopranos level. And the first really 5 episodes of Succession, they're a little slow. But then it's like that 6th episode, it really finds its footing, and it's just elite from that point on.
Yeah, I feel like it kicked up probably like the season finale for me.
Did you watch Succession?
I did. I watched all of it.
So for me, the first boardroom scene when they do the vote of no confidence on Logan, that scene is so good. And Logan is so good in that scene that from that point on, the show just took off, and it hit that level, and it continued to get better and better as the seasons went along.
Yeah.
And I'm disappointed that they stopped at 4.
Ocho texts in. He goes, I haven't watched The Sopranos either, and I've always had cable, and it's my type of series. Another one says, Sean, Erwin, thank you, man. I can mail you the Sopranos box set. I might take you up on that, Erwin. Thank you, man.
Have you seen The Wire?
I have not seen The Wire.
That's a lead also.
Yeah. I have not seen Dexter.
Also a little slow.
I've not seen
seen
Oz.
Dexter.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of those shows that I've never seen Walking Dead.
Can we go fight for Sean? So
you got some
get HBO.
You got some binging to do, man.
I do. Well, I cannot. I've seen every documentary, like true crime doc there is to see on Netflix, and I'm constantly searching for more.
So you'll pay for Netflix, but you won't pay for the HBO.
I'm not paying for Netflix. I'm
okay.
sharing some of these accounts.
Okay.
So there you go. All right, somebody else confess something. Damn it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Conference tournaments start Monday. I'm so excited. I think conference tournaments are better than the NCAA tournament.
Man, I can't.
That's a hot take, man.
I can't get down with that. How do you think?
More games. Why? More games, and they're higher level games. Like what U of H is about to go through in the Big 12 tournament, the 3 teams that they play next week in Kansas City or 2 weeks in Kansas City, that will be those 3 games will be tougher than the first 2 games that they play in the NCAA tournament.
There's no question about that. The reason why there's a little pushback, maybe because, look, the Cougs, for the first time that I can remember, and it's probably true in my lifetime, they've played more ranked opponents within the last month.
Some Big 12 for you.
Yeah. And so for that reason, that's why I'm like, wait, what? Because those teams in the Big 12, you've seen them already. And I know they're going to be games with implications and things like that, and, seeding on the line, in the tournament, but hell, I think within the Big 12 tournament, they would play 3 games right now. And this is just the latest bracketology. U of H would be matched up with South Dakota State in the 1/16, and then Mississippi State and Nebraska in the second round. I'm telling you, the 3 teams that U of H plays, assuming that they win all their first 2 games, the 3 teams that they would play in the Big 12 tournament would be better than the 4 teams that they would be, or the 3 other teams that they would be in that little bracket with the first 2 rounds of the tournament. So I just think you get better basketball. You get teams that know each other. So there's that extra level of competition that comes with that. Where you have some actual rivalries, and then there's just more games. Yeah,
I like having more games.
I like the unknown factor as well. Figgy, you got one?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so today I'm going to the rodeo. I'm going to the concert. I'm going to see 50 Cent.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
that'd be the one that I'd wanted to see.
Yeah. I never saw him in concert before.
That's gonna be great.
Yeah, so before the concert though, I'm going to Trill Burger. Trill Burger got their stand out there. And for the people that don't know, they partner up with Killen's Barbecue.
Yeah.
So
glad you brought this up.
Yeah, so I was super excited to try the fries. So they have like a loaded fries they got brisket on there, jalapenos, just loaded fries.
So I saw the French fry collab.
Yeah.
But apparently they did a burger collab too. So is there like a brisket burger?
Yep, this is my confession. So I wasn't really interested in trying the burger. I feel like the burger is a little too much. I feel because it's got the onion ring on it and you can add brisket to the burger. I feel like that's a little too much, but I'm thinking about trying it anyway, man, because you ain't gonna get it again. This is the only time they're doing this. So I might just try it try it, man.
I mean, YOLO, man. You got to do it. I'll tell you this.
It's too much.
I agree. I think the burger is too much.
But if you take the burger off, then it's just a brisket sandwich. It's a chopped beef sandwich or a sliced beef sandwich.
No, so it's not the brisket sandwich. It's a regular hamburger that they have. They call it the Triller.
Okay.
So you can I think it's gonna have like a special barbecue sauce on there.
Okay.
It's gonna have the onion ring on there, and you can add brisket if you want the brisket on there.
I see. Yeah.
I was thinking about trying it all.
Try it without the brisket because you'll get the brisket on top of the fries.
Yeah, but see, I can't get both of them at the same time though, man. That's 2 meals because the fries itself is a meal.
Well, you going with your wife, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going, but I think I'm gonna go try it another time though.
No, that's
fair.
So, did you go to the cook-off all 3 days last weekend?
I did.
Have you gained like 15 pounds?
I
don't look like you have.
I didn't. I was watching what I was eating. The first day, Thursday, I pigged out.
So you go, okay, I was going to say, you go out there pretty disciplined, but what's the wackiest thing that you've eaten at the cook-off?
At the
or the rodeo?
The rodeo. So last year, I had a bacon wrapped pork belly on a stick.
Ooh.
It was good, but man, I felt awful after that, man.
Yeah.
That's just imagine eating bacon wrapped bacon.
Can I tell you something? It's like brisket and stuff. We went to Kirby Ice House about 5 weeks ago, because it was after our first show. Me and Patrick did Kirby Ice House, and they had a food truck out there, and they had brisket mac and cheese. Best brisket I've ever had in my life, and then with mac and cheese, it was amazing. Like, I've never had anything like that. Don't know the name of the food truck, but whoever you guys are at Kirby Ice House, fantastic job. I would just say YOLO, get both when you go today, and you carry it with you. You're gonna go sit down, watch 50 Cent, like bring it in there and enjoy it for an hour.
Yeah, like I said, I like my burger. I'm kind of regular when it comes to hamburgers. Like, give me bacon on there all day. But I can't do an onion ring and
see. I'm extra.
The onion ring. That's what took me out. And then the brisket on top of the hamburger. That's a little too much.
I'm a little extra when it comes to hamburgers. Do you guys like the avocado, the fried egg, bacon on your burger?
I like bacon. I like bacon.
But bacon, avocado are fine, but it's a lot.
You don't do the egg? No, man.
What about the loaded fries? Would you do the loaded fries?
So what is the loaded fries?
The loaded fries is pretty much fries with like a queso. You got brisket on there, cheese, jalapenos. Just
not the jalapenos, but I would do that and I would feel terrible for like 3 days after.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
All right, that's lunchtime confessions. Are you hungry?
Send Sean your Max passwords, by the way.
Max Pass. Everyone's going to be nice enough to send me the Sopranos box set.
No, you got to get HBO Max, man, because you got to watch the Sopranos. You got to watch The Wire.
Game of Thrones.
Succession.
I'm literally about to have to cut like TV out of my life. Like, it's so expensive now. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I'm fighting that battle.
That's why they're going to give you the Max password.
Yeah, we got to hook you up,
The texter is going to give you them, or we set up the GoFundMe.
I don't want charity. I don't want to go fund me. If you want to be nice and send me a box set or a password, I'll be down with that.
I don't want charity, but if you
not in the form of money, go fund me. I mean, like, geez. There's a lot of other people that need help out there. I don't need help. Not that kind of help.
I mean, you haven't
seen
help. The Sopranos, The Wire, Succession, or Game of Thrones. You kind of
I'm not living.
You kind of need some help.
Terrible. Just not living. All right, we'll see how Cody Stutes is living next. He'll join us live from the Combine. Stay there.
All right, guys. D&M Auto Lease.
Lopez and Landry Locker.
In for Landry Locker and John Lopez, he's Adam Spillane. I'm Sean Bijani. Joining us now on the Sports Radio 610 hotline is our good friend Cody Stutes, who's live from the Combine in Indianapolis. Catches work on HoustonFootball.com and on YouTube. Regularly does a badass job. Cody, what's going on, man?
I'm just sitting here in a cold and rainy Indianapolis. I'm watching some of these guys get stretched out and get ready for the 40-yard dash. They do a lot of practicing inside the convention center because you can't go practice at Lucas Oil Field. That's where the Combine is. I guess there's not another big area. So you see guys like running the 40. You see guys, throwing to wide receivers and stuff up in the walkways of the convention center. It's pretty cool, and then it kind of shows you just like how serious this is for these prospects. It's the biggest job interview of their life when it comes to football up to this point.
Yeah, wide receivers, running backs today. Kind of before you give us the lay of the land, I've been following you on Twitter. You've been doing a hell of a job, man. Appreciate all the work, but I saw all the players that you've been reporting on that the Texans have met with. I think we went over a few earlier in the show. Can you hearing about today in terms of like maybe who's caught your eye, who you've been maybe interested in hearing about that the Texans have met with to this point?
Well, I do want to say it was also quarterbacks today, and I just laughed at everybody that had to go to the quarterback podiums and talk to J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix or, even Caleb Williams and guys like that, because the Houston Texans don't need a quarterback. They did a year ago, and that would have been the big deal, but not this year, so that was good. Here's what the thought process with the cornerbacks yesterday was sort of my thought process with the wide receivers today. Cornerbacks, I wanted to talk to as many of the top guys as I could and see if they'd visited with the Texans. With the wide receivers, I left out the top three. Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. no-showed. He had some medical testing that ran long. He's not gonna speak here at the Combine. And then Roman Dunze from Washington and Malik Neighbors from LSU, they're not going to get close to the Houston Texans. So then it was, okay, who are the next 4 or 5 guys, and are the Texans going to talk to them? And sure enough, bingo, the Texans had meetings with those guys. I believe they all said it was official meetings with the team's going to 45 official meetings, and then they kind of have casual meetings or informal meetings, if you will, where just like a coach can talk to the players. But sure enough, going through the list here of the top wide receivers after the top 3, Xavier Worthy, boom, he talked to the Texans. He had a big smile on his face when I asked him about talking with the Houston Texans. Florida State's Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman was by far the best podium wide receiver. He was so energetic and enthusiastic. And anytime he was asked about a team, he had something good to say about somebody on that team, or he compared himself or something in his game to someone on that team. So he got asked about the Cowboys, and he was like, yeah, I like C.D. Lamb, and I kind of see a little bit of my game in the way that C.D. Lamb plays. And I was just like, it was very funny. He had a great personality. The production in college is kind of questionable, but then you look at the physicality and the traits that he possesses, really incredible. And then the two that I really wanted to find out, did the Texans talk to him? Oregon wide receiver Troy Franklin and LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. Check the box on both of those. So the Texans, in a couple of different positions where they needed to talk to the top of the board, they have done that job, and they've talked to the top of the board. So doing their homework, getting to learn these guys. And almost all of the people, when you ask them about the Texans and the meeting, they talked a little bit about like, yeah, we broke down some film or whatever, but they all mentioned, hey, they really tried to get to know me as a person and as quick as they could because they have a short amount of time with the player. They really try to get to know me as a person. And that goes back to me earlier in the week when D'Amico Ryan says, hey, we're about the person, not the player. And they want guys that fit. Nick Caserio said they want guys that fit the culture, and then he explained what the culture is and how guys fit into it. And so I do think it was interesting when you asked them about those meetings, they were trying to get to know me, learn a little bit about my story or my past or my history. I thought that was something that stood out for these top wide receivers.
Cody Stutes joining us on Sports Radio 610. Cody, do you, of the other guys that they have met with, do you sense any sort of pattern just, I guess, with the position groupings that they are really looking at right now?
I really don't see necessarily a pattern, but from a wide receiver standpoint, they have talked to a lot of guys that are versatile. And by versatile, can play inside and can play outside. So like Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU, he's like the king of the slot fade touchdown, but he can also line up outside. So he kind of replicates a little bit of what Nico Collins does. Ladd McConkey is a Georgia wide receiver. He to me, he's this year's Tank Dell. He's a little bit shorter, and people are going to think because he's a short white guy, he should be a slot corner. Well, he's not. He can play inside. He can play outside. He gets open. And, people kind of shoehorned Tank Dell into that last year. Oh, well, he's a little slot guy. Well, then Tank goes out there, runs every route in the book, and gets open from wherever you put him on the field. And then even when they talk to some of these guys who haven't played a lot of slot, they're mentioning, hey, I'm learning how to play slot wide receiver. So I think that from a wide receiver standpoint, they've talked to guys with the ability to play inside and outside, and that's kind of the wide receiver that it feels like they want. Nobody's stuck in a position. You can line up outside. You can line up, and the rest of the offensive staff can sort of play chess with how they want to mismatch things and how they want to put guys in there. Oh, you want Tank Dell on the inside, Nico Collins on the outside, and say Brian Thomas Jr. on the outside on first down. And then on the second down, Brian Thomas Jr. is inside, Tank Dell's outside. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can play with the versatility of these wide receivers. I think that's what really stuck out to the guys that they've talked to as well.
Cody Stutes, our guest on the Sports Radio 610 hotline, joining us live from Indianapolis at the Combine. Look, I know you've been talking with Landry and John all week, and you're kind of taking in all this information, and I'm sure you've developed your own opinion and thoughts right now, but kind of wanted to run this by you, man. I talked to Charlie Campbell of WalterFootball.com last night. In his latest mock draft, he talked about defensive end Leilatu Latu out of UCLA, likes him as a Texans fit, has him slotted at 23. Just curious from your opinion on what you've observed or learned about Latu. I think he's got a really pretty terrific story given his injury history and the production that he's put together over the last couple of years at UCLA. Just thoughts on his fit and even just the position of that being of interest for the Texans in the first couple of rounds.
I tell you what, if Latu's there at 23, lock up the AFC South for the next few years. He's a monster. I mean, he's a really good player. Him opposite Will Anderson would be the best young pass rushing duo in football and have the opportunity to be the best pass rushing duo. I don't see how he gets there, though. When you start thinking about, okay, a lot of wide receivers are going to come off the board, a lot of offensive tackles are going to come off the board, quarterbacks are going to come off the board. A player like him, and with Dallas Turner just absolutely blowing up yesterday with his physical gifts and showcasing what he did in the workouts, like, okay, maybe Latu starts to slip a little bit. And if he ended up at 23, I mean, my goodness, run the card up there. Heck, if he gets to 20, maybe you maneuver some of the picks to go up there and go get a guy like that, because him plus Will Anderson is Payne for the rest of the AFC South. The defensive end spot is a little weak, which I feel like also helps justify the Will Anderson move last year. If you looked ahead and felt like the class wasn't going to be super impressive, then, okay, maybe the Will Anderson move has a little bit more context 1 year later. Anderson would be clearly the best defensive end in this year's class if he was in this year's class. So it's a little weak. Darius Robinson, a guy from Missouri, is a guy that I've mentioned a few times, didn't test great yesterday from sort of the expectations of what he was going to bring to the table. He kind of came off as a more limited pass rusher from the edge. It to me is a much stronger defensive tackle crew than defensive end crew. There's a couple of these defensive tackles that intrigue me, and if they start to slip or they get pushed down the board by other guys, I'm a little bit more interested in them. That's why I feel like, hey, a Jonathan Grenard investment makes a lot of sense for the Texans, just because it may be kind of hard to find the right guy in the draft opposite Will Anderson.
You mentioned Grenard. Feel for what they're going to do with him when it comes to the franchise tag?
I would tell you the way that Nick Caserio talked about the franchise tag the other day, there's a close to 0% chance that Jonathan Grenard is going to get the franchise tag. And the reason why is, Caserio, because I asked him about the franchise tag, like, how to use it as a tool in roster building. And he's like, well, the tough part about the tag is you tag the guy, and I'm paraphrasing here, and it immediately hits all your cap. There's no maneuverability off of a tag. Plus, it also sets a baseline for negotiations. The tag for Jonathan Grenard's over $20 million. If he was signing a reasonable 3 or 4 year deal, his guaranteed money is not going to be a whole bunch higher than that. And then you start talking about $20 million a year, and it helps Jonathan Grenard in negotiations a lot. If you franchise tag him, it's almost better to let him hit the market and say, oh, okay, like maybe somebody views him at 16, 17. The Texans are willing to go to that when they thought he was maybe 14, 15 a year. But if he's at 21 a year because of the franchise tag, he and his agent start negotiating off of that, and that as a starting point. So I don't really think – and Casario mentioned, like, they've got the money if they want to use the tag because they've got that extra financial benefit because of their cap space. But I think there's a near 0% chance that Grenard is the tagged guy. Maybe Dalton Schultz. And then the guy that I would tag would be Kaimi. If he did his contract and freed up some money, he put in there, or got the Texans put in there, no franchise tag. So no tag for Kaimi. He's going to hit free agency or get an extension from the Texans.
Good stuff, Cody, man. There's so much I wanted to talk to you about, but we just don't have a lot of time.
I got to ask him one more question.
Go ahead. I wasn't gonna let him go, but go ahead.
All right, Cody, Duke Tobin's on the line right now. He says T. Higgins for 23. What do you do?
I hang up.
Really? You wouldn't trade 23 for T. Higgins?
No, because then I've got to pay T. Higgins a whole bunch of money that I don't believe T. Higgins is worth. Now, if you told me that the Colts have franchise tag Michael Pittman and they call, I might have a conversation. But I don't believe in T. Higgins. T. Higgins has not showcased to me that he's going to spend a lot of time as a true number one wide receiver in the NFL. He's a really good two. But he's not a number one, and he's gonna get number one money from somebody when he finally hits the market. And more power to him. But I would not trade for T. Higgins. There's almost nobody I would trade for on the franchise tag this offseason.
Last one for me, Cody. I mean, we're in the heart of the combine, but just so far, is there anybody like that you're thinking of that you went in to this weekend with maybe low expectations for, that you've talked to or you've heard from or you've observed that has really kind of made you rethink them or stood out to you?
I went into this week liking A.D. Mitchell from Texas more than Xavier Worthy from Texas, and I flipped on that. I like Xavier Worthy now a little bit more than A.D. Mitchell after hearing both of them talk and after talking to some people here around the combine. Look, A.D. Mitchell's going to test out of a gym. He's going to be an absolute monster, okay? But I liked Xavier Worthy's mood, mentality, vibe, the way he talked about football, special teams being important to him, doing some dirty work. And I like that mentality a little bit more than the kind of the mood I got from A.D. Mitchell. And I think that's probably the biggest change for me on a prospect or in the conversation with that. Is, I liked Worthy less than Mitchell coming in, and I like Worthy more than Mitchell leaving the combine.
Good stuff. Cody Stutes, Sports Radio 610 Hotline. You can catch him on Houston Football and on YouTube. Keep kicking ass up there, man. We'll look forward to the updates.
Get to Bloomington.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
Get to Bloomington.
Okay. I'm good on the basketball. I'm good.
All right, that's Cody Stutes, man. Appreciate you. You can check him out. He's got the latest and has been joining us all week long here on Sports Radio 610 from the Combine in Indianapolis. Coming up next, we can react to some of the stuff that he had to say about the Texans' visits with the wide receivers. When we take a trip around the NFL, get your way from the league. That's next. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
How do the Texans follow up the success they found in last year's draft this year?
We continue to add guys who fit the Texans culture, guys who have their relentless mindset, guys who are true competitors, guys who love football, guys who want to be the best at what they do. That's how we follow up a great draft last year.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand the future of any community will always depend on the health and well-being of its newest members. Because when a mom and child's life together begins with the right support, the positive effects on those all around them are exponential. That's why we're proud to be launching the Special Beginnings program, providing a unique 360-degree scope of maternal health tools and services, including advanced technology revealing key health risks, along with our dedicated advocacy teams, helping new moms get the right care at the right time. As communities, we're only as strong as our most vulnerable, and with each promising newborn, a promise for a healthier tomorrow also needs to be delivered. Fortunately, at Blue Cross, being there from the beginning will always be our reason for being. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a legal reserve company.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100. Or check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Hello, Houston! Get ready for a one-of-a-kind experience in the one city that does it bigger than anywhere else. Let's rodeo at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Ready for some big news, Texas? Drum roll, please. Teladoc Health is now covered by major insurers in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Because Teladoc Health brings together all of your healthcare needs into one place. Primary care, mental health counseling, and 24/7 care with same-day appointments at a low cost. Teladoc Health is accessible via phone, online, or app. It's healthcare on your terms. Get started at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC Health.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 15% when you buy 10 or more select primed finger joint boards. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount for detail. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details. U.S. only.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-335-1274 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-335-1274. That's 800-335-1274. What do you have to lose? Call 800-335-1274. Again, 800-335-1274.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, give our clients attention and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-881-1166. That's 800-881-1166. Se habla español. Call 800-881-1166.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In for Landry Locker and John Lopez, I'm Sean Bajani. He's Adam Spillane. Figgy Fig here, still doing his thing. Big thanks again to Cody Stutes for joining us last segment. Live report from Indianapolis at the Combine. Make sure you check his work on YouTube and Houston football. He's got all the good stuff, man. Does a great job. Continue to follow him on Twitter as well. Just a reminder, coming up after this show at 2 o'clock from 2 until 6. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, live out at Twin Peaks off of Kirby and 59 this afternoon. Make sure you stop by, go see them, hang out, have a beer, get something food to eat. They'll have rodeo tickets to give away on site throughout the show today. So make sure you go see those guys. Twin Peaks off of Kirby and 59. That is a great, great spot. Time now to go around the NFL, and we'll start with Houston Texans afternoon by way of Laramie Tunsil. Texans left tackle, news came out that he'd recently underwent knee surgery. That was only a matter of time before that news broke. It was going to happen. It was always going to happen ever since, the Texans started load managing him very early to the middle portion of last season in terms of practice, after I had to miss a few games. That was just necessary. Started 14 games this past season, played 95% of the O-line snaps, cleaned it up, and according to Ian Rappaport, who had the news first, Tunsil should make a, quote, swift recovery. I think, in regards to Tunsil, I still feel like the guy gets a bad rap, and I don't feel a need at all to really be a guy that needs to be in his corner, but I kind of want to be, because I earned a new respect for him last year just watching that whole process play out, being a little closer to it than I typically had been in years past. I thought he was an absolute badass last year, and the ability to play through that knee injury and to produce the way that he did, to protect the way that he did, and for that side of the line to function as well as it did. That was just a really impressive, I think, season that Tunsil put together. I would not be surprised if he has another, maybe one of his best, if not the best season this upcoming season because of other changes.
Key is always health. And it's been, I don't know if it's been as big an issue as maybe it's made out to be, but he's had at times trouble staying on the field. But when he's out there, he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a really good player, and he's a really good teammate. And there's a reason why they gave up as much as they did to get him in the first place. And then there's a reason why they have given him the 2 contracts since.
100%. Highest paid left tackle. And always an interesting follow because of what he chooses and whom he chooses to endorse, which has already been by the way of Xavier Howard. If it's any, history to go by, he did call C.J. Stroud QB1 literally like 3 days after the Texans drafted him last year. I'd say it tongue-in-cheek, but whatever he kind of wants, the Texans do. Whatever C.J. Stroud wants, the Texans do. He wanted Tank Dell. They got Tank Dell. I'm liking that tandem. I'm liking, what I've been hearing from Laramie Tunsil as he's been a little bit more public since his team's been better over the course of the last year. Speedy recovery. I think he's going to set himself up for a hell of a year. Up next, Jerry Jones. This is reality TV at its best, man. I don't know if you guys have seen this story, but Jerry Jones has to take a papa test, a paternity test, because one 27-year-old woman by the name of Alexandra is claiming and has been claiming for of the now 81-year-old Jerry Jones. Jones has said no. She has said yes. And look, here it is in a nutshell for you. Jones, married to a woman named Jean, has been since 1963. Apparently, back in the 90s, he pursued this airlines flight attendant in Arkansas by the name of Cynthia, shacked up with her, had a kid by the name of Alexandra, who's now been saying that she's the daughter of Jerry Jones and wants a little piece of the pie. And Jerry Jones is saying, no, I am not the father. But according to his own attorneys, has been paying this woman hundreds of thousands of dollars in recent years for whatever reason. And I guess there was the thought that maybe that money would keep her mouth shut. In fact, that is no longer the case. I guess she wants more. Question for you guys.
I have no comment on this situation.
Is Jerry Jones the father of one Alexandra?
Sure, right? Why not?
I have no comment.
This is something I feel like my wife and your wife, Figgy, would be way more into than you or I or any other man. That's why I said this is more like a reality TV show. This is like 90 Day Fiancé kind of a thing. Jersey Shore, very much up that alley. Desperate Housewives.
Yeah.
Why is this never seem to leave Jerry Jones? There's always something, and I enjoy it thoroughly.
I mean, it kind of show you what type of person he is.
I want him to be the father so bad. I want him to be the father so bad. Have you seen Sophie Hall, guys?
I don't know who that is.
You're not familiar with Sophie Hall? Apparently, she's a influencer on social media that parlayed a football camp session for her son at some deal that Tyreek Hill was involved with into a visit at Tyreek Hill's house. And
okay, that's the one that
you know about this?
Yeah, this story.
Yeah, so she and Tyreek Hill decided to have a personal session at the house together here recently, and it didn't go so well. Hill, I guess, had the idea.
Personal session?
Well, I'm getting to that. Mind you, isn't Tyreek Hill married?
I guess he's going through a divorce now. Remember, he I guess TMZ or somebody put it out that he was getting a divorce, and he denied it. And then later came back and said it was true or something like that.
Yeah, well, maybe it's going to be more true now than ever if you're not familiar with the details of this story. So Tyreek Hill had Sophie Hall, social media influencer, at her house for a little bit of a football practice session. While he was doing some training, she's there watching. Apparently, some of his family's there watching. And he has the bright idea, because this woman, Sophie Hall, is about 5'10", no, about 6 foot, 6'1", 200 pounds, big, beautiful, voluptuous-looking woman. He wanted her to line up as a defense. He lined up as an offensive lineman, and he wanted her to try to block him. Well, she bowled him over, landed on top of him. And apparently he was embarrassed and pissed off about this situation because everybody was laughing. So he said, hey, let's do that again. And he let her have it.
Yeah, this time he was the defensive lineman.
He was the D lineman.
I'm about to rush you now.
She was the O lineman. He brought it and apparently broke her leg in the process.
Wait, is this like slang, or did they actually really do this?
This happened.
No, this really happened.
It seems like
this is a true story.
Like you're using coded language to describe this.
No, you would think so. When I first read the story, I was thinking very much the same thing. Like, oh, he was mad that she tackled him, huh?
He was the offensive lineman, and she was the defensive lineman.
Yeah, I was having some fun with it, too. Like, can you help me train for football this year? Like, could you line up as an offensive lineman and I'll take snaps under center? That kind of a thing. No, apparently this went sideways very quickly. Hill claimed that Hall actually hurt her leg tripping over a dog while performing the drills, and Collins accused Hall's counsel of intentionally omitting that from her original complaint. Hall's lawsuit does mention a puppy disrupting a drill, but does not say that the dog actually caused her to fall. Here's the thing. This chick is suing Tyreek Hill for $50,000.
That's it?
Just $50,000 because of the low amount of money. Because of the low amount of money to believe her claims because of the low amount of money, as opposed to her trying to extort money from a multi-millionaire?
I mean, only 50?
Only 50.
Yeah. If I was him, I'd give her 60. Like, here's 60. Here you go. Just don't say anything. Sign these papers. Don't say anything about this.
Here's the thing, guys. Like, I think, keep in mind, she's a social media influencer. Where are you seeing all of this news now? I mean, you're hearing about it right here on the radio. People have talked about it. It's on every platform. It's on multiple websites. It's all over the place. She has gotten her name out. People are Googling her image because, look, she's an attractive woman that stands 6'1", probably 225 pounds. This is a large woman, man. She's put herself out there in many more ways than one. This is nothing but good for her. I tend to believe it, and I also tend to believe that because this puppy was there, Tyreek Hill's going to get off scot-free. It's a good out. It just so happens to be there. So the puppy is going to be the scapegoat, if you will. All right, next up on Around the NFL, Nico Collins. We played the audio for you earlier, and this was very intriguing. Figgy, I don't know if you did clip it or not, just that one little bit. You don't have to. But can you play that little bit of audio from Nico Collins where he's talking about his potential contract extension, idea of it means for him this offseason going forward as a Houston Texan, entering into the final year of a rookie deal?
Man, to be honest, I haven't really even talked to my agent about it. I mean, I kind of know that, like, it's my end of my third, you know what I'm saying? I'm up for, a free agency. But in my head, man, I'm locked in to where I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do, because I feel like really the first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like after this year, kind of like, all right, just show them a little bit, boom. And I feel like this year, so I feel like it's going to be a little better year, man, just mentally, physically. I know what to expect. I'm learning, getting better, growing throughout the year. Just learning the game better, but if it come early, it come early, But I feel like my mindset is just go ball and just let it play out. Play out.
The two most interesting things that he said there is one, the last. If it comes early, it comes early. Cool. That tells me if the Texans are able to wow him with a number in the commitment years in an extension offer now, he'd be apt to do it. Cool, but. Outside of that, when he'd said, because the first 2 years I had due to injury, that wasn't my best me, you know what I'm saying? I feel like after this past year, I'm kind of like, all right, I showed them a little bit, boom. So I feel like this year's going to be a little bit better year. He still feels like he has a lot to prove. He didn't talk about it being a crappy team. He didn't talk about it being a situation. He didn't talk about the team tanking. He talked about injuries. I was down with injuries. That's why. I still got more to prove. I love the fact that this guy's betting on himself right now.
Well, yeah, he should. I mean, he's got an opportunity to make a lot of money, and there's no.
But he's also got an opportunity to endure another season this upcoming year, as he did the first two in the league. That's the ultimate betting on yourself, because he could get paid right now if he wanted to. I would imagine pretty well.
He knows who's throwing him the football this year.
Yeah.
Like if this were a situation where it was Davis Mills or Tyrod Taylor or Case Keenum or somebody else throwing him the ball, then yeah, he might want to go take the money. But he understands that the guy who will be throwing him the football this season is elite or could be elite. Mm-hmm. And so when that's the case, he's got a chance to have another really big season, which will only increase his value. So, I mean, C.J. Stroud has an opportunity to make him a lot of money this year. And if the big thing for Nico Collins is going to be health. Because that was the one thing that hurt him his first 2 years in the league. He had, what was it, the calf thing this year? He had one little nagging injury.
He had a couple of calf issues this year. I don't know if it was the same one, but
that cost him a couple games. But if he can stay on the field, he's going to be good because the guy throwing him the football is elite, and he's a really good player. So yeah,
absolutely. And considering the fact that you're going to have Tank Dell coming back healthy, if you can get him for the full season, I mean, who knows? Who knows? At one point in time, I looked at these numbers through the first 7 or 8 weeks, guys. You looked at the projected numbers of Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz through the first 7 or 8 weeks of this season to approach 900-plus receiving yards this season. Pretty close to 3 guys of 1,000 yards. That's happened 5 times in NFL history. With this offense, with C.J. Stroud throwing the football, I mean, there's a possibility you get at least 2 of those guys, and they're named Nico Collins and Tank Dell this upcoming season. And 2 is still kind of anomalous in the NFL. It happens a little bit more often than getting 3. If you can get 2, that's pretty special. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You want to call, text, be a part of the show, you're more than welcome to do so. Hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Coming up next, we'll have what we think has got the internet going nuts. And Landry Locker, who is not present, has been very busy in his own right. He had the internet going nuts this morning. That's next.
Landry's putting his foot. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
In for Landry Locker and John Lopez, Sean Bajani, Adam Spillane with you. It's In the Loop. Figgy Fig here. I imagine the guys will be back tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but next
Monday.
week, I mean. Yep.
Monday, yep.
So we have a full show. Is it the first time in a while? Have they been in?
They all week.
Okay.
They only missed.
I feel like every time I look up, John's like fishing or something. He's got a picture he's posting on Facebook. That's why I was wondering.
Well, he was off the previous Friday, too.
Okay. Yeah. Must be nice. Must be nice. Especially considering today.
There's some anger behind those words. Figgy, I hear some anger.
From him or me?
From you.
Not me. No, I'm just being the
Figgy?
cynical bastard that I am.
Yeah,
Considering
must
today
be nice.
Yeah,
is
must be nice to get those off days. I'm out here working 2 shifts.
I was offered to
you're
take.
on the boat.
I didn't have to work my night shift tonight, but I offered to do so. I got offered to take President's Day off. I said no.
Sound very bitter about.
I'm working. I was more like throwing a barb at them, considering today is Employee Appreciation Day.
The Sean sound bitter. 713-572-4663.
713. No, here's what I do want to solicit via the text line, 713-572-4610. It's Employee Appreciation Day. And it's really a question for you, Figgy, because Spo does not know the answer to it himself. But question for all of you first. What have your employers done for you today to honor you on Employee Appreciation Day? What Odyssey has done for us, very nicely, I woke up this morning and I received an email saying that I was the beneficiary of 30 Odyssey points. Did you guys get 30 Odyssey points this morning?
I did.
Did y'all?
Yeah.
I did.
I need to check. I didn't get that.
I'm sure you did. You probably
got 60.
You might have got 60. Yeah, a bit more than,
I'm about to check right now, but I doubt it.
You might have notifications silenced or something on that, but we got 30 points. Now, here's the question for you, Figgy. It seems like you understand at least what an Odyssey point is, correct?
Yeah.
Have you received Odyssey points prior in the past?
Yes. So in our cluster, we encourage people to send other people Odyssey points because you get like 20 Odyssey points to send to other coworkers.
All right.
So towards the end of the month, they say, hey, make sure you send somebody your Odyssey points.
So anybody can send anybody Odyssey points?
Yep.
I could send somebody Odyssey points.
Yeah, you can send Adam some Odyssey points. You can send me. I can send you. Whoever's in Odyssey.
I did not know I was in possession of points to give out. This seems to me about as valuable as Dogecoin at this point in time. I have no idea what the hell these points are. What do you do with them? Is it just like a virtual pat on the back? Like, hey, good job. I'm sending you points as opposed to sending somebody an email.
I think you can use the Odyssey points to buy something in the Odyssey store. So you could probably use those points to get a hat or something like that.
But if we all have points to give out, then we should just be able to say, hey, I want a shirt. I want a hat.
Yeah, but you can't use those points for yourself. You got to pass them out.
Given points.
Yeah.
All right. I've been given points multiple times over the last year. I have no idea how to redeem those. Or
by the way, I do got 30 Odyssey points.
Oh, just 30?
Yep, just 30.
All right, sounds like a stimulus plan here.
When you
we all got our stimmy.
When you figure out how to use those, you just let me know. Let me know.
Yeah, so if you look at the homepage, you can hit redeem, and I think it's some stuff you could buy.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
No points.
I don't believe you. I've tried to do that. I want to redeem something, and I have no idea how to do that. The 713, my boss told me that I'll be getting a bonus next week. What has your employer done for you on a Employee Appreciation Day? That is today.
Not fired me.
Not fired you. Just kept a job. That's good. If you're content with that, fantastic. I never expect anything from my employer other than that. That is all I want. That is all I want is just
Sounds a little bitter.
No.
I hear bitterness.
I'm not bitter. I am not bitter at all.
Figgy?
I need to stay currently employed.
Yeah, you sound like you kind of want to walk that line.
I want to cash my damn Odyssey points in. I have like 90 of them apparently, and I don't know what to do with them.
I'm gonna show you how to use them. I'll show you how to use them.
All I want is a T-shirt, man. Give me a shirt.
Good luck with that.
Come on.
There's some bitterness in this room, boys. Let me tell you.
I got the internet going nuts.
I want to know from both of you guys, anybody out there listening, like, be honest. Be honest. This is maybe confession. Like, what is just like one of the most ridiculous things that you believe in? Because I don't know if it tops this idiot from the Combine. I wanted to ask Cody Stutes about his brethren from Texas Tech, but I just didn't have time. Apparently, this Texas Tech defensive back does not believe in space. Did you guys see this?
Yep, I got the audio right here if you want to hear it.
Please play the audio of one NFL prospect defensive back by the name of Tyler Owens in this Red Raider. Here's what he had to say.
You guys are discussing that you don't believe in.
Nah, I don't believe in space. I'm like, I'm more religious, so I think like we're in the wrong right now. I don't think there's like other planets and other stuff like that. I don't know.
What led you to that point to believe that?
Well, like I thought you used to believe in like the heliocentric thing, like we used to revolve around the sun and stuff. But then like I started seeing like flat Earth stuff, and I'm like, it was just kind of interesting. And then they started bringing up valid points. So, I mean, I don't know. Could be real. You know what I'm saying? So.
Valid points, he says. Do you feel dumber for having listened to that? Love the reporter at the end, by the way, who said, awesome, man. The first thing I thought of the reporter just trying to get the hell out of there. Like, awesome, man. Have you guys ever been involved in a conversation in which somebody's saying something that is just completely dumb, idiotic, ridiculous, makes you feel uncomfortable, you just want to punch them in the face, and you just say, awesome, man, gotta go.
You say, all right, man, bet.
Yeah, bet. See ya. I mean, my gosh. That is worse than flat earther leaving in
They
space.
related for sure.
All right, so do you got anything comparable to that, Figgy?
Well, there's people who don't think birds exist, or they don't think that birds are real.
What?
You haven't?
I seen that too.
That's like
somebody had a text about that earlier. Well, I don't even know why that was brought up, but okay.
Yeah, somebody said pigeons aren't real.
No, it goes to all birds because, and one of the reasons they say this is that you know how you'll see birds up on the power lines and nothing happens to them. Something real. If you're just chilling on a power line, you're going to get zapped. But birds don't get zapped on the power line, so therefore birds aren't real. And so for the pigeons, the power lines are like charging stations.
Yeah, somebody said, have you ever... Like, and I ain't gonna lie, I kind of started thinking about it a little bit because they said, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? And I never seen a baby pigeon.
I've never seen
And he said when you see pigeons on the power line, they're usually charging up.
Yeah, that's their charging station. It's like an EV.
I now feel even dumber for having this.
I ain't gonna lie, it got me with the baby pigeons because I'm like, I've never seen a baby pigeon before.
Okay,
but why does nothing happen when they're on the power line?
Because it has something to do with like the webbing of their feet.
If I were to touch a power line, that'd be it. But these birds can just sit up on the power line for hours upon hours.
I don't know.
And nothing happens.
713-572-4610. We've got some science dork out there. I didn't mean to be mean. Somebody that could educate us on the...
It was a parody? One of the texters just said in that birds aren't real was actually a parody. I don't know.
I mean, there's no way that could be real.
There was somebody, though, at the Combine who was like, saying the stuff about
serious.
I don't know who the guy was, but there was a guy at the Combine who said that the pigeon
I seen that.
We're just going to get filled with this stuff. Megalodon is still alive. As a Tech alum, I'm sad. I wonder how that made Cody Stutes feel, being a Tech guy himself. Isn't Landry a Tech guy as well?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he graduated from there, but I don't think he represent them.
There you go.
He doesn't tell anybody.
He don't tell, yeah.
All right, speaking of Landry Locker, he had the internet going nuts this morning. I got it. I barely sat down in the studio this morning, and my wife texted me saying Landry's getting crushed on Facebook. And then Pendergast comes in and says that Amy was talking about something that Landry had posted on Facebook at 4:30 this morning. And I'm like, man, what did he say? Apparently, he went at teachers. Quote, does anyone else get uncomfortable when they see some current teachers post on social media? I know the gig ain't easy. Trust me. I lived it at a high level and would die if my mom had to teach today. But some of these teachers are wild. The grammatical errors, emotion, oversharing in an era when discouraging that should be a priority. Weird to me. Kind of gets a little choppy at the end. But just reading what Landry posted on, apparently a lot of teachers were very angry. Amy Pendergast, my wife was a former teacher, assistant principal. People were like going at him. What does he mean, Figgy? I mean, you know this man very well. He lived it at a high level.
His mom was a teacher.
Okay.
So he was a son of a teacher.
Okay. That's not the same as being in a classroom with little pipsqueaks and teenagers and middle schoolers giving you hell all day.
I think his point was he kind of understand the struggle and all that stuff.
Does he? Can you?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I
nominate him for the slime off next week. I think his own mother would nominate him for the slime off next week.
That might be true. That might be true.
All right. We'll just make my nomination count. All right. That's going to be it for the internet going nuts. Coming up next, Baseball Spo's biggest takeaways from Astros spring training. They're in action right now. We'll give you an update. Fromber was on the mound. We'll have it for you next. It's Sports Radio 610.
What qualities are the Texans looking for in potential wide receivers?
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Man, I have no idea what happened last segment, but it happened, and I never thought we'd be getting this much bird knowledge dropped on us via the text line, 713-572-4610. Trying to restore some credibility to the University of Texas Tech. Texter says, well, unless you touch the ground, you don't complete the circuit, so a bird isn't in danger when on the same wire. With the same potential, anyone has an engineering degree from there. Appreciate you from the 832. Also appreciate Erwin, who was kind enough to send me the entire box set, Figgy, of The Sopranos?
It looked like it, yeah.
Wow.
I will hope he don't sing you like just 2 seasons.
Here's season 4. Enjoy. Appreciate you, Erwin. Thank you, my man. He's going to send me the entire box set, apparently, of Sopranos so I can finally watch. Freeloader, that's me. Figgy solicited that for me. He's the one that sent the address. I appreciate it. I did not ask.
That's true. You did not ask.
You prompted people to give me their HBO Max passwords.
We're going to start a GoFundMe for you.
Goodness. By the way, good job from the texter that mentioned squirrels not being electrocuted because they're not grounded. Like, nobody thought of, like, what, are squirrels fake? I mean, how many times do you see squirrels running across power lines? I don't know. Some NFL prospect at the Combine started talking about this. Is that where we're at?
That was where the pigeons thing came from.
Okay. I still think this is like a massive
I don't know. Again, he might have just been, like, saying stuff just to say it and doesn't actually believe it.
I don't know. If you're a prospect, just keep your mouth shut on that stuff. I'm not entertaining that.
I mean, it's one thing to say it, though, to the media. It's to screw with the media. He's probably not saying it to the team. I don't know.
Yeah. Stroh's in action today as we speak, in fact. Trailing Nationals 4-3, top of the 6th. Framber Valdez was on the mound.
Framber wore a shirt that said humans aren't real.
Yeah. I mean, is he spoken on that sense?
I didn't ask him about it, but
I'm not concerned with his mental stability in that realm.
So you think humans are real?
I absolutely think humans are very real, and in some cases, a little too real and too dumb. If
about
we're
as real as pigeons?
Pigeons, and what else were we talking about? Space not being
about
real.
as real as space.
God bless America, man. I can't deal. DJ Reader doesn't believe in dinosaurs. Stop texting in these things. Is that true? I don't know. I don't want to know. Framber Valdez, though, got touched up. 4th pitch of the ball game, home run, C.J. Abrams. Big deal. Results not necessarily of great importance at this point in time, but it was his first start this spring, and there's your Astros update. I wanted to know from you, Spo, since we haven't really had a chance to talk a lot about it today, kind of your biggest takeaways so far from Astros spring training, where you're at with, progress, things you're hearing so far from camp.
I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot. They've played a handful of games. Nobody's really playing 100%. Like, you brought up Framber's line. I don't know if you gave out Framber's line, but
no,
it wasn't good.
No, it's not good.
Yeah, he allowed more base runners than he recorded outs. And he said, though, afterwards that he was only like 40-50% today. So I don't take a whole lot out of anything at this point. The main thing is health. For the most part, they are healthy aside from Justin Verlander. And Justin Verlander isn't hurt at this point. He's just not ready to start pitching in games.
JP France, too.
Yeah, obviously Verlander's a little bit more important to the success of the season than JP France. But at some point, Verlander will be able to pitch in games, and he might have to miss the start of the season, but that's okay. That's not the end of the world by any stretch. So I think that spring for them has gone fine. I don't think that there's a whole lot that you can make of it so far.
Operationally, everything seems to be trending in the right direction. Reports good. Dana Brown very impressed with how Joe Espada has been running spring training. I had an opportunity to do that last year.
He's been running spring training ever since Dusty got there.
Yeah.
Spring training was always his thing.
He's got the experience in terms of that. And look, today, by the way, Framber's line, since you mentioned it, and it doesn't mean anything. Inning in a third, 5 hits, 3 runs, a walk, 2 Ks, and gave up the home run. Hunter Brown pitched a couple of innings in relief today as well, 2 hits, a run, walk, and a K for Hunter Brown. just getting the reps. And if you end your outing healthy, as you said, that's all that really matters. Guys are working on all kinds of things. I worry so little about that.
You're working on stuff you're building up.
Yeah.
Now, if 3 weeks from now you're not getting good results, well, then it becomes a little bit of an issue. But at this point, none of it matters.
Let me ask you this question, because Patrick and I have been bouncing the idea around the last couple of nights of them bolstering their starting pitching. And this is not just based on a hypothetical that health-wise with Justin Verlander or JP France, but just period. If you've got the ability to upgrade, as Jim Crane floated out that idea a few weeks ago in a meeting with Dana Brown and other Astros personnel, like, hey, how can we upgrade? How can we get better? Josh Hader's name was brought up. Cool. They went out and signed him. 5 years, $95 million. Just hypothetically, if Jim Crane's sitting around saying, hey, how can we get better? Is Jordan Montgomery's name being mentioned by Dana Brown and the Houston Astros, as he is one of a handful still of free agent starting pitchers available on the market?
Probably not, just because they know the price tag.
Yeah.
And if my guess is the price tag would just be too high.
Yeah, and the projection is around $115 million, I think, somewhere in the 5-year range, something like that, maybe 6 year. I think the AAV that I'd seen for him was in and around $21 to $23 million per. So whatever that turns out to be. I'm intrigued by it, and Patrick's been all over it, and I'm kind of all aboard. I'm a little surprised to hear you say, though I did ask you a direct question, and at least in terms of if you thought the Astros would be interested, would Adam Spillane be interested? Because it's not just about the now, it would be about the future. And, considering Justin Verlander, nothing guaranteed with him, not even next season or this season for that matter. He's got to reach an inning threshold of 140 for that next season. Would you kick that idea out of bed, Jordan Montgomery?
Well, of course I would. He's a really good starting pitcher, and really good starting pitchers are at a premium. And the other thing that it would do is it would keep him away from the Rangers. And so I think there's an expectation at some point that he would just go back to Texas. But if somebody jumps in and takes him away from them, I mean, you saw how good he was for the Rangers last year, and he probably is a big reason why they won the World Series to begin with.
He was good against the Astros in the postseason.
If you have an opportunity to take him away from them, then, hey, go ahead and do it. But again, there's a price tag that comes with it. Boris is not going to necessarily budge off that price tag, and I think that they are probably just waiting and assuming that a starting pitcher somewhere gets hurt, because that's what happens with starting pitchers. Pitchers get hurt all the time.
Well, Boris talking about that Bellinger contract the other day. It was 3 years, $80 million, $30 million this year, and there's
option years.
There's options.
It's structured like the Correa contract a couple of years ago, which again, that was a Boris thing, where the market wasn't exactly what they thought it would be with Correa, partly because of the lockout, and there just wasn't time to get everything figured out. So they did the 3-year deal with an opt-out after the first 2, and that's basically the same structure of the Bellinger deal. Now, that might be something similar to what they do with Jordan Montgomery, where they do a similar 3-year type deal, but there's just opt-outs after every year, so he gets a little bit of protection. Or it could be like a Dallas Keuchel situation from 2018, 2019, when Keuchel waited until June to sign, and he signed a 1-year deal and then wound up getting his contract from the White Sox the next winter.
Yeah, well, and that turned out to miss for the Astros. But in the case of Jordan Montgomery, I mean, he's 31, just turned 31. You kind of get into interesting territory when you're talking about a 31-year-old pitcher, and it certainly depends on the kind of pitcher that he is. He's not a guy that is particularly a hard thrower, though his velocity's increased in each of the last 3 seasons. He's a lefty. He's a little bit more crafty. He's got a track record now of having pitched, been a pretty durable guy for 3 straight seasons, but he's 31. Like, you can only do the bridge so many times with a guy like Jordan Montgomery. Would that be a situation for him where he could still maybe do a bridge type of contract similar to Cody Bellinger-ish and still get the bag? Because that would be the only way that he would entertain that, is if he would ensure that, hey, yeah, if I prove it and I can still be a top-of-the-line rotation guy in 2024, I could still go get that AAV or the guaranteed money that I want in 25's offseason.
It would be fine. he's not looking for a 10-year deal. He's just looking for the next paycheck, basically.
Yeah.
Like he's in a very different situation than, say, like a Blake Snell, who has been an elite level starting pitcher and won multiple Cy Youngs. Like there's a difference in tier of starting pitcher. But he's good. It's just a matter of, I don't know if the Astros would be interested in the price tag.
Yeah, he's been on my radar since he was a Yankee, man. I've always found him intriguing. And boy, again, yeah, if you could keep him from the Rangers, which they've just let him seize, haven't done anything, haven't spent any money after they went wild over the course of the last couple of seasons. I mean, they seemed like if anybody needed him, they would need him because you don't have Scherzer. You don't have DeGrom to start the season if you're them. You got to go out and ensure that you're as strong as possible competing in a division with the Astros, with the Mariners. Haven't done anything anyway, but they seem like they're not going anywhere either.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have a big sense of urgency, and maybe part of that is they don't feel there's a sense of urgency to win the division because they won the World Series without winning the division last year. Although I do think it would mean something to them to beat the Astros for the division title.
Yeah,
so their approach to the offseason has been very strange. Just the fact that they have not really done a whole lot.
Yeah, you talking about the Rangers?
Yes.
Yeah. He's Adam Spillane, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, John Lopez. We're going to head out to Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. That's where the drive is at this afternoon. Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. What's going on, guys?
What's good, pretty boys? Having a good time, man. Enjoying listening to you two coming in. It's thrilling listening to you guys, but we're having a good time out here, man. It's packed out here. People are everywhere in this bad boy in the bar. Shout out to our guy Josh, who's an avid listener and is trying to get us drunk before we come on air, but we refuse to.
Attaboy.
No, it's not that a boy. Josh, for the last 45 minutes. Oh, come on, just take a shot. Take a shot. Come on. All right, I'll buy you a beer. Take a shot. Like, get out of here. But no, man, it's gonna be a good time out here, baby. Good time today.
Hey, you guys, you know what? It's always a great time, no doubt about it. But you're
damn right.
It's rodeo time, which is obviously no secret. So, I don't know exactly what the playlist looks like at Twin Peaks, but I'm greatly appreciating the fact that it is solid country music right now. And we got a little country and western theme going on with all these beautiful ladies out here. We got a crowd that's growing as we speak, and so. Hey, man, come on out and hang with us.
I was just going to ask you that question, Clint, if the staff is dressed up in their rodeo attire. Because,
they're bringing it.
Okay. All right. I would just make a recommendation to you. I think we're getting pretty close to this time of year as well. It is rodeo time, but Twin Peaks also knocks it out of the park when they have their staff dress up in St. Patty Day attire. I would just recommend that and make sure you guys are doing a live out there at that point in time.
But Johnny, any quote-unquote costume party at Twin Peaks is can't miss.
Yep.
So I don't know that I'd call this a costume because it is rodeo season and it's a little Western wear, but either way, I'm picking up what you're putting down, Johnny.
Hey, Adam and Clint, Figgy, and Brandon, I see Brandon Scott back there. I didn't know where Sean was going. I did not know where Sean was going.
What you mean?
In terms of the outfit attire, I didn't know. I didn't know what costume you were coming for. I was going to say.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you, I have
because they have many ones.
Oh, they do. Nothing is better than St. Patrick's Day attire. I am very familiar with that, having done many remotes for the years, and that's it's pretty fantastic. Just wanted to know if you guys had planned on doing that anytime soon.
I tell you, and I'm surprised messy ass Adam just sitting right there and didn't try to push the envelope anymore. I'll never forget the late Therese Paler, my guy who passed away on us. We did a show at Twin Peaks. It was lingerie night, and we lost Therese for 30 seconds in the middle of an answer. 30 seconds. Therese went silent. Said, Big fella, come back.
You with us?
Hey, if there's anything I've learned about Spo today and today alone, it's that he will let my ass push that envelope all the way through. Like, he ain't going to save my ass.
Spolane is messy. I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was that messy. Spolane is
messy. Johnny got that. What are y'all? What are we, Area 45? What are we, 5 weeks in now? 4 weeks a month now?
5 weeks in the books tonight.
I mean, Johnny's got that vet voice rocking. I mean, he is letting it fly now. I mean, don't forget we're 686P now. You ain't Area 45. You can't just cut completely loose now.
Now, Bajani, are you going tonight too?
I'm going tonight, baby.
Hell
I'm here.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby. That's right, baby.
Hey, my man Creighton came through. Just showed up with 3 boxes of pizza, and on Employee Appreciation Day, I'm going to see if they're appreciating us with some beer in the fridge down the hall. So we're about to get after it.
Hey, my man Creighton last night, man. I told him I'm going to New York coming up in May. He said, hey, make sure you don't go out on the west side because that's where people get killed.
Y'all still hate each other?
You're messy ass Adam, huh? Just says it and steps out. Y'all still hate each other? I'm out.
All right, fellas, y'all have a kick-ass show. The Drive is live from Twin Peaks, 59 Kirby. Go out, see them. They're giving away rodeo tickets later today with them fine-looking ladies at Twin Peaks. And, hey, y'all need to figure out the St. Patty's Day thing, too. Just putting that out there. Reminder, you're listening to KLT HD2. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is live next.
All right, The Drive is live, and we are live here at 59 in Kirby. Twin Peaks, come on out and have a good time with The Drive. This is one of our favorite spots. The beer is, I think it's 29 degrees right now as I see it. 28 degrees over there. So get on out, have yourself.
It's cold. It's cold.
You have one. It was cold, right? It went down.
Yes. It was tasting so good. I think I might have me another.
Tyler, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I knew it was at the top of the rundown. I was locked and loaded just in case Bajani didn't have that. That I was ready. You are listening to KILT/KILTHD2 and Odyssey. I was ready to go, and he nailed it. I was ready to go. Bajani. Hey, listen. We come out here. We want to have fun with you. There are many people in here, but you can still get out here. But you might want to come quick, man. Last time when I pulled in, they were directing traffic in the parking lot. So you might want to get out here soon. But listen, guys, we don't come empty-handed. You all out there help make us the #1 sports show and the #1 sports station in this city, the #1 drive sports station here. And we don't come empty-handed. We want to hook you up. We've got 4 packs of tickets. Two pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan March 7th. 2 pair of tickets to see Whiskey Myers, which we'll have our guys' night out. Not date night, but we'll have our guys' night out, potentially at Whiskey Myers. 2 tickets to see Nickelback, Tyler's favorite. 2 tickets to see the Zach Brown Band, and another one Clint is going to be attending to close out rodeo, a pair of tickets to see Eric Church. So we got a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan, a pair of tickets to see Whiskey Myers, a pair of tickets to see Nickelback, a pair of tickets to see Zach Brown Band, and a pair of tickets to see Eric Church. If you are in the building or you're on the way, it's a lot. That's a lot. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in the raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. And let you know, just sign your name. Just sign your name in here, man, and we'll get your information. Even if you're not here, when we call your name, put your information down, and we will find a way to get those tickets to you. So come on out.
Good luck this weekend, boys.
Good luck.
And girls, good luck this weekend, man. Y'all don't have too much fun in the city now.
Had a real good time there.
Come on, they play a little baseball down there now.
Yeah, man, I did.
Look out now.
I had some, that's the Cajuns, Louisiana Lafayette. I had some really good oysters on the way to New Orleans.
It's one of my favorite cities on the planet.
Really? Lafayette?
Yep, absolutely.
How about that?
And in general, is second to the Texas Hill Country for me, if I'm being completely honest. South Louisiana, the food, the people, the vibes, I just don't know how you can't greatly appreciate it. And Lafayette, I think, is one of those, if you don't like the hustle and bustle of New Orleans, Lafayette is one of those hidden gems, man. I absolutely love it. I've had some great times in Lafayette. And they do play some damn good baseball in Lafayette, Louisiana, by the way.
There you go. And listen, we're back, and you know who else is back?
Who's that?
Hairy-chested, tanned Tyler T. Mill, Psycho T. Milner is back in the... There it is. There he is.
Boy, he done went down to Mexico and perfected that thing a little bit, didn't he?
He'd have thrown his back out with that one. If you can see, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see he threw his back out. Shout out to our guy Josh out here trying to get us all liquored up. That's all right. But no, Tyler is back. Tyler, what do you say we hook somebody up with them Luke Bryan shake your ass tickets coming up in this hour? What do you say we do that?
I like that because I like to shake my ass and I like Luke Bryan, so let's do it.
Let's do it. 2 o'clock hour. We're going to hook somebody up coming up in this hour.
Tyler, you make a great point. It wouldn't shock me one bit to see you on the front row of a Luke Bryan concert shaking your ass.
Oh, shaking all my ass that I got with me, man.
Well, Tyler would be competing. Tyler would be out there competing.
Hey, tailbone and flesh that you got back there, Bob.
Exactly.
All right, I need to get an understanding. Tyler, I had 15 Vegas trips. 15 and a half. I had to tap out on one of the other ones. How many old fashions did you have? Because there was at one point you said 8+ on one night. We knew there were 3 beside at the beach on the trip, and Tyler Clint was beside himself over that thought.
Yeah, I was listening.
On the bench in Mexico with old fashions. How many? What would be the total number of old fashions you had? How many days were you there?
I was there for Sunday through Thursday, so like 4.5 days.
4.5, so a day less than me and my 15 and a half daiquiris. Now, mine were big, I will say that. How many old fashions do you have?
I didn't keep an exact count, but I mean, it was easily 25+.
Oh, God.
Easily.
I mean, what are we doing?
No, you didn't.
Yes.
25?
That's not even all the tequila shots, my friend.
No, I'm not you had 25 old fashions?
At a minimum. That was the go-to the whole trip. Absolutely.
Wow. All right.
I like whiskey, man. I like some whiskey.
I thought he was going to say at a minimum 15 or 16. He said 25.
I mean, your liver has got to be screaming at you.
Oh, it's angry.
And he came he came to Twin Peaks. I had lunch with him. He had a beer here as well, a big tall boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's the first one that he had. So good times being had by Tyler Milner.
Hey, I try, man. I appreciate you asking. It was a great trip.
To be young and no kids. How about that? To be young and no kids.
Yeah, the key here is to be able to go and have a nice, easy morning this morning before coming to work. I mean, I'm sure you had to get up and feed the dogs and let them out and all, but the baby climbing up your left arm on the bed at 7 a.m. or prior to 7 a.m. after a week like that would have been awful.
That would suck, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't have your kids crawling up on you, Tyler? I thought you would.
Oh, they were. They were all 3 in the bed with me this morning when I awoke. It was glorious. They were giving me some cuddles. But I'm glad to be back, boys. I'm glad to be back with you.
Good. It's good to have you. We will be hooking you up, so stay tuned in this hour. We'll be hooking you up with some Luke Bryan tickets. Again, we got you covered. A pair of Luke Bryan tickets, Whiskey Myers, Nickelback, Zach Brown Band, and Eric Church coming up on the show today. Once again, we are live on the road here at Twin Peaks 59 in Kirby. Come out and have a good time with us. Say what's up. And if you're in the building, to be eligible to win those tickets, all you got to do is come up right here to where we are, sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets. All right, Clint, the Combine right now is the universe of the NFL. Before we hit free agency and the draft, the Combine right now is where we're learning on players. A lot of interviews happened the last couple of days, and now we're going to start seeing these cats out there doing these drills and seeing what numbers they put up coming up the rest of the week. And Clint, it was interesting talking to Will Kunkel yesterday of Fox 26, talking about where they draft. What is the thought that they would do in the draft? And I said to Will, do you think that they would ever move up? You think Nick is looking at this and saying, all right, I want to move up to go get somebody I want to get? Will said, I don't think that anybody is potentially worth giving up extra things to go up to get that. I will say this. I love Will, and I've been enjoying our conversation with him. I disagree with him. I think that the Texans should be aggressive if they see a player that they like. Now, if that player's not there, and you don't need to go crazy, but I think they should be aggressive looking at a player they like. What's your thoughts on that first before we explore that? Would you have an issue with them moving from 23, or do you think they should keep all their assets and keep rolling?
No, I wouldn't have an issue for a couple of reasons. I think number one, as we've said, I want them to shoot high in the free agent market. I want them to shoot high in the draft. Number one. Number two, if you look at what Nick Casario's been, I don't give a damn what they did in New England or what they believed in New England. If you look at what Nick Casario has done here from a draft perspective, moving up is not a rare move for Nick Casario. He moved up to get Nico Collins. He moved up to get Juice Scruggs. He moved up to get Will Anderson. He moved up to get Tank Dell. We can keep going on. I think there's a handful of other guys that he moved up to get as well.
Moved up to get Garrett Waller.
Now we're really getting off in the weeds. Appreciate that, Josh. Now we're really getting off in the weeds. But I mean, when you talk about some of the players that are currently either playing, the expectations are through the roof, Nick moved up to get them. And so I think Nick and D'Amico.
He's certainly not afraid.
And look, and the most aggressive he's ever been has been with D'Amico. So I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility that he does move up. Now I don't know that they ever get aggressive again as they did with Will Anderson. That would be fun as hell to cover if they did. But I do think, me personally, I think they are a couple of guys away from taking that next step and being able to compete with Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, all those top AFC teams. And if you can do that, obviously you can compete with anybody in the league. And so I do think they are a couple of star players away from competing. So I would love to see them get aggressive.
Well, Dirty, the reason why I would like to see that, they're sitting at 23. And a lot of people, and I think Daniel Jeremiah is one I've heard that say this, but a lot of people are looking at it and saying, like, we've got 15 to 17 guys that actually have first-round grades. Like 15 to 17 guys that actually have first-round grades. And there are some positions right there, Clint, where you're like, hey, there may be low there, and we might want to go up and get a guy that if it's only 15, 16, 17 guys with first-round grades, we might want to go up and be aggressive to get one of those guys if they are there and it makes sense, right? Now, hell, I'm not saying, oh, hey, one of the 15 that has a first-round grade is J.J. McCarthy, so let's go up and get him, right? You don't need positions that make sense, right? Like defensive tackle, which I think you want to fill. Maybe pass rusher as an end or an edge rusher you might want to fill. Receiver, corner, those positions that you look at. So I think it would be something that would make sense. And I want to get your thoughts, and people, you can send it in. You can get with us on YouTube and Twitch. Hello. And also there on the text line, 713-572-4610. If you were Nick or D'Amico, which I think it's a package deal, if you wanted to get aggressive to move up to go get somebody, you said, I want to go get one of these guys, who would that player or players be? Who would that be for you to go up and get? I want to hear it. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump at it. Because I'm going up. I got somebody in mind.
Well, I'm gonna pick a guy that's probably not gonna be a real popular one, but I think it's a real possibility. I'm going to go with Jared Verse out of Florida State.
You've been on him.
I love him, man. I loved him when he was at Florida State, and I'm not a big Florida State guy, but he's one of those D linemen. If you just watch a Florida State game, this guy, he's a game changer. And has the potential to be a game wrecker. Now, I don't know that he's that violent and that productive at the NFL level, but I do believe that he'd be a huge compliment to Will Anderson, opposite Will Anderson, and I do think he transitions first year. I think he plays big time. Now, that's a guy that I think is probably going to be in reach. Now, apparently he had a hell of a combine, so he may be one of the climbers in the draft in Texas. But I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be in that mid to late teen that could be a real possibility of the Texans moving up to get. It's a position of need. If you can get another rookie that you can plug in at the edge rusher position that has heavy hands, that plays with great leverage, that'll transition well, I think you can then spend your money internally. You can spend your money offensively in different places. So I like the Jared Verse possibility.
This. Jared Verse, 6'4", 255, something around that, Florida State.
Plays a lot bigger than that.
Would you, if they were to go up and make that move to get him, would that make you feel comfortable walking away from Jonathan Grenard?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like that would be – because we talked about if you're going to let Jonathan Grenard go, you gotta supplant somebody there. You would be comfortable doing that with Jared Verse.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think if you're going to let Jonathan Grenard go, it's got to be a guy that you know that transitions to the league and can start immediately. I mean, he is a guy that his game transition. Now, is it a Will Anderson where he's a whole different player week 16 than he was week 1? Yes, absolutely, he would be that kind of guy. But he is a guy that from day one, I believe he starts in the NFL and is productive in the NFL. May not be productive in the stat that everybody worries about, which is sacks, a lot like Will Anderson wasn't initially. But when you talk about playing the run, when you talk about playing the game with great energy, when you talk about being violent, all that, yada, 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 he's got that. And he plays a lot bigger than 6'4", 250 than that. So, hell, I watched games this year where he bumped down inside over guards and was doing work. And so he plays a lot bigger than that. Now, a lot of people are wah, wah, wah on that one, right? Let me tell you what ain't going to happen but would really turn me on.
Let me see.
If these boys moved up and went and got Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr.
Boner alert.
Okay, well now you're talking.
Now you're talking Will Anderson.
3 or 4.
Now you're talking bigger than
top
Will.
10. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's take all that. Let's set
someone
aside.
just text in Marvin Harrison Jr. after Ocho's nasty ass text. But somebody texted in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah. Look, I think I'm gonna be honest with you, man. We've had this conversation before. I think it is going to be a long shot for the Texans to all of a sudden have this great run attack. I think it is right at our fingertips for this to be a C.J. Stroud pass-happy offense. And if you're going to do that, you better have multiple weapons. And if they were to make a move to go up and get a receiver, whoever that may be, hell, I don't care if it's the second kid out of LSU or the kid out of Washington. I don't care. If they move up and get a receiver, that tells me they're fixing to live in 11 personnel, and they're fixing to spin this thing all over the park, and I'd be here for that as well.
Yeah, Rome is nice out of Washington.
Yes.
And his teammate, Brian, I believe Johnston, Brian Thomas, I think maybe.
Thomas.
Yeah, Brian Thomas, the receiver out of LSU. I see some people rolling in. Marvin Harrison Jr., so Malik Neighbors or Brock Bowers. Like Brock Bowers, where Brock Bowers is dropping – out of the top 10. We'll see if that actually happens. I've seen that. Not sure if it will. But he would be one that could be I think a more of a fantasy dream scenario if everything went perfect. Because, like, to me, if Brock Bowers is sitting there like he done dropped and you're sitting there at 12 or 13, that might be one you might start looking around and thinking like, how what would it take? What would it take to go up there and get that? So I see some people rolling in Brock Bowers on that. All right, coming up as we are live here, I'm going to give you mine on the other end because I got one spot on the other end. We'll talk about that. But we're live here, Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby. Your chance in this hour to win a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan coming up at the rodeo. Your chance to win those tickets in this 2 o'clock hour. We got tickets that we're hooking you up with all day on the show, so stay tuned for that. But coming up, I'll give you my thoughts, and I know that you're not supposed to be concerned or worried about spring training pitching performances.
Damn it, Framber.
But damn it,
Framber.
Hold on, so.
I'll just say Framber had an outing that was eerily similar to a couple of playoff outings that he had today. And there's some extra bonus news that really could probably make you pause and make you nervous. We'll discuss all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The Drive is live.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's why I'm so averse to signing a veteran at wide receiver, a high-priced veteran at wide receiver.
Yeah.
They've got all.
Get that big fitness energy. Live from 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come on.
All right, welcome back in as we are here at Twin Peaks, and they are certainly celebrating rodeo season. Dressed to impress, cowboy hats. They're ready to wrangle up something.
I'm wearing assless straps today.
You're not. I've seen you,
Wait,
Tyler.
wait.
I put them on. I put them on after you saw me.
Wait.
You're on YouTube
no,
and Twitch.
Ron.
He's not wearing assless.
Stop, Ron.
What's wrong with him?
Rewind that. Tyler, they're chaps, bro.
Assless chaps.
I think you said assless straps. I'm not real sure what you got going on in your world.
Yeah, I'm not sure what an assless strap is.
It's the good stuff.
I'm just excited.
I'm not real sure what went on in Mexico, but I'm pretty sure you just said assless straps.
That's
bro.
what happens when you bang out 25 old fashions in 3.5 days.
You learn what
assless straps. There it is.
Not sure what that is.
Look here, I don't want to see you in assless chaps, much less straps. Now, I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but wow.
Assless chaps is what I meant. My bad.
Welcome to The Drive, segment number 2 on a Friday.
Tyler. You are.
Does anybody know what assless straps are?
Tyler, you are maybe the only person that gets in trouble more than I do, and you have specifically been talked to about this, and you come right out again.
My assless straps.
First day in 20. Well, just comments like that.
I'm feeling a little revved up on a Friday, man. What can I say?
27 minutes in. Swing. Okay, here it is.
Glad that happened
at
2:30 and
hey,
not 4.
You weren't here. Greg is our stat boy, and Greg sent in a list.
Man, would you leave Greg alone?
Well, he's sending a list of my mistakes, and
Greg done messed around and let him know that stat boy that
yeah, he didn't want to participate.
That rubs him wrong, so Ron's gonna call you that.
We had a fun deal. Like, all right, man, you wanted to sit in my mistakes. We're gonna do it at the end of the show. Well, Greg, you got more because I made mistakes, folks. I apologize. Now, we ain't just giving away a measly 2 tickets to these. We're giving 8 to every last one of these shows. If you're in the building, please stop being a hard ass. If you're in the building, come up here, sign your name, and put it in the raffle box. Free, Free, no cost. Lord knows I love free. You can get the same amount of tickets that I got to Major Lazer.
You can get that Ron pack.
I got 8 tickets. You can get 8 tickets. Right here. Here it is. We got 4-pack of tickets throughout the show coming up in this hour. We're not giving away you 2. We're giving away 4-pack, 4 tickets to Luke Bryan. Not once, but twice. 2 sets of 4-pack of tickets to Luke Bryan coming up in this hour. 8 tickets, 8 total tickets to Whiskey Myers, 8 total tickets to Nickelback, 8 total tickets to Zach Brown Band, and 8 total tickets to Eric Church. Hell, I done lost count, Greg. Count that up. I don't know a lot.
Yeah. A little multiplying, 8 times 5.
Wow.
Where does that land us?
I just went,
8 times 5, does that land us at 40? Or 45? What's that land us at?
40.
40. There you go.
I just went.
At Arkansas Education, baby.
I just went Therese. I'm sorry. I just went Therese Baylor. Sorry. We got lost. No, man. So coming up in this hour.
Cowgirl got you, huh?
Wow. Coming up in this hour, we got you 8 tickets right here for Luke Bryan. So we hooking you up. Again, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the box. This box is sitting right here. All you got to do is sign your name, and we will hook you up. You could be the first one.
Hey, your flashlight's on, boss.
Nah,
your flashlight's on.
Let that battery run down, man. That's on him.
You can't put that sweatsuit on, be clean as hell, and go peacocking around Twin Peaks with your flashlight on, cuz.
No, man, you can't.
Gotta get that right.
Real quick, Clint, you were talking about who would you be aggressive to trade up for?
Yep.
And you said Jared Verse of Florida State. You said if you want to get real frisky and aggressive, you're talking about maybe going to get the top receivers in the class of Marvin Harrison Jr. is projected to go third or fourth, and then Malik Neighbors out of LSU. For me, like I would take personally, because I don't think they're going to go up to 4.
Right.
I would personally take receiver off the board and corner off the board because those seem to be heavy heavy amount of players in the top 2 or 3 rounds with grades in this draft off the board. And I would look at areas that are needed. And Clint, it feels like there may be maybe 2 interior defensive linemen that are first-round grades that may go in the first round.
One of them Longhorns?
Yeah, Byron Murphy would be the first one I would target that I think could be doable. You've seen him around 13 to 15 in a lot of projected mock drafts. I would look to get aggressive to move up to get him because they're sparse when it comes to D tackles that you could feel comfortable putting in right now. And he would be a guy that I think we were talking about his teammate Sweat yesterday, and you were right, like 366. Like that doesn't seem like the type of D
like
lineman.
A Nico fit.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like the type of defensive lineman, but Byron Murphy is that. Byron Murphy, body type-wise, is that the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I think he could – I think I would look to go up to get him. And then, as I said, I agree with the texter. If Brock Bowers is there, that's another position that is a position of need and a position that is not heavily strong in the draft. That would be one if he was in range that I would be aggressive to get. So those would be my 2. I think Brock's more of a dream because I've seen Brock anywhere from 6 to 11 or 12. So, but I do think my man Byron Murphy would be one that I would go and attack.
I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be one bit mad at it, man.
Yeah.
I think to your point, I think there's pipe dreams up there's some reality. Like it wouldn't shock me at all if Nick didn't move up into the late teens and grab a D tackle or a D end. We've already heard the head coach D'Amico Ryans talk about immediately following the season bulking up that defensive front. Clearly, neither of these two, D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio, are opposed to moving up in the draft. And in that range in the draft, it's highly likely that you're going to have a plug-and-play D tackle or a plug-and-play edge rusher that's going to be in reach of the Texans. So I don't think it's a stretch at all.
Yep. All right. As we're live here, the Astros played another spring training game, and I'm sure our guy on YouTube and Twitch has probably lost his mind because they started off this game down 3-0. But I'm probably about to join him here just a bit, Clint. Particular today, I don't really give a rip about. Actually, the Astros have come back. They're up 10-6 in this game right now. But that doesn't even really matter. What matters to me that makes me a little nervous, Clint, is I know you're not supposed to be concerned about veteran starters in spring training. Many times we hear, hell, I'm just working on stuff. We've heard Verlander say, yeah, I went out there and I was just working on my fastball, and I just threw fastballs the whole time I was out there. Clint, here's Framber Valdez, who could be called upon to be your opening day starter with us being unknown about Verlander and how quickly he'll be ready to go. Here's his line, Clint, today. Got 4 damn outs in the third. 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, and a homer. ERA 20.25.
Oh, my God.
Any concern today? How do you take this? Are you taking this as, hey, man, this is just spring training? Framber, maybe he's working on stuff. Or do you take this a little bit more serious? There you go. Fill that out. Go ahead and get you some of them tickets. But you take this a little bit more. This hit a little different than maybe other pitchers in the rotation.
Yeah. Look, I don't know how it doesn't for anybody. Even the fan that just poo-poos on spring training any way you slice it. I don't know how it doesn't. At least, I don't know how it's not on your radar. I mean, you're talking about a guy that the wheels came off late in the season last year. You're talking about a guy that when the wheels came off, it shined the brightest in the playoffs, 0-3 in the playoffs, I believe, with an ERA north of 7, or was it 9? It was way up there.
It was something.
I mean, you're talking about a guy that ended the season in terrible, terrible fashion. Not to mention along the way, he looked to be a guy that was mentally weak, that had some issues mentally in terms of managing a game and handling his business. So I don't know how you can't look at his first outing in spring training. I think I read 7 of 9 batters reached base safely. I don't know how you can look at that and go, we're all set. It's okay. No biggie. I'm not overly concerned.
And he got 4 outs. Glenn, he had against him. It is 4.
Look, I'm not overly concerned.
Inning and a third.
I'm not overly concerned. I'm still thankful that he took the extensions out. But I don't know how you can't be slightly worried about.
Glenn, he gave up a leadoff. He gave a leadoff opposite field homer. Is how he kicked it off.
Well, that was only one of the. What happened to the next 6 batters? Because they reached as well. I mean, it's. I think because of the way that Framber Valdez finished last season, what he does in spring training should be analyzed a little bit more critically than some of the other guys.
And not to mention everybody else who's kicked this thing up. That of note, Urquidy, he goes 2 innings and no runs and gets out of there. Hunter Brown gives up 2 innings. The rookie, he comes out and he gives up 2 innings.
Sure.
Nothing else. And you just get bombed
in
your first outing with Yainer Diaz catching for the first time too, which is something to watch. So
they did make note that he called his own pitches.
Yeah, that's
you get ready, because this is I think the one thing that will stem from this. It's less about Framber Valdez and more about Diaz replacing Maldonado and Maldonado's ability to call a game. And now you got guys like Framber and Christian Javier calling their own game, or Diaz calling the game. So there's going to be a big deal made about Maldonado not being here and Framber having to call his own plays, his own pitches, and not doing well.
All right, come on up as we'll be hooking people up with. We've got 2 4-pack, 8 tickets. 2-4 to see Luke Bryan at the rodeo coming up. We'll be doing that in this hour. So if you're on the way or you're in the building, come fill your name out right here, sign it up, and put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. All right, man, we got to get into this, Clint, because I feel like many Texans fans are just accepting of one of the most important position groups on the field, just accepting of what they're going to be. And I think we need to talk a little bit more through that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, the weather is absolutely beautiful outside. It's a reminder.
Mente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Your last opportunity, and through that break, I saw about 15 people come through and put their name in the raffle box. We've got 2 4-pack of tickets. That's 8, folks. 2 4-pack of tickets to go see Luke Bryan. So if you're in the building or you're on your way, you've probably got roughly 17 minutes to fill your name out and get yourself in that raffle with a chance to win Luke Bryan tickets. Now,
what I always referred to the Dallas Stars back in the day with I mean, even if you're not a big fan.
Attractive white women?
Yes.
Attending his shows?
And I would imagine in the beautiful city of Houston,
maybe a little bit more eclectic, huh?
We can broaden that. We can broaden that a bit. Yes,
she'd be there, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If she will not be there, she's been there before.
Yes,
you better believe it. And she's probably got a mama that's been there before. That ain't too shabby your damn self.
Little girls' night out right there. There it is. That guy doesn't have a chance. So come on out. You got about 16 minutes before we start hooking folks up with
Whiskey
that.
Myers.
There you go. Yeah, and when your name is in there, you get a chance at all of the tickets, right? You get a chance even to win one of the 8 tickets to see Whiskey Myers, one of the 8 tickets to see the 4-pack to see Nickelback, one of the 4-packs to 2 pair of 4-packs to see Eric Church. So your name is in there throughout.
You drop your name in there, you get 10 shots.
And as Clint would say, you don't have to continue to drop your name in.
No.
When someone wins, you don't have to keep dropping your name in, and Clint watches that like a hawk.
I do. And it pisses me off from time to time.
Clint steps up.
Folks trying to rig the damn raffle here.
Do we have somebody that requests Whiskey Myers only? Is that what my man?
Yeah, he literally said Whiskey Myers only ones I want. I said okay. If we put back there and once Whiskey Myers is gone, we'll toss his ticket.
Text line. Framber Valdez looked exactly like he did the last time we saw him today. 1 inning and a third, 4 outs, 3 runs, 3 earned. Gave up a home run to lead the game off, opposite field homer. And then that fella got another hit when he came back up to the plate again. 2 strikeouts and a walk. Someone texted and said, y'all need to calm down. He'll be fine. Hey, I'm going to tell you what. I want a little bit of what you got.
Look,
I want a little bit of what you got, man.
Look. Let me tell you something, bud. Here's the deal.
Bud.
The y'all calm down, he'll be fine. Had we started the show ranting and raving about how concerned we are about Framber Valdez, then you would have every right under the sun to text in, call in, and say, you two chill the hell out. You don't know what you're talking about. We waited until the third damn segment. No, we didn't. The second segment. And we were 5 minutes into that segment before we got cranking. And if Framber Valdez, if his wheels wouldn't have come off at the end of last year, in crunch time when it mattered the most, you're right. We all need to settle down, and this wouldn't matter. But I don't know how any Astros fan in their right mind that cares enough to pay attention to what's going on in spring training. I don't know how anybody looks at Framber Valdez with this kind of outing, first rattle out of the box in spring training after what we last saw him do in the playoffs, and goes, hell with it, man. Ain't no big deal.
He's good.
Nah, we're good, man. Ain't no worries at all. Everybody relax. No, I'm sorry, man.
I hope you're right, though.
I bet old boy sits in the mezzanine seats.
They'll treat his ass. Now, I don't want you to get that's a little deep.
Yeah, I'm not going there, but I mean, there's – look, man, we got to start tightening some things up, man.
Like I just say, when Framber had his first outing in spring training, you certainly
drive by on McCullers.
Damn it, Lance! when he came out and have his first outing, you certainly were not hoping to see first time him and Yainer Diaz together. 4 outs, 5 hits, 7 of the first 11 reach.
Yeah, all joking aside, Ron, like I think there's something there with Framber, obviously. I mean, look, at some point you'd like to see the guy right the ship, right? I mean, at least start trending in the right direction, even if it's just for me as the fan, even if it's just for my stress level, right? But there is something to keep an eye on. Is when Diaz is catching, and you've got anybody other than Verlander on the bump. Anybody other than Verlander on the bump is going to be young and was probably fairly dependent on Maldonado's calling pitches, his game management. Regardless of what you think about Maldonado, I think that is very, very accurate and fair to say is that the younger pitchers were probably significantly more dependent on Maldonado. And so as we move forward, I do think watching Diaz, and even if you're not watching Diaz and you're not, even if you just listen to what, like they made it a point to say Fromber was calling his own pitches. Like whether it's a big deal or not deal, if Fromber struggles, it's always going to be followed with what Fromber's calling his own pitches. If Christian Javier's calling his own pitches, it's going to come back to Diaz. So they've got to figure out. I'll argue that is the most,
especially with everything people were saying about Maldonado over the years.
Yes, Ron. I mean, Ron, we can you can argue right now that the managing the game from the behind the plate is I think is probably the number one topic. I'm talking about real topic to say, hey, man, what does it look like? I don't know if it's going to be great. I don't know what kind of impact.
I don't think many fans agree with that. I think many fans don't think that's a big deal.
Well, I mean, you're talking about.
I know you. I'm just saying. I think many fans.
We're talking about a World Series
because they didn't think that what Maldonado did was that big of a.
Well, even if you don't think that's fine. If you don't think it was that big of a deal,
the team did. The team and the fans thought differently of it.
But even if you don't think it was even if you don't think it was a big deal, it was a deal.
Yeah,
it was a veteran catcher that league-wide is known for managing the game, playing defense, and now you've got a young rookie essentially taking his place, and the game management's going to be different. So we can't just ignore that it is a deal. You can ignore the significance of it, the value.
I agree with you. I'm just telling you. I don't think
you can't. Nobody can sit there and go, it's not. It's a non-factor. No, it's a factor. It's a factor. Any way you slice it. Now, is it a topic? Is it a topic to talk about all day long? Maybe not. But it's top. That let me tell you what.
I think it's much more concerning inside the walls of the Astros than it is to fans.
Sure. I agree. I'm just telling you, Ron. If we get midway through the season and these young pitchers are struggling. Mark my word, these young pitchers are struggling. It's going to be made a point to say, to declare who's calling the game.
Well,
is it Diaz? Is it coming from the bench? Is it the pitcher? It's going to be made the point. It's going to be a topic all year long, any way you slice it with the Astros.
All right, let me talk about something that else is a topic, and this is something I've been thinking about. I remember the week after the Ravens game and the Texans season ended.
Okay.
You were hard pressed on saying the number one thing that D'Amico's got to figure out is this offensive line, the physicality and the lack thereof of this offensive line.
Yep.
You know what I've been hearing ever since, and I've been thinking about this, is I feel like most Texans fans, and you can all tell me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like most Texans fans, I think, agree with you that the offensive line was a major issue and has to improve. But it feels like to me that most Texans fans are resigned to the fact that, yeah, it's got to improve, but it's got to improve without adding anything of significance to it. Like, I think most people are like, and which I understand, Titus is signed, Laramie is Suggs, you signed Shaq Mason. Like, I feel like I've seen this. When people first, like, I don't agree with Mel Kiper on the tackle thing at 23, but I think most people are like, oh, God, an offensive lineman. No, not another offensive lineman. I've been listening to Cody Stutes, who's been really, really good on In the Loop from the Combine, but he was saying, no, they don't need to use any big priority in terms of resources on the draft, big draft or high draft picks or in free agency on offensive line. But if you believe the offensive line is the number one thing that D'Amico has to figure out, Are you comfortable with the Texans moving forward next year without adding anything from outside, or comfortable with them just rolling with what they have to try to improve things? Because one of the most crazy things you said earlier this week off air was somehow the door is still open for Kenyon Green. Somehow the door is still open for Kenyon Green to take over because they haven't found anybody that fills that void. Are you comfortable with the Texans not adding anything of significance to the offensive line, even though you say that's the number one thing they got to improve?
I could live with it. I could, and the only reason I say that, Ron, is because I think there is, like, now I don't know how possible it is or how likely it is, but there's so many ways to address that issue. Like I've said from jump, you look at Laramie Tunsil, and you look, it starts with those two guys. D'Amico and Bobby Slowick talking about how close they are all year long. That's a problem. I talked yesterday about the tight end position and the fullback position. You can upgrade there. So, look, I wouldn't like it. I would prefer you sign a middle-of-the-road veteran that's at least been a starter in the NFL at center or guard, and then you got Juice at the other one. I would prefer that. But I think I would pull the wait and see if they didn't. I wouldn't blow a gasket from jump.
Yeah. It's just weird. It like, for me, we're looking at it, we've talked about it in many forms. They got $67.5 million under the cap. They've got they've got money, they've got resources, they got draft picks. I think people would lose it if any of their premium draft picks, 1, 2, or even 3, were to the offensive line. Or they went out and signed a big offensive lineman because of what they put out there. I don't know, man. If that's the biggest thing, and you have aspirations to get to competing with the top of the AFC and the top of the league, it feels like that potentially should be a conversation if it's the biggest thing that you think D'Amico's got to fix. But I feel like most people are just accepting of, it's got to come from inside. It's got to be Kenyon Green or Dieter.
To clarify for me, my concern and why I think it's number one priority is because I don't know how the hell you're going to fix it.
Right.
Just don't know.
And do you not fix it with doing nothing?
Yeah, you adjust your way of thinking and your way of coaching it. I guess I don't know exactly. I just wouldn't go berserk if they didn't sign somebody. I'd prefer they do. Again, a middle of the road, maybe don't even hit the radar type of guard or center I could live with. Don't need a Pro Bowler, but we'll see.
All right, let's go a big 3 at 3. If you're in the building, we're going to hook somebody up with Luke Bryan tickets. We got 2 4-packs, so if you want to sign up, you got to do that right now because we'll be hooking somebody up, multiple people up in this hour. Coming up, we talked about Framber's outing, but we want to go in a little deeper about something new that he's doing and something new that his teammates are doing. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Joe Espada, he said his ideal lineup is Altuve.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. First, welcome in. We are live on The Drive is on the road. We're here at Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. We've had 2 winners. We gave out 2 4-pack of tickets to see Mr. Luke Bryan, and some of the Patriots in here are upset of the winners. Someone said "F you, Raul," who won.
I like
won the
it.
second pack.
A little heated competition in here, man.
Then the Texans get going like this, man. You got competition all around this place, and here you go. They're causing real competition.
Hey, no, nobody in for boo you, man. It's part of it.
That's right. The 3 o'clock hour, we've got two 4-pack of tickets to see Whiskey Myers. Now, listen, you do not have to re-put your name in the raffle box. If you have not put your name in the raffle box yet, go ahead and sign up. If you're driving in, go ahead and do that. If you're in the building, you can do that as well. But if you are already in the raffle, your name is eligible to get selected. But coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we've got 2 packs, a 4-pack of tickets to see Whiskey Myers March 11th. Clint will be there. I may be there. Here you go. Yeah, go ahead and fill it out.
I'll be there.
Birthday girl's filling it out. I think that means it's her birthday. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Are you just a princess, or is it your birthday?
Her birthday's
well, happy
tomorrow.
birthday.
Happy birthday. Good job.
Happy birthday.
So
that
happy
goes in
birthday.
the box over there, Bob. That's old boy that just wants to.
That wants Whiskey Myers
He just
only.
wants, and I don't blame him, man. Hell, that's
who you want. All right. Go ahead, do your thing. But we'll be hooking people up. Congratulations to our first 2 winners who got 4 tickets. Hell, that's a big group you get to take to see Luke Bryan. So Whiskey Myers coming up in this hour. All right, Clint, we talked a little bit about Framber Valdez, and those of you who are just getting off work on Friday, a little early, jumping in the car or jumping on however you're listening to us or watching us. Framber Valdez, now we'll get to his outing today, but before his outing started, Clinton, I'm curious how you feel about this. Framber Valdez is planning to call some of his own pitches and wear a pitch league debut today against the Nationals. So that was his plan today, Clint. He was going to call his own pitches, and he was throwing to Yainer Diaz, and that was what he was going to do. Last year, it was Maldonado or whoever who called the bulk of the pitches, and obviously maybe shook him off, but he called the bulk of the pitches. He was going to call all of his pitches. Before we get to the numbers that he gave us today, what was your initial thought of Framber Valdez calling his own pitches?
I don't like it.
You know,
I mean, it's easy to say after what we watched today. To be honest with you, I don't mean to spoil the I guess the
he got his ass.
punchline.
He got his ass kicked. We'll get a little deper in what happened.
Yeah, no, look, there's just nothing. There's nothing about what we've seen from Framber Valdez that says, he needs any more of the game day load of pitching. Like to me, he's a guy that needs either a catcher or a coach in the dugout calling pitches, managing the game. He's struggled in times when it's early in games. He gets rattled. There's nothing about what he's done that tells me that he's ready to manage the game himself. So I don't like the thought of it at all. In fact, I think it's something that, if we're being honest, that Joe Espada's got to get a grasp on sooner rather than later.
Well, I think they got to make a decision here, because the first thing that jumped out to me was he would have never.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Is there a trust thing? Is there a trust thing with him, and does that spill out to other pitchers? Because we've heard that, and maybe it could be just them trying something out, Clint. They could be just trying it out.
Well, I think there's a void. There's a void that's left when Maldonado leaves, and so you're trying to figure out how to fill that void, what pitchers can handle the game management aspect of this thing. From the, how does Diaz handle it? How does, whatever coach it is they have that's calling games, like what's the best way to go about it? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a void with Maldonado leaving, and the Astros got to figure out how to fill it. I just don't know that I even remotely think that Framber Valdez calling games himself is the way to go.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that way. But I mean, look, I'm not there with Christian Javier. I'm not there with Hunter Brown. If anybody not named Justin Verlander, I'm not real comfortable about them having their hands on the reins of what pitch they're going to throw next.
Yeah, and really, I almost don't like it in terms of, hey, already like Yiner's got to have some kind of control and some kind of voice in this thing, right? Like immediately, hey man, we want to. I mean, you throw what you catch what I'm gonna throw. As I said, it could be them just working on stuff, but you catch what I'm gonna throw. And that just to me jumps out of we just don't have trust. We don't have trust immediately, potentially, if this is something that they can continue to do. Framber might go Lance McCullers and just throw 27 straight breaking balls, right? Like if you give it to him like him, and I got it. Let's go 2. We're gonna keep going curveball.
Well, it seems like a drastic move from where they were last year, right? Yeah. And any kind of drastic move like that, I think you got to be careful. So look, there's no question about it that this again, as I said last segment, I just believe that this issue that we're discussing, whether it's Framber Valdez, Diaz, No Maldonado, how do you it is a big ass topic as it pertains to the Astros, game in, game out, over an entire season, and damn sure when you get to the playoffs.
Yeah. By the way, today the first time with Framber calling his own pitches today with Yiner Diaz, he went an inning and a third, 4 outs, 5 hits. 3 runs, 3 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. He allowed a home run to open up the game opposite field. His ERA after his first start is 20.25. He allowed 7 of the first 11 batters he faced to reach base. C.J. Abrams, the guy who led the game off with an opposite field homer, he had 2 hits against him. And Valdez also walked another batter and allowed 5 hits. So, a rough outing, could be nothing, could be him potentially working on things, but didn't quite go the route that you would hope it would go in his first start. So we'll keep an eye on it, and maybe it's nothing. But you were hoping he didn't look eerily similar to the way that he looked the last time we saw him in the postseason, and that was very, very similar to his postseason starts.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
By the way, if you're jumping in, Tyler Milner's back, folks. Tyler Milner's back. 25-plus old fashions over the 4.5 days in Mexico.
How y'all doing?
Like I'm not even mad. That's amazing, as Ron Burgundy would say. But this happened. This came out late in our show, and I just wanted to jump out because this is some news with the Texans. Their Pro Bowl left tackle, Laramie Tunsil, we talked about it. He had knee surgery. Not a huge surprise. He had it in Dallas. And this was a problem. He didn't practice at least one of the physical days a week, sometimes both days he didn't practice. So he set out, practice virtually every single week, at least one practice. And within that, we found out that it was reported via Aaron Wilson that he had his knee drained a few times during the season, but they expect a fast recovery, and he should be ready from training camp. All right, this to me was somewhat a disappointing season for Tunsil. It was very up and down. I know he made the Pro Bowl. I'm just talking about from the standards of him. I think it was somewhat a disappointing season for you. You've watched him here for several years. For next year, with him being healthy, what is the fair and realistic XM next season?
Well, I mean, look, at the very, very least, he's got to eliminate the Josh Allen potential Sunday.
Jacksonville Jaguars
from his game. I mean, that was as bad of an outing as you're going to see from a left tackle, much less arguably the best pass protecting left tackle in the game. Before we ever even get to the lack of desire to even remotely be physical in the run game, like if you're going to be paid handsomely, which he is, and rightfully so, if you're going to be viewed as and paid as the best pass blocking left tackle in the game, you can't have dudes of the Josh Allen ilk. We're not talking about Myles Garrett. We're talking about Josh Allen. No disrespect, but we're talking about Josh Allen. He can't go out there and choose, number one, to rush the passer versus you instead of George Fant, and then do it to the tune of an AFC Defensive Player of the week. That can't happen. I mean, Laramie Tunsil has to be a guy for the Houston Texans that has the ability in obvious passing situations for 4 quarters to eliminate the opponent's best pass rusher from the game. Absolutely has to. Laramie Tunsil has to play, and he didn't play. By the way, he did not play that way all year last year. There were times when it appeared like he was disinterested. You can't have those kind of outings if you're paid as handsomely as Laramie Tunsil is.
And you know what else? And people talk about this, and this is the deal with him. And to me, it is a big deal. He's got to eliminate the false start stuff. Like that, he's got to eliminate that, and that's been something for years. And someone texted in yesterday, boy, I hope this knee surgery will help eliminate the false starts. But in all seriousness, like a lot of the false starts are frustrating with Laramie Tunsil because, Clint, many of them happen because I feel like Laramie Tunsil doesn't act like he's Laramie Tunsil or know he's Laramie Tunsil. And what I mean by that is, Clint, many times that he gets his false starts, it's because he's trying to get an early jump.
Trying to get a jump, yeah.
Hello. And I get it, but, Doug, you're Laramie Tunsil. And Laramie Tunsil, from a pass protection perspective, got it off that time. From that perspective, he's not good. He's great. He's one of the best we've seen in years. One of the best we've seen in years. And he got false starts against the Ravens because he was trying to get an early jump on Kyle Van Noy. Like, you got to eliminate that. He got false starts against the Colts because he was trying to get an early jump. I don't know who it was over there. It wasn't Dwight Freeney. I'll tell you that. Right? It wasn't Robert Mathis. I'll tell you that. I don't know who it was. But he's got to eliminate that. Like, dude is great when it comes to that. So, I mean, that part he's got to eliminate and move forward and stop hurting because a couple times. But in important drives, he killed drives with false starts, and that's been years now.
Yeah.
And many times it is because he seems to forget that he's Laramie Tunsil. Like he's over there trying to get an early start like Michael Dieter was when he was playing left tackle or right tackle. Like, you don't got to do that.
Mike needs to, by the way.
Mike needs to. I'm not even mad at you,
I'm
Jack.
not sure that's enough.
I'm not mad at you,
I'm
Jack.
sure it wasn't enough.
I'm not mad at you. I got TJ Watt lined up over here. Hell, I'm getting this thing early as hell. I'm going to time this thing up. So I do think that has to get picked up.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I do want to get this one in, Clint. We were wondering why this guy was dropping, and I think we're starting to get an understanding. An Alabama corner who was talked about a lot. What a terrific nickname. I hope he got NIL deals for this. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the corner out of Alabama who was thought to be a first-round pick, and he still may be, but we kept hearing that he's dropping, and it's starting to get an understanding that he has a Jones fracture in the right foot. This fracture was discovered by doctors doing medical evaluations at the NFL Combine. He plans to work out at his pro day later this month and then undergo surgery. So he is a corner, and the Texans could be looking at corner. But, Clint, he has to be a no-go in the first round for the Texans. They can't afford. They've already got a corner with bad feet that have had issues before with the same thing with that. And this guy that is a starter, I don't know, maybe if he drops in the second round, maybe that's something you look at. But he was somebody that I thought may have a chance. I think this would be something, if the Texans were to stay at 23 and they were looking corner, this would potentially have to change to me how they think about this.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm not a doctor. I don't know anything about a Jones fracture. I'm going to assume that it's minimal, and minimally invasive. How about that? How about them big terms right there, Ron?
There you go.
Because he's going to work out with it, probably played a good chunk of the season with it, and then he's going to have surgery. So I doubt it's a big deal, but I'm with you. just from a fan's perspective, not being a doctor and not knowing how big of a deal this is, I would prefer the Houston Texans staying away from injury-prone or injured during the combine and injured during the draft players that require surgery.
He's having surgery after the pro day.
Yeah, and again, I don't know how big of a deal this is, Ron, but from my perspective, knowing what I know now, I would rather them stay away from it.
I liked him. I thought he could be a real possibility. All right, Clint Tyler is clearly one of the guys that I think is being ridiculous. His stance
in what walk of life?
Ridiculously good looking.
A lot of them. You are ridiculously good looking. I would agree with that. I wish you stopped wearing hats so much. I love the photos that I saw of you in Mexico. You were ready.
Lettuce everywhere.
Keep him close, Megan, because he's not single, ladies. Keep him close. But Tyler's ridiculous when it comes to his running back stance. It really is, and I don't want to do this to him, but I might have to go back to the old debate skills with Tyler and just push him into a corner because this is getting ridiculous. Tyler, you have got to at least get off of this a bit. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
What's up, T-Money?
How do the Texans follow up the success they found in last year's draft this year?
We continue to add guys who fit the Texans.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. The Drive is on the road. We're live here on a beautiful Friday here at Twin Peaks. 59 and Kirby, make your way on out here. And in this hour, if you're in the building, my man right here, I ain't going to put his name out there, but he done hooked us up. We got our Mad Dog.
Hey, he don't give a damn. Eric said, no, I don't give a damn.
Eric said it. All right, all right, Eric's out of here. Eric done hooked us up. You see this, boss? See this park? He done got us Mad Dog Monday shirts right here. Mad Dog, I don't appreciate the peaches and cream because I know what you're trying to do. You can kiss my ass, Eric. But, hey, Mad Dog right here. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see that thing right there, baby. This Mad Dog Monday's taking off. We got T-shirts and stuff. Right there, almost cussed.
You can still sponsor it if you want, though, if you're listening.
Yeah. I'm telling you, anybody out there, you can sponsor that thing right there, baby.
Whoever makes and distributes Mad Dog, we're available. We're
and
open.
listen, and I'm gonna tell you what, right now, you don't even got to distribute it. Anything, hell.
Well, I mean, they gotta have some kind of money.
I don't care, man. Vaseline, you can come out here and sponsor it.
I mean, it's got to be somebody that's making money somewhere along the way. I don't know that. What does MD stand for again? I forgot the guy's name.
I forgot the guy's name, yeah.
I just don't think, I don't know that he's flush right now.
That'd be rough to say. Hey, Vaseline sponsoring Mad Dog Mondays. No, but shout out, man. We're having a good time here. But seriously, come on out here if you're riding or if you're in the building. You can sign up right here. All you got to do is sign your name, put your email in, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Don't walk past there. Go ahead and sign your name, boss. You can put your name in there. You got a chance to win. Not one, but we're doing 2 4-pack of tickets to see Whiskey Myers. 2 4-pack of tickets to see Whiskey Myers. We're doing that in this hour. We're doing 2 4-pack of tickets to see Nickelback, 2 4-pack of tickets to see Eric Church, and 2 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Brown Band. All of that coming up today, and you do not have to be here when your name is called to win it. If you put your email in there, we'll go ahead and send that to you if you are a winner. So go ahead and do that as we are having a good time out here and getting you ready and trying to get you a good night at the rodeo season. So come on out and do your thing with that. All right, Clint, I think Tyler's being a bit ridiculous with his running back stance, and he knows.
So you're going to narrow that down a little bit.
And he knows it, but I feel like he is just going to stand in. He's just going to dig his feet in deeper on this thing, right? Because he said this earlier this week. We read it. As he said, his philosophy, he is yet to abandon. Never pay big money to a running back ever. Not once, not ever. Young runners are affordable on deals. No big contracts for veteran running backs. Nothing personal, but winning teams don't do it. So no thank you to Saquon, except for the 49ers who were in the Super Bowl last year. But winning teams don't do it, Tyler, at all. They
made it. They didn't win crap, though, did they?
Okay, they got you. You would have an issue with the Texans having the 49ers.
Well, of course not. But that's a loser-ass mentality. Like, I just want to go to the Super Bowl. I just want to go to an AFC Championship game. No, you play to win the game, right? That's what Herm taught us.
You do, but you got to get in the game to win it. All right,
that's the Chiefs running back.
Is it Isaiah Pacheco? Do you want to use it? Do you want to use it? But the Chiefs have other weapons.
And the best quarterback in the league, absolutely.
And the best tight end. So they have other weapons. But right now, for me, Clint, we talked about this, and Tyler, there has to be room for exceptions. Like, there has to be room for exceptions. Like right now, I would say to both of you, and Tyler, this is why I'm going to get you in a corner because I know you're going to be honest. I know you won't lie.
You know what happens when I get cornered? I'm like an angry badger.
I know, but but don't lie. Like if Saquon Barkley was on the team, how many guys on this offense, Tyler, do you believe would affect the game more? How many guys?
Like who would be impacted on the offense?
No, who would impact the offense more? How many guys would impact the offense more than Saquon Barkley?
Okay. Well, I mean, when he's healthy, I think we start there.
Healthy.
I think
when
we
he's
start
healthy.
there. Yeah, when
okay,
he's healthy.
He's healthy.
When he's healthy, not many. I mean, we're hoping Nico Collins can do what he did this past year and really prove himself to be a number one receiver. You really loved what you saw from Tank Dell, so I want to see him continue to grow and be a baller.
Real quick. You name those two names because you know what the answer is, and I just want you to say it. Would those two affect the offense more than Saquon Barkley if he was on this team?
In the games he played in, probably not.
Okay, if he's healthy, Clint, right? Like, only person that would affect on the offense if he was on this team would be who?
C.J. Stroud.
The only person.
Mm-hmm.
The only one, right? And you had the audacity to say, I'm fine with Saquon, but at the price that that won't get him.
Yeah, it just won't happen.
You won't. How much do you want to pay him? Give me, because I want you to say this number.
Anytime you start talking double-digit millions for running backs, especially veteran running backs, I get hesitant. So I'm looking at 10, and I can maybe get behind it, but I'm looking for 9.
So $9 million.
9 a year.
So you agree if he's healthy that no one except C.J. Stroud would be the second most. Would no one would affect the offense more?
Yes, but I think that is a huge if, and I don't care if he's healthy for all those games. I don't want to pay him $15-16 million a year. I don't believe in that philosophy.
Yeah, there's not a running back that makes that much.
12-13, I don't want that either, Ron.
Okay, all right. Like the numbers we're seeing are 3 years, $36 million, 20 guaranteed, 12 per. Like what you're saying is you just said it out loud, out of your mouth. That only C.J. Stroud.
But that is a big-ass if. That is a big-ass if.
But you said it. But you're willing. You're like, all right, man, Shaq Mason, who makes more than him, cool. I don't want to pay this guy. I don't want to pay this guy $10 million, even though I believe he will be the second player behind C.J. Stroud to impact the offense.
He is a veteran running back whose career could end any damn day, if you ask me.
Sure,
and I don't wish that on him or any of them. But running backs in this league do not last. They don't.
Any of them can. It's just it is silliness. That's $9 million. But you're saying he will be more impactful than Shaq Mason, Titus
with
Howard,
some big ass ifs in there. Yes, absolutely.
And you won't. And
we've seen it here in Houston. Arian Foster is the best running back this team has ever seen, and he had some tremendous years. He led the league one year. But after those tremendous years, what do you see from Arian Foster? Injury, subpar season, injury. Like you see it over and over, and sure, there's some outliers very rarely, but you see it time and time again, year after year in the NFL, and I don't want to be a part of a team that falls into that trap, and now you have a bunch of money locked into a guy whose career could very well be ending.
It's over the next 2 years. This is craziness. Over the next 2 years. Like I just
because you got the money doesn't mean you spend it on him.
Sure not. I'm not saying it. This ain't just that you got the money. And I don't even want to make it just Saquon. I'll talk about, because you feel this way about Josh Jacobs and Derrick Henry too. Any of the top 3 running backs. You could use all of those. We're saying Saquon. You could use all of those. I mean, it's just wild. Like right now, you would if Nico Collins would agree to sign a contract where he made $15 million a year, which would be a bargain, right? Mm-hmm. That would be a bargain for Nico Collins. You would sign it. You would go for signing it, right?
Yes.
But you won't pay.
Nico's not a running back.
But
Nico is in a league that is pass heavy, and it is a game that is completely dependent on the pass game now.
Great, but I'm asking you. You just
he's
said
also
it, right?
younger.
You just said it.
Yes.
The next 2 years, the player who would impose, would it be Nico or would it be Saquon Barkley?
If Saquon can be on the field
healthy
for half a damn season, maybe, then yeah.
If Saquon Barkley, but you want to pay. You
want to pay ass
him more.
If, man. Big ass if for a lot of money.
You would sign him to pay Nico more than Christian McCaffrey.
Yes. Not everybody's Christian McCaffrey either.
I know it, but you would pay $15 million for Nico.
How many games has Saquon Barkley played the last 3 years?
For the guy that you said would be the most important
How many games has Saquon played the last 3 years? Like that, the dude is not reliable. He is a freak athlete and a talent on the football field. I would love to see in a Texans uniform if he can somehow stay healthy. But I mean, that's just I'm hanging on to that philosophy, man. I don't, and it's nothing personal for all you running backs out there. I just don't believe you pay veteran running backs big money. I don't believe you pay any running back very big money.
There just has to be exceptions. There just has to be exceptions. All right, I'm sorry. We've gone over. I see people on the text line rolling through. All right, I'll address some of that. I see people on the text line running through on this deal. I just, like, it is just wild. Like, Clint is beside himself.
I'm wild.
Go on the other side.
I know what you're trying to do is get me into this with Tyler. I mean, there's been one of his seasons in the league that he's missed more than 3 games.
I know. We'll get back to it.
Stop it, Ron. Tyler, I love you.
I love him too. I'm not trying to get into it.
I know what Ron's trying to do.
I'm trying to let Tyler say it out loud.
I said it out loud, damn it.
That Saquon Barkley would only be overtaken of importance by C.J. Stroud, and he just said he would pay $5 million more for Nico Collins.
Completely different positions and ages, my friend.
It would be. We'll continue coming up. Hey, come in here, have a chance to win 2 pair of 4-pack of tickets to see Whiskey Myers. We're doing that in this hour. Coming up next.
Landry's putting his foot down. There's one position the Texans need to address in free.
expertise to help you find the right price and navigate the process to sell your home in a way that's right for you. That's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, that was fun, Tyler. That was fun. That was fun, baby. I'm having a good time. That was fun.
Turned me on a bit.
I'm turned on too, baby. I think you just got to loosen up, as someone texted in. Loosen up and grab a drink. But someone also did say nothing behind it. Ron is wrong. Tyler is right.
Well said, friend. Well said.
Someone texted. Hey, coming up at the end of this segment, your chance to win two 4-pack of tickets, 2 different 4-pack of tickets to go and see Whiskey Myers coming up. 2 4-pack of tickets to go see Whiskey Myers coming up. We got tickets all day on the show that we'll be hooking folks up with. Clint refused to get himself worked into this. He just wasn't going to do it. Although he was sitting here just looking up all kinds of things to just throw at. I agree with you, Tyler. I totally agree with Tyler. Super Bowls are not won by Super Bowl running or by superstar running backs. They are good to have, but running backs can be great by the team system. They can be, but a lot of positions can be that way. This is what I'm saying. Listen, there is only one real proven thing that shows, hey, to win Super Bowls, and even there are holes in that. There's only one position, and that's quarterback. That's quarterback. But there's even holes in that because Trent Dilfer found his way to winning a championship. Brad Johnson found his way to winning a championship. We know who Russell Wilson is today and who Russell Wilson was, but Russell Wilson wasn't the great quarterback and what borderline Hall of Famer that he later became. Tom Brady at first was not that when he first started winning Super Bowls with New England. He later became Tom Brady, but he was a caretaker, and there were other things that were more important. So there's even holes in that. But it's really just quarterback. Because you can say superstar running backs haven't won. Well, that's not true because Terrell Davis was the best player for the Denver Broncos. Marshall Faulk was the best player. Even though he had a Hall of Fame quarterback, he was the best player on that offense
Different
when
game
they won
now.
a Super Bowl. And, Marshawn Lynch.
That's the last Pro Bowl running back to be on a winning Super Bowl team, and it was a decade ago.
For Seattle. Is one. You can win through tight ends. You can win through wide receivers. You can win through good running backs. You can win through there as long as if you have a core the one. But the other space, let's not just act like, it's got to be like, yes, Christian McCaffrey lost the Super Bowl this year, but Christian McCaffrey finished third in the MVP race, and that thing could have gone either way. Like just because they didn't win. And they lost in overtime by 3 when they kept leading towards the end of it, doesn't mean that that a running back was an extremely huge reason why they got to where they got. There's no real route except for quarterback and really coach. And even there are holes in those.
Yeah.
That to say you got to have this. It's just individual teams. And I would say to Tyler and people who think like Tyler, this is the time right now. You have $67.5 million to spend. You have resources throughout to help fill other voids. You don't have a big-time proven playmaker on your offense that scares people. I know many of you may think it's Tank. I know many of you may think it's Nico. But I'm telling you right now, if you inserted Saquon Barkley in the playoff game, the number one person that Mike McDonald and the Baltimore Ravens would have been looking at trying to stop is Saquon Barkley. And that's how every single, or Derrick Henry, or Josh Jacobs, that's how every single one of those guys would approach it. You don't have a player like that right now. And yes, I would have known, and I'm telling you, 8 times out of 10, Tyler, I would probably be in your space. But there are exceptions, and I think the tech exception in a way that the 49ers lived in an exception last year when they went and got Christian McCaffrey, which completely changed their offense.
Yeah, look, I think there's so many different factors here. I think Tyler's right that the game is played different. So when we start talking about Jerome Bettis and Emmitt Smith and those guys, like the game is played different. But with that said, the backs have changed, right? It's more of a weapon now than it was. Line up in the I formation, run it downhill between the tackles, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, so to speak. They're used differently, and then we move into, okay, well, the Texans, like I believe that, and we've seen the Chiefs do it lately. I believe that you've got to be roster-wise, you've got to be very fluid. Like you look at the Texans, you feel like you've got 2 pretty good young receivers, although I'll say you need another one. But generally speaking, you got some targets, right? There are no tight ends out there on the market that you can go make a huge jump in. The position of need is running back, and it just so happens to be that when you're on the verge of cracking into the top AFC championship, AFC teams, that there are some like game-changing 2024 types of running backs on the market. And then you get into, which this is the part that I really get hung up on, and this is why I have a hard time subscribing to Tyler's way of thinking, is like we're talking about $10 to $12 million. We're not talking 26 to 30.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're talking about 7. And so that's where from a contract perspective, I have a real hard time having a hard stance on a $10 million. A guy that's going to cost you less than Shaq Mason.
Yeah, and a guy, and I would say to Tyler as well, and people who think like Tyler, a guy whose contract will be over by the time you have to pay you have to pay CJ and Will.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it's not. There's a lot of it's crazy to me. Like the majority of the NFL minds and evaluators, and hell, the people in our business talking are on Tyler's side of this deal. Like I can't ever, because you're talking about a guy. At the end of the day, a couple of other points. You're talking about a guy that is going to, again, if he stays healthy. There's ifs associated with everybody, right? But if whoever your running back is, if he stays healthy, I mean, you're gonna call a play where there is no reading anything. Your quarterback's just taking the snap, turning and handing it to him at the least 30% of the time, if not 40. In a good situation, if the back's the right guy, hell, it's 40% of the time, right? Like that's something that guy you should be willing to invest huge money in. Like to a guy that I don't need my quarterback to do anything. He makes my offense, if he's the right guy, he makes my offensive line better. If he's the right guy, he makes the defense very vanilla for my play caller and my quarterback. And you're going to turn around and thought to 40% of the time. Like that is somebody that I want to pay for if he's available. I'm not saying you go out there and you reach for a guy, but if he's available, man, that guy is a player that I would be willing to invest in a big way, man.
And I think it is going to change, and I think we're starting to see it change, because I think with Christian McCaffrey, and this guy was only behind Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson in terms of the MVP voting.
Yeah.
And then we saw the Lions, who got themselves to being up 17 in the second half with a chance to go to the Super Bowl, really on the backs of drafting Gibbs at 12 and then going out and signing a free agent running back as well that helped become the identity and the importance of their offense, right? And like we're starting to see Bijan Robinson, a guy that goes early, and even when he wasn't used well, like it's been a problem. He was still effective. Like I think we potentially may start to see. I know Texans fans, you all know better than I do. I can find Pro Bowl level receivers you've had. Hell, you've got at least what I believe to be 2 Hall of Famers. We know you got one in Andre. I think DeAndre is a Hall of Famer. We've seen other guys. Hell, Will Fuller has had moments. We've seen Nico Collins have this moment. Tank's had moments. How many Pro Bowl level running backs have the Texans had? So it's so easy to find. How level outside of Arian Foster? Who else? Was it Lamar Miller next?
Lamar Miller, I think, might be the only other one.
Is it Carlos Hyde?
Yeah. And those.
Is it Damian Pierce this season?
I like Lamar Miller, but yeah. To your point, I think that's to put a bow on the conversations, like in Houston from jump, we've tried the cheap way. You've tried the way of, and Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's some draft pick out there that I'm missing, but like you've tried the mid to lower rounds, you've tried the free agent, you've tried the middle of the road to the journeyman free agent, and it's just like nobody can stick. Like I thought they should have kept and re-signed Lamar Miller when they let him go. I really liked him, but like we've tried forever. Man, and Arian Foster, you landed him as an undrafted free agent, and that was great. But it's like we're 20 some odd years into this.
It's beautiful.
Have I moved you, Tyler? Have I moved you at all?
No, he's not moved.
I mean, for the record,
can I move you $500,000? How about $500,000?
Yeah. That man Tyler said, I don't want to give him 10.
10-5. Can I get
Tyler
you 10-5?
I'll bang it out.
Yeah, 10-5, go once, going twice, 10-5, 10-5. Yeah, you could convince
like
me.
right now, Tyler, you wouldn't blink to sign Mike Evans to $25 million a year, would you?
I don't know if I wouldn't blink. I mean, that's a lot of money for an aging receiver, but you know I love baby. Come on over.
Yeah, you give him $25 million.
And for the record, I would be as excited as the next guy if Saquon Barkley ended up being on this team. Like I'm gonna pull for the dude. I want him to run his ass off if he's in a Texans uniform. But man, that's a lot of money.
It's not.
History is on my side on this, though. When you pay them big, it doesn't work out often.
History, yes. You don't do it with all of them.
Right.
Now, if you don't think Barkley is special, I get that. Okay. If you don't think there's a potential
but here's the deal, though, Ron. This is a year, again, where I think timing is everything, right? If these guys weren't available, we wouldn't be talking about running back the way that we are. I mean, this is a year where the stars are aligning where, I mean, if you count Austin Eckler, which let's not get off into the scheme of things, but you count Austin Eckler, I mean, you got 5, maybe 6 backs that are available this year that would be considered impact game-changing types of backs right now. Now, some of them you have to pay $12 million a year, some of them you have to pay probably $8 million, but I mean, at the end of the day, you've got some serious options to upgrade your offensive roster, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Get ready, Ocho. Here you go.
I'm what?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm ready, Ocho.
I said get ready, Ocho.
Get ready, Ocho. All right, if you're Nick
come some action.
Caserio, and I just picked up on what the hell you was talking about. D'Amico Ryans, what player in the draft would you aggressively move up for? Now, Nick has moved up aggressive multiple times. D'Amico has been as good as we've seen last year for Will Anderson. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. If you were D'Amico and Nick and could jump up and go chase a player, be aggressive in this draft, who would it be and why? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I believe in Nick Caserio.
What qualities are the Texans looking for in potential wide receivers? Coach D'Amico made it pretty clear.
We're looking for guys who are separators, who can find a way to get open.
Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yes, sir. We're at Twin Peaks. Kirby and 59 come hang out with us. We are we had this one sprung on us here, y'all. We've got how many we got left? We're giving away 2 4-packs of tickets to the rodeo to 5 different artists. So far, we've given away Luke Bryan. We've given away Whiskey Myers.
And now coming up in this hour, 4:30, we got 2 4-pack tickets to see Nickelback, Tyler's favorite.
Nickelback. There's a young lady working here at Twin Peaks, which I thought she was so young she didn't know who the hell Nickelback was. But apparently young ladies are as much a fan of Nickelback today as they were, I guess, 20 years ago maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But Nickelback at the Houston Rodeo. We'll be giving away 2 4-packs, 4-pack tickets of to the rodeo Nickelback here at 4:30. So if you're out there and you're listening, Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby, stop through, hang out with us. If you're us, obviously there's 4 more Twin Peaks lodges around the city. If you're hearing this, you're near one, slide through Twin Peaks. The happy hour's off the charts. The made-from-scratch menu is the real deal, and it's a little theme party, if you know what I mean. Twin Peaks does a costume party like nobody else does a costume party, and they got a little Western wear going on. They got a little Western wear going on, and wow. You get a group of ladies and tell them it's rodeo time. Put on your boots and your short shorts. They put on their boots and their short shorts. So y'all come on out and hang out and watch a little live sports, break a little bread, eat a little grub, have a couple drinks, and we'll see where the night takes you. But Ron, I said it in the tease, man. In the spirit of D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio getting real horny, real aggressive last year.
Football horny, guys.
Draft horny, Will Anderson horny. However, I mean, that word typically stirs folks up. But
you're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
It happens, man. It's my goal every day. Look, last year in the draft, it shocked the hell out of the NFL world when D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio jumped from number 12 to number 3 after drafting C.J. Stroud and grabbing Will Anderson, and boy, has it worked out.
Yeah, I almost pulled a calf out there. We were there live trying to talk to people. We had to shift.
You tell me, man. It was a beautiful thing, right? But boy, has it ever worked out. I mean, not only do you have 2 players that, for the most part, were healthy all year long, the offensive rookie of the year, the defensive rookie of the year, and you got guys that contributed in a major way to a division-winning, 10-game winning, playoff game winning franchise that seems like it was rebuilt overnight. Because I'm going to be honest with you, when you look at David Culley and Lovie Smith years here with the Texans, I don't know how much rebuilding was being done, if we're being honest. I know Nick behind the scenes was obviously working, but boy, it was tough sledding. But in the spirit of the move to get Will Anderson, number 3 overall, the aggressive move up in the draft from 12 to 3, I pose the question to you, the fans. It's 713-572-4610 is the text line. Text in your answer. If you were Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, what player in the draft would you aggressively move up to get? Now, there's some pipe dreams. The Texans are drafting at 23. They would have to move heaven and earth to get to top 5, obviously. I'd love to see Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr. out there with Tank Dell and Nico Collins. I'd love to see that, but that may be a little bit of a
you're really going for it.
Well, that may be a little bit of a stretch, but I do think there are some guys, Ron, that the Texans are going to have to get rather aggressive to get to. I'd say mid-teens. There's going to be some really good players that have performed really well at the combine to date that are positions of need for the Houston Texans, that if comments immediately following the season about needing to upgrade that front 7, if he was being real, which, hell, I believe he was speaking partially in an emotional state.
It did, right? Did it? That seemed as honest.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of them, like, man, you should have waited a couple of days and let the emotions, because, I mean, it was one of them where, like, I mean, you got some Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard. You got some pretty good players up there, and you're talking about, hey, If we're going to win these kind of games, we got to upgrade our front seven. Okay,
the Ravens get 200 yards on your rushing.
Yeah. So, but with that said, Ron, I think there's some players in that mid to late teen range that you could see the Texans getting aggressive and moving up a few spots in this draft to get a true, legit first-round graded player. I think you made a great point earlier as it pertains to this conversation. There's 15, 16, maybe they'll get to 17 or 18 by the time the combine's over, but there's mid to high teens in terms of the number of players that have a first-round grade. Now, there's 32 dudes that are going to end up in the first round, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, there's 16, 17, maybe 18. Maybe they scratch 20. We've heard Nick Caserio talk about that. We've heard Nick Caserio talk about, that's the conversation. Do I want to jump up and take one of those players with a legit first-round grade? So with all that said, this isn't I don't think it's far-fetched to think that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans could move up and take a player. I think
absolutely not. They've proven to do it.
They've proven to do it, Ron.
They've done it a lot.
And I'm just going to say, I've said it about free agency. I'll say it about the draft. I think Nick and DeMeco are absolutely crazy if their mindset right now isn't balls to the wall aggressive in free agency in the draft because of where we're at as a team. I mean, I'm talking about balls to the wall aggressive. I've heard John Harris. I've heard Seth Payne. I've heard all these talk about, I heard Nick Caserio himself talk about, we don't have to spend all the money this year. Oh, man, we got voids here. We got to fill out a roster. Nah, man. You got to get players that give you a chance to win a damn championship. Yeah, you got to fill some voids. Yeah, you got to build a roster. Hell, everybody in the league does. But when it's all said and done, damn it, we need players in the Texans uniforms that when we're in the fourth quarter of a ball game and it's a tight ball game, you got guys that can, outside of scheme, just go make a damn play.
Yeah.
Will Anderson's one of them. Jonathan Grenard was one of them. Obviously, CJ was one of them. Tank and Nico, they proved to have the ability. You got to go get those guys proven in the NFL, whether it's draft picks or veterans that can do that, Ron. If you're DeMeco and Nick, and you're going to get a little horny, get a little aggressive on draft night, you're going to move up, who you taking?
Yeah, man. And I don't think they need to be crazy, but if it's something within reach, like to me, if you're talking to get into the top 10, that's going to be a lot to give up. The late or the early to late teens, anywhere between the 13, 14 to 17, 18 mark.
Yep.
Like I think that's realistic, and that is something that you could give up with the ammo you have. Obviously, you still have picks of your own and from the Browns. Like for me, I look at positions that are holes, at least if not starter, but depth that you need to fill, and positions that are weaker in the draft and in free agency. And to me, defensive tackle is one spot, and I think there are only about 2, maybe 3 interior defensive linemen with first-round grades that will go. And Byron Murphy, the kid who's defensive lineman of the year in the Big 12, he's been slated around the 13, 14, 15 range. That would be somebody that I would be watching. I'd be watching sitting there at 23. If he's sitting there at 12, he's sitting there at 13, right? That would be somebody that I would look at potentially trying to go up and get, because I don't think there are a lot of guys that is not real deep at that particular position, and not just at that particular position, Clint, but at the type of guy and the type of body that this defense looks for, right? He fits that mold. That would be the number one person that I would look at and say, all right, I'll jump up there, because you got Chris Jones, who you think will probably go back to Kansas City. Justin Matapike, there's a thought that he would go back to Baltimore. I think they may franchise tag him, is out there with the Dolphins. That would be one that I would look at, because I think this draft is heavy with receiver and corner. That would be a space I would look at. Byron Murphy.
I like it. I like it a lot, because I think it's what DeMeco Ryans is looking for. Yep. Somebody in that front four, for sure. Ryan, now I've got a guy in mind that I'll be honest with you. I think I'm seeing some reports where I think he crushed the combine, so he may be climbing the draft boards right now instead of sitting steady. But I'm looking at Mel Kiper's most recent mock draft. He's got the guy you mentioned, Byron Murphy, at 13.
Yep.
The guy that I really like is he's got slotted at 11 right now. So this may be out of the reach of the Texans. But Jared Verse, the defensive end out of Florida State, if you're going to let Jonathan Grenard walk, which is very possible, I think Jared Verse out of Florida State, I watched him all year long.
Yeah.
He can play inside and outside. He plays much bigger than the 6'3", 6'4", 250 that he is. He plays bigger than that. He can play inside or out, although he's an edge rusher. High motor guy. Got a real Will Anderson vibe to him in terms of play style. I think his game transitions to the league, maybe not in a way of where he comes in and has double-digit sacks, but in a very Will Anderson way of, he comes in and is a high motor guy that's great against the run. The
type of guy they love.
Yes, which is exactly what they love. So I really like. There's also, Ron, a couple of interior offensive linemen, which I know a lot of folks are.
You talking about it to move up to get?
To move up to get.
Oh,
yeah, but you're talking about move up a spot or two, because I think there's a chance they're going to be in that 19, 20, 21 range. The guard out of Washington, I really like him. And there's also a center, I believe. What I'm trying to find is there he is. It's the kid out of Duke, Graham Barton. Like center guard, it's hard to miss. I know there's some PTSD right now with Kenyon Green. But boy, if you get one of those guys that is a legit first rounder.
Even though you moved up in the second round to go get Juice Scruggs.
Yeah,
to play center.
Look, I'm with you're either
the guard. I think is something I can get around.
I would go D line. I would go on the defensive side of the football. I would go D line, but there's a good chance that you're going to have a couple of really good interior offensive linemen available when you pick. Ooh, man. It's going to be tough to not entertain the hell out of that if you're the Houston Texans. Tyler, what do you like in that bunch? In that bunch right there with the Texans.
Yeah, Tyler, he'll get horny to go up and get somebody.
Well, look, we don't have to we don't have to use a whole lot of common sense here. I mean, hell, if odds are nobody knew they were going to jump the way they jumped last year. But hey, if they're going to jump, what do you like them to jump for, player or position?
I got my eyes on an Aggie. Really little linebacker coming out of A&M, Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah?
I'm not saying, Ron, as you take your headset off, I didn't know if we're talking just first round here. But Edgerrin Cooper very well could be the first linebacker that comes off the board in this year's NFL draft. I watched every game he played at Texas A&M, and I think Edgerrin Cooper could fit what D'Amico's trying to do in a big way in Houston.
Well, linebacker is definitely a need, right? I mean, if they're not going to bring back Cashman, they're going to draft somebody. So it's a possibility. I would imagine he is damn sure going to be.
Well, he set the front seven.
Yeah, he's going to be available, I would imagine. But nonetheless, I'm on this. I'm hard up for this Jared Verse guy.
You've been talking about him a minute, and that is the deal. Is if they do go pass rusher, because we've heard him, Chop Robinson, in the combine as well as a defensive end possibility. The thought is, does that then say, all right, I'd be comfortable moving up? Because if you're going to go move up to get him, I think that means maybe you're out on bringing back Gennard.
Oh yeah,
like if you're gonna make that move to go up to get him,
absolutely.
Yeah, that guy.
Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna take that money that you may have spent on Gennard, you're gonna move inside, and you're gonna bring in a defensive tackle, an interior defensive lineman that's special. Which I love that. I love that move. I tell you, with Jared Verse, all of these guys that we're talking about are great, obviously. But I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I watched a lot of games. This Nate Wiggins, this corner. I watched several Texas games with Byron Murphy in the middle. I watched several Alabama games with Dallas Turner coming off the end.
Somebody said Tallis Turner is one that turns them on.
Yeah, no, and the combine again for him is going to be a huge plus. He is a badass player.
I think he ran in the 4.5s.
I'm going to tell you, Ron. I'm going to tell you, on the defensive side of the football, all the guys that are available, there's not a guy available on the defensive side of the ball this year that when I turned the game on and watched him this year, literally jumped off the screen consistently, like playing bully ball against really good talent, more so than Jared Verse. Go back and watch the games, really any Florida State game, but watch the game. Who did they play? It was Louisville in the ACC championship, but who did they play? Was it Florida?
Yep, Florida
right before the last game of the season. I mean, every time you turn the film on, you cannot help. Like, Jared Verse is going to be seen in a dominant fashion of like, damn, who is that game wrecker? More so than any of these guys. And they're all going to measure good. Their tape's all going to be good. You're going to be able to find reasons to draft these guys top 10 or 15 any way you slice it. But when you turn that thing on and he's just dominating dudes at the college level consistently, inside and out, critical moments of the game, like being the dude that steps up and makes a play, there's nobody ahead, in my opinion, there's nobody on the defensive side of the football ahead of Jared Verse.
You big enough, 255?
He plays a lot bigger than 250. 255, he plays a lot bigger than that, and so because I've seen him, I saw him bump inside from time to time, which is becoming more and more common in the NFL anyway, of guys playing inside. Hell, we see Clowney do it here. We saw Myles Garrett do it multiple times this year. So it's not like it's a crazy thought, but I think his game transitions early, rookie on plug and play as much as anybody right now coming out.
All right, coming up as we are here live at Twin Peaks, your chance coming up in about 10 minutes to win a pair of tickets. Not just a pair of tickets, I'm sorry, a pair of 4-pack tickets to go see Nickelback coming up around 4:30. And Framber Valdez had his first start today. It was awful. Listen to his manager. He speaks on that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Our vision.
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Live from 259, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, any concern? Framber Valdez, he had his first outing. By the way, coming up as soon as we get off the air on this break. So if you're in the building and you're listening, as soon as we get off the air, your next chance to win not one but 2 4-packs. So 2 different winners, 4-pack of tickets to see Nickelback at the rodeo. So that's coming up as soon as we get done on this segment coming through. What? Any level of concern at all? His first outing, Framber Valdez goes out, Clint. He said, today, baby, I'm changing it up. I'm calling the pitches. No, Yiner, chill, baby. I got it. I'm calling the pitches. Just sit your ass back there and catch them. All right? You don't got no input on this thing. I'm calling the pitches. Now, his first game out, he looked just like he did the last time we saw him. An inning and a third. I don't want to take that fourth out from him. An inning and a third, 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 2 Ks, 1 walk, and he led off the game giving up an opposite field homer to somebody named C.J. Abrams, who then came back up to the plate and got a hit again. That's where he is. His ERA currently in the Grapefruit League is 20.25 right now. That was eerily similar to what we saw in the postseason. Off to slow start, struggles, and just couldn't really get it back. Clint, before we get to the thoughts and the Warriors, I want to hear anybody concerned at all. It's spring training, huh? It's spring training. I'll let you hear what Framber had to say. Now, he's not going to speak. I'm going to read it. It's through an interpreter. But this was the manager, Joe Espada. This was Joe Espada talking about the outing, the first outing against the Nationals today for his ace right now, since Verlander is up in the air, his ace, Framber Valdez.
Stuff was, he's throwing hard, breaking pitches the actions on his pitches were pretty good, but just inconsistent in the zone. First outing, so he wasn't as sharp as he wanted to be.
You said he was throwing 50% intensity. Is he underselling that a little bit?
Oh, man, he looked harder than that. So, it wasn't in the zone as much. He didn't use the ground balls like he normally does, but again, first outing.
He said he was throwing hard. We can't get velo readings. What was his sinker at, and what did you think of just that pitch as a whole?
Yeah, so, it was just they were up in the zone a bit, so his sinker is effective when he's down, and that's when he gets his ground balls, So mid-90s stuff was pretty good. It's just execution. It was just not where he wanted to throw those pitches.
All right, that's Joe Espada for you. Clint's dying laughing real quick. Through an interpreter, Framber Valdez said today, I felt like I was maybe at 40, 50% out there. Adding, I think the quality of my pitches are good. I was just talking more about intensity. Obviously, first outing of the spring, I can't go out there and just go 100%. That was Framber Valdez. So all right, that explains it.
Yeah, before we ever get into what was actually said, could you imagine being a manager? And look, I love Joe Espada's. His transparency is absolutely beautiful. But could you imagine, who should be your ace goes out there, doesn't locate well. Anyway, you start your comments off to the media with, man, he was throwing hard, man. Man, he was giving it to me. He's like, by the way, he said he was giving 40 to 50%. Oh, well, no, it looked a little harder than that. So now you're in this back and forth with about what the hell Framber said. So just what a don't
there again, man. That's what Dusty used to deal with, baby. Let's get on the same page, man.
Well, yeah.
What'd you do? I wish I'd have known you only threw 40.
Yeah, I wish I'd have known you. If you were only going to go 40, 50%, I wouldn't have put your ass out there.
He was in the 70s. He was in the 70s, boy. He was in the 80s. Right?
Well, look, I'm going to be honest with you. As you jokingly opened it up with, hey, it's spring training, not a big deal. Look, man, I'm not typically a guy to get too worked up over something that can happen in spring training. But when you look at the way Framber Valdez ended last season, 0-3 in the playoffs, the ERA ballooned the last 14 starts. You get into the playoffs, the ERA ballooned big time. I mean, he ended the season in a bad way. To then turn around and open up the fight that he did today, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little bit concerned about it, Ron. I don't know any other way to slice it, especially like I fully expected or hoped. Let me say I expect. I hoped that we would hear from Joe Espada and he'd be like, oh, yeah, he was just working his fastball and his changeup. He didn't work up.
No, you're right. No, that's not what he said. I mean, now, Framber was somewhere else. Framber was like, I was just playing,
His father just said, look, it was a location issue.
Which was the issue in the postseason.
Leaving it up in the zone. I mean, here we are. So, yeah, like.
Either he was wild out of the zone, which he got people on, or got himself in bad counts, and then he was really wild within the zone, which people were hitting him.
So the Espada comments –
good heavens,
make me a little more concerned than the actual outing. And I, again, this is not for all those folks out there that want to sit in the mezzanine level and just trust every move and not talk about them, not debate them, not have an opinion. Cool, that's fine. I'm not talking to you, but if spring training is something that typically is just, hey, let's go to Florida, let's just enjoy it, guys. Let's enjoy some nice weather. Let's get through this thing and prepare for the season. This was not a good step in terms of Framber Valdez preparing for the season once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to go overboard. Like someone texted Ron, be serious. We need another option. Get rid of his ass. I'm not in get rid of his ass, but I don't. Like I said to you earlier this week, I really, when Jose Urquidy goes out there in spring training, I really don't. I feel like I know what he is. I know what he's going to be, and I feel good. Like when I see this with Framber, you have to take everything into account. All right, so I know many of you don't give a rip about it, especially our guy who ends in 8.5, but his what he has said, a guy he really trusts in safety net, and Martin Maldonado isn't there. And now he's throwing to Yainer Diaz. And the first time he throws to Yainer Diaz, we hear, hey, boss, I'm going to go ahead and call these pitches myself. Right? And we look at the total deal of him, and the total deal of him is sometimes there is a mental issue as big as a physical issue with him. And placement issue and things like that is what is going on upstairs and how he can kind of melt right there on the mound. So I think all of it is just a bit more than usual than just to say, man, he's just working on stuff. I would say, like into what Clint just said, I would say I would have felt better to just hear what Framber said. Oh, man, I was going 40, 50%. But, hell, that's not what Joe said. Joe said he was throwing the ball hard. He just missed location. Well, damn, that's what he was doing before. So, I mean, I just think his case is a tad, not overboard. No, I still want him right now to start opening day if Justin Verlander can't go. But I watch his spring training starts mean a little bit more than I think than to others, to me.
Look, these spring trainings mean a little bit more when you finish the season, when your expectations are World Series, and when ace of a rotation is associated with your name, you finish the season in awful fashion. Everybody's spring training is probably going to be a little bit more heavily analyzed. So, look, I agree with you, Ron. The other thing that this brings to surface, which I believe is not a Framber issue, it's a bigger issue with the Astros. Regardless of what you want to make of it, no Maldonado from a game management pitch calling perspective, and now you're. I'm just telling you, man.
I just don't think people.
It is. Think it's a big of a deal. Okay, people cannot think it's a big deal. That's fine, but it's a damn deal. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going. You got a bunch of young pitchers. I mean, nobody in this rotation, and I'm talking about starters, with the exception of Justin Verlander, have any business calling their own game. Nobody, none of them, not one of them. Hell, the only one you'd think is somewhat close would be Framber Valdez. And let's be honest, as you pointed out, I mean, we ain't real sure that he can manage his own emotions during a damn ball game, much less call a game. Yeah. So Yeah, look, I think that's a real topic of conversation. And I'm talking about Diaz, no Maldonado. Now it's Diaz. Now it's young pitchers calling their own game. Now it's one of the coaches in the dugout having to call the game. Like I think it's a real in spring training and early season of how they navigate that process in a game.
All right, win pair of tickets. We're doing that right now. So if you're on your way in, it's not too late. We still got many, many more to give up. Zach Brown Band, also Eric Church. But we're hooking people up with Nickelback coming up right here, right now. That's next, right here on The Drive.
All right, Generator Super Center.
response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. We just hooked up two people with 4-pack of tickets to Nickelback. Angela lost her mind. She's the winner, and F. Raul somehow pulled it off. There he is. There it is, baby. I'm certain that's about my man's fifth copper drink there, baby. A little vodka ginger beer action, baby.
A little Moscow Mule action.
Yeah, I see you got a little mule action. I don't know if it's vodka or whiskey. I don't know, man. It looks like he may have switched it up a bit.
He looks like he don't give a damn.
No. It looks like he's just trying different ones. He might go whiskey the first time, vodka the second time. So, no, man, we're having a good time. Coming up in the next hour, 5 o'clock is the next time. If you're driving in or you're on your way, Zach Brown Band, 4-pack of tickets, your chance to win those. All you got to do is sign your name right there, put it in the raffle box, and you will have
who's next
a chance to win. Zach Brown Band. What are you about? Have you seen them live? Are they good?
Yeah,
Tyler, you seen Zach Brown Band?
I have not ever seen them live. No.
I've seen
of course
Zach.
You haven't.
I've seen Zach Brown Band live multiple times. My only complaint about Zach Brown Band the last time I saw him was how many people he had on stage with him.
Here we go, Ocho.
It was a kind of he brought dudes out on bongos, and he had 15, 20 people out there all playing a song. It was entertaining, but it was one of those, okay, I've had enough. There's too many. Let's get back to some of your original music that you do. But I believe that is going to play. If he, I doubt he'll do that on roughly an hour performance at the rodeo. But if he does, I think it'll play well at this venue. Number two, which you can always ban for Zach Brown, actually, is just him in general, right? He's a badass dude, man. He brings out new artists consistently. Like he'll find a really good young up and coming artist, and he'll just bring them out and put them on stage with him, and give them 20 of his minutes, and they are really good. Marcus King is a guitar. Look him up, Ron. You talking about like one of them freakishly talented dudes. Marcus King is his name.
Last time I heard that talked about that was Jeff Driscoll. Freakishly.
No, this dude's like known for his guitar, but he's got a real Stapleton vibe too.
Oh yeah,
and it's not just because he's a heavier set white guy. Like his vibe is a little bit more rock and a little bit more it's good stuff. Tyler, no, it wasn't you. That was Muscadine Bloodline. But there was a band, gosh dang, King Calloway, that he brought out last time when I was in Nashville and saw him, and they got 2 songs that are absolutely tremendous. So I like Zach Brown Band's music. He's got monster hits that he could play. He could do the whole thing by himself, obviously. I love him as a dude. The way he props up young artists, man, is really cool, really admirable. Zach Brown would be one. Zach Brown would have been in my top 5. He didn't cut my top 3 because I wanted to see Laney, but he would have been in my top 5 without a doubt.
That's coming up. Your chance. 5 o'clock will be the next time, and then at 5:30 will be the final time. We hooking folks up, man. We're giving out 8 tickets. 8 tickets twice an hour here, the last 2 hours of the show here on a Friday, and we finish it off coming up at 5:30 with Eric Church. Eric Church is gonna close out.
You know what his nickname is?
What?
Chief.
Oh God. So you could just easily get to him, huh?
I need some gear. Every time I see him, which I've seen him multiple times, you want to talk about a big fan now of Eric Church. I'm talking about. He is tremendous. But every time I see him, I'm looking for. I just need a shirt it says Chief on it.
It says Chief on it.
I won't tell anybody that it's Eric Church. I'll just rock the hell out of it.
Well, yeah. That's coming up 5:30. Got a chance to win we'll be hooking people up with 2 different 4-pack of tickets. So Eric Church coming up 5:30, 5 o'clock. Zach Brown band. So stay tuned for that. And if you're, like I said, right in, all you got to do is sign your name. We got plenty of things for you to sign and put it in the raffle box, and we will hook you up. Clint, in the morning I do this every morning. Go drop the kids off, and do my thing. That probably takes me about a good 30, 45 minutes, and I'm in the car and I'm listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Okay.
And he had me texting Pendergast, and I'm doing it. I mean, we're going at it here a little bit.
Sean had you texting the text line?
I had me texting him directly. And I talked to Tyler a little bit about this, and Tyler said, "Oh boy, this will be a good conversation. I got to take on it." And I know you got one. I'm listening to them this morning, and it was just quick. They said, our guy George the Bull. I mean, this guy fighting through injuries and had a hell of a time at cook-off. They do a great job in the morning show. But
George Lindsay, the DJ, the jock on the morning bullpen on our sister station, 103 The Bull.
I need to have a real conversation with George.
Why is that?
I'm listening to Sean, and Sean said, "Yeah, man, George said, yeah, he's going to enjoy rodeo tonight, and he said he's got some people from Kentucky where he's from coming up here." He said George stays in kind of the similar like setup as Sean, a little apartment at the crib. He said some of the friends, a couple's coming in, and they're staying with him in the apartment. And I said, in his apartment, and Sean said he told George, like, but that sounds awful. Like in this apartment, a couple staying in, and I'm just like, if those grown-ass people don't get a damn hotel, if those people don't get a damn hotel, like, I'm serious. For me, if you're coming in, especially in an apartment, and really even in the house I got right now, don't you come in here and then try to stay with me. It's got to be. You got to be on hard times. We got to be on something like.
I'm staying with my people.
You go. Oh hell. Oh, stop, man. You better.
Absolutely.
You go out of town.
When I go to Fayetteville, and my boy Brandon up there, one of my best friends from college.
Is it just you?
No, hell, I tell you, me and Lo and the baby stayed there last night.
Oh hell, get your ass a hotel. No. You talking about me? First off, you know them people ain't paying for them tickets, and I know that, and I'm cool with that.
I want to smell that breakfast.
No, man, get you a hotel, man. Don't be doing that.
No, sir, hell with that hotel.
I got a continental breakfast at the hotel, dude.
Yes, they do. Come on, Tyler. You can't do that, man. You grown as hell. You and Lauren, and you brought your kids?
Yep. And I went out there to spend time with them. I didn't go out there to spend 3/4 of my time in a damn hotel room and just see them at dinner or something. We're going to stay up. We're going to break bread. We're going.
Did they push you to stay with them?
I mean, we never even discussed it. I just said, "Hey, I'm staying at your place."
You said, "Oh my God!"
I call it Hotel Harry.
You brought that screaming kid over there.
They wanted to see. They got.
Oh my God!
They got babies too. They wanted to meet my kids and see my kids for the first time. And I want my kids to play with their kids.
That's horrible. You're ridiculous. No, you don't do that.
This is coming from the guy that puts his in-laws in a damn twin mattress in a guest bedroom.
They're the hell you talking about? The only ones that's gonna come over.
No, all that damn money y'all make, get you a king bed in there. And when your kinfolk come in there, put them in that nice bed.
You know what they do when they come down here?
What?
They got an Airbnb.
See,
because Teresa from
the guy that wants 12 free tickets.
No, I get the tickets, but don't come over and
infringe.
No, yes. If you listen, we're at a space now.
I hope you're embarrassed. You got to feel terrible.
I'm not. You should be embarrassed. You brought that kid over there and gave him no choice. Said, "I'm staying with you."
I didn't travel. I traveled all that. I didn't travel all that way to see Northwest Arkansas. The hell, I've done that. I went to school up there. I traveled to be with my boy.
Can't do that, dog.
And for our families to have some quality time together.
Clint, if I was ever living in Kansas City and you came in there or living anywhere, you came out there and said, "I'm coming out."
Then I ain't coming.
You better take your ass to that hotel.
I'm not coming to Kansas City to stay in a hotel.
So what's that? Ron doesn't care to take care of it. It's not even that. No, it's not even that.
Nope.
You got to be on hard time.
No, it don't.
You got to be on real hard time. No, I'm not even doing it.
We're going
Tyler,
to dinner.
If you're going out of town to see your to go hang out with anybody. You get in a hotel, ain't you?
What you just said is exactly where I was going, and that is if I have a buddy or a friend that says, hey, you know, I'm having a bit of a tough time, I'm coming down to Houston. I got you. Yeah, I got you. I got a room for you. Other than that, take your ass to the hotel, and we can hang out all day. We can hang out all night. But when it's time to go to bed, I got my own private spot to go to, and you got your own residence.
My partner got 2 babies. Also, Clint and your kid. First off, you going to come over and make us have to now. We got to move and shift stuff. You got to stay over here. I got to lift this bed up. I got to
work for my ass.
Now we got to get it. Think we got to get the air mounts and stuff. No, take your ass to a hotel and come over in the morning. I got breakfast for you. I'm going to pay for the food. But take your ass to the hotel. You got money.
Through yet?
It's ridiculous.
There ain't no. They got a bedroom. There's a bedroom upstairs.
Hotel's got a crap ton of bedrooms, man.
Y'all are missing the point, man.
You got to go. Come on, Tyler. Can you believe that?
I don't.
Cannot believe that.
It ain't got nothing to do. It ain't got nothing to do with money. It ain't got nothing. It has everything to do. If you quit tomorrow and move back to Kansas City, and I called you in 6 months, hey bro, I miss you, man. I miss you, man. Me and the wife's gonna come see you.
Yeah.
And you said you come see us, but you got to get a hotel in Kansas City. I'd be like, I ain't coming.
I ain't gonna tell you you got to, but I'm gonna give you all the best hotels.
I don't want to do that. I want to come down there.
I'm gonna get out in front of it.
I want to come down there. I want your ass to cook.
I will.
I want you to get on that grill.
You can bring your happy ass over, but
I want to sit down next to Trey and catch up on his ball. How's he doing in football?
You can do all that.
No, you can't do that from a hotel. I can't do that from a hotel.
Do you know what it takes for me to move stuff around to get people to stay in the house?
Well, that's your fault. That's a you problem.
No, it's not my fault. No, it's not my fault.
Get you a bigger house.
It's somebody that came out here with 2 kids under 2 screaming and said, hey, man, we staying with you.
Hey, get you a bigger crib.
If it's your mama or your daddy, I got you.
Hey,
okay?
Hope you can sleep all right with this baby up all night.
I'm telling you, Ian almost got caught short.
If my people get drunk at the house tonight, they can stay with me.
Oh, no, that's different.
That's different.
You can stay tonight.
Oh, I can stay the night if I'm in.
Because you can sleep your ass on that couch.
Or you can get drunk at my place and get your happy ass in an Uber and head to the hotel.
George, I need to talk to George. I need to find out. George better have been the person to put. You know who it was, too?
Who?
It's his son's future in-laws.
His son's future in-laws.
Fiance man got them
so his future in-laws.
Yeah, his son is going to get married.
Yeah, it's her
parents. Now, you know they didn't pay for them tickets. And they're going to sleep in his apartment? Come on, man. I'm
trying to figure out how that works.
If you don't take your ass to a hotel, there's a Hampton.
Well, now, look,
there's an Embassy Suites that give you good free breakfast in the morning.
I'm going to tell you what,
if
either one of my baby girls ever find one, I want them and their parents in my house. I'm going to figure everything out about you. I want to know all about you. I want to stay up late with your ass and see what you're all about.
George better have been the one to push this. Coming up.
Hotel. Y'all, I mean, that's unbelievable.
Coming up. Words from the latest from potential players the Texans could be looking at the Combine, and a new thing that Framber and other starters on the roster may be doing. We'll do that.
Have you a day now.
Discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Joe Espada. He said his ideal lineup is Altuve, Jordan, Bregman, and then
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The big Dilf. Psycho T, who is back, folks? Tyler Milner is back. We've got the latest for you. And the latest is we are live here on the road. We are at Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. And having a good time on this Friday where the text line and YouTube and Twitch are really filing in about our last conversation. And I have been talking with multiple people here at the bar about the exact same conversation. But a fun conversation. Shout out to Bob. I see you in the building. Tall Bob in the building. I see you. Cleveland Bob in the building. I see you.
Tall drink of water right there, boy.
Water, yeah. But we got the latest. And the latest is congratulations to our last couple of winners. We get berated here when we don't draw the right people's names. Two waitresses just came at us hard time because they didn't win the tickets to Nickelback. But
I never knew Nickelback would stir them up like that.
Yeah, it did. And then Zach Brown Band. We got people hooked up here at 5 o'clock for the Zach Brown Band tickets. The final tickets coming up at 5:30. Final tickets coming up at 5:30. Your chance to win.
Who is this?
Not one, but two. 4-pack of tickets. 4 apiece. If you win, you get 4 tickets. We're doing 2 of those to see Eric Church. Eric Church will close out. Chief will close out the rodeo, and you will be there. The last show of the rodeo, you will be there, and it will be the last opportunity for you to win tickets today, and that is March 17th. March 17th, Eric Church, Clint, you'll be there.
I will absolutely be in the house for that
tickets.
one. That's one of my favorite, man.
So you're going to which ones?
I'm going to Laney Wilson, Whiskey Myers, and Eric Church.
Okay, how many of those did you buy?
How many did I buy?
Yeah, how many of those tickets?
None. We get tickets complimentary our company.
Hold on.
And I got
for 3
not half of my family.
For 3 different shows?
They asked for 3.
For 3 different shows.
They asked for 3.
He came at me about 8 tickets. I got 8 tickets to one show.
Clint
got 6 tickets
to
3 different shows.
One show, buddy put in 8 tickets.
He
got 12 tickets to the Kansas City Texans game. He got 8 tickets to the rodeo.
Hold on, Joe.
He got 2 and then double dipped, made the lady feel bad, and went back and got 4 for the UK for the Kansas UH game. I mean, where else? You said it the other day.
That's the worst one.
He got on me so bad. So you got 3 different tickets. Tickets to 3 different events, and 3 of the most popular ones: Laney Wilson, Eric Church, and Whiskey Myers.
I don't. I believe Zach Brown is bigger. I believe Luke Bryan is a bigger
They're
draw.
Big ones. You know what? I just want to let Aaron know on air. Aaron, I'm coming to you for 4 tickets to Bum Beat. Just want to let you know that. Just want to see if I can get that.
You got a wife, man.
I know it.
That's it. You don't need 4. You can't take the kids.
I got her. My man Red was like, "Hey, can I get that?"
Oh, see, now you're taking all. Now you're inviting all. Before you even ask for tickets, you're inviting all your partners.
I'm trying to get Red to do a little business here. Is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Trying to get Red on that red zone, trying to get a little business done here is what I'm trying to do, Aaron. That's
I think you should. I mean, 4 is not unreasonable. 8 unreasonable. 4 no big deal. I think that's fair.
Yes,
I think that's doable.
I feel good about it. I just didn't know you got free ones.
Hey, Tyler. Are you going to the rodeo?
I don't know yet. I did put in a few requests, but I've not yet had those verified. But
2 parking passes to one show if you don't care about the rest of the employees.
I had to get the second parking pass, man. There's 8 of us, man. That ain't one car. Aaron, know that? Let me holler at that second.
But hey, man, whatever, man. If you want to go to that show, you're just out of luck this year, Tyler, because Ron's got all the tickets.
Well,
I can't wait to go to that Whiskey Myers on Monday, 11.
That was one of the ones I put in a request for.
Damn, and Tyler and Clint got it. Shoot.
Hey, but rest assured, it's me and my bride. I got 2.
But she ain't.
I didn't get 8.
She ain't gonna be able to make it, so
she's not gonna be able to make it. So I think Ron's gonna go with me.
Damn, Tyler, we could have.
If I'd have known if you weren't in Mexico vacationing, I would have asked you to go. I'd have asked you to go before Ron, but
yeah, I didn't have a phone or nothing. It's no big deal.
All right. Let's look at this, man. Framber had a tough outing today, but even before that, it was interesting news, and we'll let you hear what the manager, Joe Espada, had to say about his outing. But, Clint, before he pitched today, there was a report out that Framber was planning on calling his own pitches and wearing the PitchCom device during his debut in the Grapefruit League today against the Nationals. So he called his own pitches. He threw to Yainer Diaz, who we would assume potentially will be his new throwing mate. He threw to Yainer Diaz. Clint, it didn't go well.
Well, these YouTube and Twitch folks having some fun today, ain't they?
They are, ain't they? It didn't go well. I don't know about them. But what's your thoughts about Framber? I'm good. What's your thoughts about Framber Valdez going in and deciding, go ahead, all right, I'm going to call my own pitches? How you feel about that? Because we've also heard Framber may not be the only one. It may be other pitchers, Christian Javier, others who may do this. Your thoughts about him calling his own pitches?
I don't like it. I don't, and this is not just a hot take on the heels of Framber Valdez struggling. I don't like the guy that is young, obviously, the guy that's struggled mentally in terms of managing himself and his emotions during games over the last handful of years. I think it's on record. Exactly, E. I agree with you. He's on record of saying that which he should get some help in terms of coaching and how he mentally approaches games and managing games. I don't think he's in a position to all of a sudden take the leap to start calling his own game. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and to me it could be a one-time thing, right? It could be just, hey, when we're just trying something in spring training to see how that works. But for me, I can't help it. The first thing that I think of, Clint, is would he do this with Maldonado? If Maldonado was still catching, and I'm not saying that Maldonado should be here, but I'm just saying, Yainer is taking over that spot and that position, and I think for believe that he is going to be the guy who really takes over things, and we're ready to see that catcher position improve. But I think this is really, really interesting to look and say, all right, maybe it's just we're doing this in spring training, or is this a deal of, I don't know that I trust putting the game in Yainer's hands. I don't know that I trust putting the game in, you call whatever you want to call. That's the first thing that came to my mind, because I feel like if Maldonado was catching today, I don't know if he would be saying, hey, man, let me go in here, I'm going to wear it, I'm going to call my own pitches. Yeah. And that can sprinkle down to everybody else. Is there a potential trust issue with Framber Valdez and other pitchers with Yainer Diaz? That's the first thing that jumped into my mind.
I think there's obviously a void without Maldonado being there. And I believe that, you start – now there's some individuals in terms of – we've talked about it. Now, Framber's at the top of the list, but, we've talked about how guys either get back to their winning ways, or how guys kind of emerge and develop. There's some individual, I think, topics that are maybe as important or more important. But when you look at the Astros as a team, man, I don't know if there's a bigger topic that could be more impactful to what's going on with the Astros or what happens with the Astros this year than how they feel the void of Maldonado game managing and calling. You know what I mean? What is a bigger void and could have a more a wider impact on more players than that?
And it's interesting because I think inside the walls with the Astros, I think they think that is a big thing. I think outside of it, within Astros fans, I don't think that Astros fans view that part of it as a big deal, at least as big a deal as the Astros do. Because I'm seeing the text line of people saying, "Man, Maldonado, go look at, the ERA and go look at,
Forget all that. Forget the stats, man. Get out of the box score. Get out the advanced stat stuff. At the end of the day, it's a fact that Maldonado had a huge hand in managing a game.
At least they believed it.
But they did. He did.
Yeah.
Like, now, you may think he wasn't worth a damn, or you may look at the stats and say it, but he had a huge hand in managing a game and calling pitches from behind the plate for the majority of the games and the majority of the pitchers. And now that is removed. That option of him doing that is completely removed from the Astros organization. How are you going to handle that? Like, I don't care about the stats. I mean, somebody's got to take that duty. Somebody's got to handle that aspect of getting through ball games, of navigating ball games. Who is that going to be? I'm not saying it is with the Astros. If it's not really, really good to great, then you got a problem because you got a bunch of young pitchers.
And listen, I don't mind Joe Espada kind of trying some things, tinkering some things during spring training, but if it is a deal of, well, I don't feel comfortable with Yainer Diaz or the backup catcher calling our pitches, and I want to call them myself, that's a trust factor. And I don't love the thought of Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, Hunter Brown potentially having the autonomy of calling their own pitches. I don't know if that is the best move.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some draft news coming out of the combine, Clint. The cornerback position, which there could be a good amount of people rolling in that spot, and I guess a position group that is pretty strong in the first round. There could be 4 or 5 corners that go in the first round. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson suffered a groin injury during the combine, and then it was reported Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama, the corner who was a first-round potential pick at corner, has a Jones fracture. That was found when he met with doctors at the combine. He's going to compete in his pro day and then have surgery afterwards on that foot. But those are 2 corners that suffered injuries there at the combine. Be disappointed if that was the direction they went early in the first round with corner. Would you be disappointed? Because these are 2 guys that maybe they looked at that maybe they have to look at differently now.
Well, no, I mean, Nate, the groin injury doesn't concern me, but the surgery on the foot, I can't help but have PTSD with Derek Stingley. I just can't look, and I know Derek. Although I'm not of the group that believes that, boy, the last 8 or 9 games this year all of a sudden just catapulted my man into greatness. I'm not there. But he came on and was a solid player, solid starter for the Texans. But the way his career started, I mean, man, with these injuries and not being able to get on the field out of the gate, and then it continuing to be an issue, I'll be honest with you, as a fan, I would struggle a bit with a player having foot surgery after his private workouts before the training camp actually kicks off.
Yeah, I like it as a position to look at because I do think it is strong and it is deep.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think Steven Nelson is returning. So I do think that it is going to be a potential position of need. Now, you can feel that in free agency, or you can go in the draft early and pick one of these corners that you may like. But these 2, and we'll see. You're right. The hamstring thing, that's kind of a different thing. But this foot issue, that could be one that takes one out. I wouldn't mess with that. I mean, you already have Derek Stingley, who has foot issues, and somebody you have concern with injury. And that would turn me off a bit if I'm the Texans.
Yeah, look, I'm no doctor. I don't know what the hell a Jones fracture is, to be completely honest with you. It can't be too bad because he probably finished the season on it. He's going to do his pro day with it before he has the surgery, so it can't be too damn bad. But I just, as a fan, again, and not being a medical professional, I look at it. I'm like, man, no, I'm good. I'm good with guys that have feet problems that turn into knee problems, that turn into back problems, that turn into 2 or 3 years worth of a bunch of missed ball games. Yeah, man, I'm a little leery of that for sure.
All right, from the text line rolling through, Tyler, someone just said draft the white dude. That would be the cornerback from Iowa, Cooper DeJean. Sure, you could do that. He may not be there. Tyler, I'm telling you.
What are y'all laughing at?
That's what the whites used to do.
Stop it, man. What's wrong with
What are
you?
y'all laughing at?
Hey, he's going to be a game changer. He's going to be a game changer once he gets in. He's extinct.
He's gonna. Well, he's not extinct. He is one.
When he gets
There's
in,
one left
right now. Who's in
he's
right
an
now?
endangered species.
Who is in? Not yet. Not yet. It's a state right now. Until he gets in.
Here's the deal. The biggest story in the NFL in the 2024 season, a white corner is all pro.
Oh, my God, man. First round?
Would he be a legend?
Me, man?
First round draft pick and a all pro his rookie season. By the way, he's a white guy. That would be great.
New England is seething. They're just licking their chops to get a hold of him. All right, coming up. All right, let's see. Do you feel comfortable with the Texans staying in-house, not making any changes, not bringing anybody in within the draft or free agency, but staying in-house to try to fix their offensive line problems? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
How do the Texans follow up? Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive.
All right, welcome in. Coming up, this is your final chance to get your name in our raffle. Your final chance to get your name in our raffle coming up as soon as this segment ends, around 5:35. Your chance to win, not one, but we are doing 2 4-pack of tickets to Eric Church. Eric Church will close out the rodeo. You'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to Eric Church. All you got to do is do what this beautiful young lady is doing, signing her name in there and putting it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win 4-pack of tickets. We'll be doing that as soon as this segment is over.
Smoke a little smoke, drink a little drink.
Sure. All right. It is just for that day. It is March 17th, the final day.
That's all we got left.
The rodeo. That's all we got left.
Hey, let me tell you something, Chief.
We've done a lot.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, I'm not typically the kind of man that eats my chicken wing with a fork.
Clint, they got this hot-ass chicken wing.
Golly, man. Habanero pineapple smoked wing.
Man.
Let me tell you.
Why did you do that? That sounds hot.
Habanero will do it.
Yeah, but usually when you mix it with something sweet,
might take all that heat.
I mean, this is aggressive. I literally have eaten.
Hell yeah,
I've eaten one of them, and I feel like I've never had like, what do you call that when these women nowadays puff their lips up? What do you call that? Hey, what do y'all call that?
Lip injection?
I've never had any kind of lip injections or anything like that.
Thank God you had that.
But I'm just imagining that's what these gals feel like when they puff their lips up.
Tyler in the audience.
My tongue is smoking.
As soon as he took the first bite, he immediately got up and forced a water from the bartender. I don't even think she was over there. Forced a bottle.
To get just some water.
Tyler, I took a pull off. I mean, I bit this damn wing, and I looked up, and I didn't have a beer, a water. I didn't have nothing in front of me.
No celery.
I mean, that's unbelievable, man. And the gal looked at me, and she said, "Oh, you should try our whatever the hottest." I said, "No." I mean, this is it's got a good taste, but
you think that burnt? Wait till it comes out the other end, my friend.
Well, I mean, that's the least of my worries right now.
He can't wait for that portion of it. But
I mean, it's climbing up to my nose.
What's wrong with you, Tyler?
I'm just saying, it's going to burn a lot coming out too.
I know some people like hot. I got one of my cousins. He like, it's ridiculous.
Into spice, huh?
I mean, I don't even eat anything when he cooks. I won't eat it because I know he's got it. So
he's going in. Probably.
Like he would actually love this, but I just have a hard time believing that there's a.
You think you're going to finish them?
Probably not.
You got a ranch. You got a ranch over there to kind of. Is it that bad? It's that hot. Not bad. It's that hot.
My lips are still burning.
You need.
I got to find a toilet.
And I'm gonna tell you, Tyler, you're young. You're young ass. You worry about coming out on the backside. I worry about what that's going to do to this old heartburn.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'd worry.
I'm worried about my tail end. I'm worried about what this chest is going to feel like in about an hour.
Nexium a day, baby.
Well, I got some heartburn.
My man got some Prilosec over here for me. I appreciate that. I need some Tums.
Shout out to that OTC.
Oh, damn. None left.
You're out?
Damn.
What do you think that is? Candy?
Just seeing if nope, all out.
Oh, you got one in there. Let me see it.
I don't think it is. I needed that through Vegas, baby. That was in there since Vegas.
Oh, damn. So.
Come on by. If you got sinuses, if you're stopped up, come on by Twin Peaks. Get some of these pineapple habanero
clear
wings.
that thing right up, won't it?
Woo. Yep.
They're good though, right?
They'll make you drink your beer faster. That's for damn sure.
That ice cold, baby. Yeah.
Wow.
That's ice cold. All right. I'm inspired by this conversation, Clint, because I do remember after the playoff game.
About lip injections?
No, this one that we're going to. Let's move on.
Okay. I didn't know.
Let's give the people what they want.
I'm sorry.
And it probably is more lip injection, but I'll try this because there's somebody who is losing it right now. Get to football. All right, we'll get to it.
Start the sports.
Please. Who cares about your food that makes you suffer? But you said it after the season ended. You said Number one thing for you is, man, D'Amico, and it's hard because I don't know how they can fix it, is D'Amico and Bobby Slowick and company, they have got to fix this offensive line. They have got to fix the physicality because that is what's holding them back. That's the number one thing they got to fix. And it feels like I think a lot of people under last year, but it feels like that people have gotten to themselves to a point of, hey, man, we drafted guys, we've paid guys, like we shouldn't put any more resources into the offensive line. And for me, if that's one of the biggest issues, and for you, you said the number one thing D'Amico has to try to fix, are you against the Texans using real resources in the offseason to fix the offensive line? Because I think many people who are about to text in, many people who are listening, are potentially against that. Like, would you have a problem if they used a second-round pick on a guard? Would you have a problem if they spent free agent money on a guard? Would you have an issue if they tried to add to this offensive line, even though they have put a ton of resources in it?
No, I wouldn't have an issue with it, no.
Do you think they should? Do you think that you – because I do. I do. If it's like you're saying, and I agree with you, it was the biggest thing. They lacked something. They got one spot to fill. I think they should look into that.
Well, when I made the comment, Ron, of the O-line and fixing the O-line is my biggest concern, the whole point of it being a concern is because I don't know that I see an avenue of fixing it.
Yeah.
Right? And that's that you already have so much invested in the offensive line, whether we're talking about draft picks or we're talking about cap space. You've got so much invested. I don't know how you just can line and do what you need to do in other places. So that's really why it's a major concern for me, right? Now I do think there's a real possibility, and I would be the question is would I be okay if they didn't draft or sign another free agent on the offensive line and kept the personnel up front as is. And the only reason I can get down with that is because I believe that D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick have to change their song and dance about it. Like, you're not close. Told us all year long you're close. You're not close.
You're not.
A big part of what they're doing up front, I do believe, is it's either being coached or allowed, and that has to change from the O-line coach and, again, from D'Amico Ryans. I think that would be an improvement. I think you can improve this offensive line, the run game and pass protection, if you upgrade the fullback, the hybrid H, and the tight end position, two of those three. So I would be okay if they didn't add offensive linemen, because I think there's a number of ways that they can get better, along with everything I mentioned. Also, just having a year's experience in this offense we should see improvement there as well. So there's so many things that I think need to be better as it pertains to O-line play that I think you can correct all the others before adding another body.
I look at this, and this to me, and I'm looking at it from the standpoint of the Texans are trying to compete to get to the next step, which is an AFC Championship game. And my man Bubba right here says, let Scruggs, Patterson, Mason, Green fight for the guard spots. And, like, for me is, like, Shaq Mason is going to be one of your guards. Like, in terms of thinking to get to the AFC Championship game, when I have resources and doable resources, that one's hard for me to get around. To let, like, I think Shaq Mason has one guard spot. And then essentially to say, all right, Scruggs, Patterson, Green, like that they're going to be the center guards. Those are going to be the ones. I don't love that. Like, for me, I feel like, to me, going into it and what the goals are, I can do better than that, and I know I can. And I have multiple resources to do better than that. But I do think I think there are a lot of Texans fans that are like, no, you've put too many resources in the offensive line.
Yeah.
Like, you got to make it work.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
And I get that, but. I don't know that I agree with that when you have resources to try to fix it.
Yeah, look, man.
Or at least make it better.
I wouldn't be opposed to either way. I would understand if you added a veteran guard, a starting caliber veteran guard. Doesn't need to be all pro or Pro Bowl, but a starting level, quality guard that, quite frankly, one that maybe has a strength of blocking in the run game. That would be nice.
That would be very nice.
A guy that could set the tempo as it pertains to that. But if you don't, I guess I can wrap my head around the line of thinking. I don't necessarily agree with it. As I've said a million times before, I don't need to necessarily agree with you. I would just like to understand the method to the madness. I think I could see the method to the madness if they decided to fix it in other ways.
Yeah. All right, coming up, Tyler didn't do it this week, but Chris Santiago. And Tyler wanted to make sure it's very well known that it is Chris Santiago. Chris Santiago has done Best of the Week, one of our favorite segments of the week. We will do that coming up next. And right now, if you're in the building, we're going to give away these final tickets. So you got a little bit of time. We'll do that. And hear Best of the Week coming up next on The Drive.
Landry's putting his foot down. There's one position the Texans need to address in free agency. Live from Twin Peaks and Kirby and 59, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and we've had a great time tonight, even though we've been attacked by some people who didn't win tickets, and people it's fired up. We love it. We gave away a ton of tickets today. Congratulations to our final 2 winners who each won a 4-pack of tickets to see Eric Church coming up. He will close out the rodeo March 17th. Congratulations. We hooked people up throughout with tickets to Luke Bryant, tickets to Nickelback, tickets to Zach Brown Band, tickets to Whiskey Myers, as well as Eric Church. So we hooked folks up throughout the day here at Twin Peaks. We're here off 59 and Kirby and had a really, really good time here as we will continue rolling through on this beautiful Friday, Clint. We do this every week. Clint, Tyler wasn't here this week, and he got
I'm
back
excited to hear this, man.
I'm excited to hear it as well. I like 713-572-4610. The people on the text line. I don't know if I should give Tyler credit for this or
no. Not at all.
I know you have no hand in this.
Oh,
and I think Tyler is putting his foot down just in case it goes south, so he lets everyone know that
it wasn't his work.
Chris is the man. He got this.
Like, should we give Tyler credit for coming back on a Friday, or are you looking at Tyler and saying, why the hell did you just not take Friday off? Like, I think it's really.
I would have gone, took the week.
Why not? I mean, I guess, shout out to him. Obviously, he is a major part of this show and helps us do what we do best. But damn, I sure as hell would have took Friday. Like, I'm telling you, man, if it's a Monday or a Friday, that's the only thing I got left to work. I'm out, Jack.
Well, what happened? Because you said you were going to take it.
I thought you said you were going to take it.
I think ultimately we just had some confusion on the schedule, but anytime I'm given the opportunity, boys, I'll come in. I didn't mind it one bit. I've been enjoying this Friday show with you.
Oh, that's good. That's good. We appreciate it. I'd have taken Friday on off and ran that thing to the weekend is what I'd have done. But I've never, ever not said that you're a better man than I am. Rest assured, I got some days coming up, Jack, and I sure as hell ain't coming back on no Friday. All right, let's do it. Chris Santiago this week. One of our favorite segments, the best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Richest producer in all of sports radio, Tyler Milner, is not in attendance. He won't be here. Chris Santiago's in the building. You hear him on Area 45. But,
Big D, what's up, man?
That's right, Big D's in the building. Y'all? That's right, he's in the building. Somebody who had a personal moment with RG3 this weekend, a physical moment. They touched each other.
Hey, yo, pause.
All right, well, let me try that. They gave each other a fist bump.
There you go. Yeah, it was just a fist bump. It was nothing. I didn't ask for no photo or nothing. Just a little, hey, how you doing, man?
There you go. So Chris is in the building, but Tyler is, I think, Clint, feeling a lot like your guy from Midland right now. Tyler, I feel like, fellas, we should do a weekly or a daily on Tyler right now. Tyler, he sends us a tweet. What did he say? 1-1. Mexico night 1. Mexico 1-1. Tyler nothing. He has lost his first night in Mexico. He said, I am so hungover, must reevaluate the game plan for today. Audible needs.
Look, anybody that drinks old fashions at the pool in Mexico, it should get foggy.
What do you mean?
Nobody drinks old fashions at the pool. Who goes to Mexico at a resort and hangs by the pool in the sun baking and goes, let me get a old fashioned.
Maybe he felt like whiskey.
Come on, man. Tyler tries too hard to be cool to do that.
My man right here. Tell Ron I'm here. It's not what he's saying, it's how he's saying it. When people are passionate and scream, they turn people off. Turn it down and people will take you more seriously. No, they won't.
Say it real soft.
No.
Say it for me.
No.
Say it for me real soft.
I just, as nice as I can say, that's a you problem.
AH down, let me whisper in your ear.
I'll whisper the rest of the way, though. Welcome back to Sports Radio 610 here. We are not on the 17th green here at the Houston Open. We are live in the Twin Peaks studios right here, Sports Radio 610.
I can't even take you serious.
Oh, God, he did not shave. You see this picture, Tyler?
Yeah, and it's making me uncomfortable. First of all, he sends eggplant emojis. Tyler is laid out on the bed.
What?
Oh, he's laid out on the bed, head on the pillow. Stretching his neck out so you can see where he's shaving, and he's got one nipple in the picture.
I want to start some here. Shout out to Greg the Corrector. Greg the Corrector, specifically the Ron Corrector. Greg was very upset yesterday that I did not acknowledge some things that he had totaled up of mistakes. So I want to say to you, Greg, right now, those days are over. Stat Boy coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Greg will have his list of corrections for me, and hopefully we'll be able to read those coming up. I did want to say this, unfortunately, got some bad news. Greg the Corrector has decided to drop out. He does not want to take on the role of the Corrector, the Daily Corrector. Greg thinks I'm thin skinned. Why don't you just take more before you pop off over the airwaves? Hold yourself accountable, or develop thicker skin, or be able to laugh at yourself sometimes.
Skeezy, you drinking old fashions by the pool in the sun in Mexico?
I love me a good old fashioned, but not by the pool in Mexico. I did find it entertaining how much it bothered you, though.
Oh, it bugged the hell out of me.
He gets real mad about it. All right, Brandon. We'll see what they do the next time we talk to you coming in. Maybe they go on a little streak here. We knew they were going to have a tough stretch these first 6 games coming out, and boy, has it been tough.
They got my blood pressure up, and I don't even have blood pressure problems.
I'm really in a fat place today. I am.
You had cardio day yesterday. How are you in a fat place the day after your cardio day?
I just want some chili with all the fixings. I mean, everything that you can think of.
Stay strong, man. You'll wake up tomorrow, be proud of yourself.
And a cinnamon roll. That's what's
a cinnamon roll. Would you start with the heart?
I want. All right.
Golly, man.
I just want some chili and a cinnamon roll.
That's a weird combination, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'd knock both of them down with you.
But
wait, Ron, do you have boots?
No, I don't have boots. I'm not.
Oh, man.
What do you mean? Do you have boots?
Yeah, I have cowboy boots, man. Come on, man.
I'm not getting cowboy boots. I got 8 tickets.
You pay for them?
Come on, man. Hell no. You pay for your ticket?
No, but I didn't get 8 of them. That is unbelievable. Did you hear this, Chris?
What?
You talking about abusing
man, it ain't abusing.
Connects, and you got 8 tickets?
I got 8. I asked for it. They say no, they say
How many did you get, Chris? 0. I hope you feel good, man.
I do feel good. I got no problem with that.
We don't typically have guests in the 4 o'clock segment, but I said, hey, let's my man Will. We got to make a little room here. So Will Kunkel, Fox 26 Houston.
I got a few tickets to go to, families coming in town. They've never been to the rodeo. I got a few tickets.
He abuses it, Will. He abuses the company perks, man.
I got 8 tickets. You open up your mouth, and you never know what you can get. Hell,
closed mouths don't get fed, baby.
Come on, Will.
Hey, don't egg him on, Will. I'm trying to keep him under wraps over here, man.
Someone text in, is Tyler alive? We'll see.
6 minutes ago, a beer bigger than his head at the airport in Mexico, I think. Had a lime in it, a little darker. I'm assuming it was a Modelo. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I wish I had a little more Tyler in me, man.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hear about it, man. Chris.
Well done, Chris.
Well done, Chris. He always pushes the limits. At 5 minutes and 54 seconds is where Chris was.
A little long, but well done.
It was. Hey, he shaved 2 minutes off his last one. Is what he did. It is. He shaved 2 minutes off his last one, but well done, well done. And someone just texted in, how long is this going to go? And hey, man, Chris is out here trying to create some masterpiece right there. I bet y'all didn't know. those of you, we were taking pictures there, and I was talking right through it. Oh, you good, man? It's good. You good, baby? You good?
The drive is live, Tyler.
The drive is live, baby.
The drive is live.
I love it. I love how many times he got himself into it. Oh, you don't know what you're doing to him by that. You really don't. You really don't.
How you doing, girl?
Okay, stop. Here we go. Hey, reel it in.
Just saying hi.
No, reel it in.
Yeah, man.
Reel it in.
Yeah, man.
No, man, it's a great week. A great week. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access.
Great time. When we're at Twin Peaks, it's a great time to catch the show on Twitch and YouTube.
It really is. Ocho has enjoyed a hell of a time here repeatedly. Damn, man, we gave you tickets. She trying to steal a shirt, too. Trying to steal Tyler's shirt,
She actually won, didn't she?
Yeah, she won. But no, Texans All Access coming up. They've got player interviews at the Combine. And then Area 45, Sean Bajani, who did In the Loop, he's going back and doing his regular show. So he's got 7 hours of radio
Double duty, huh?
Today. Yeah, there
That's
you go,
impressive, man.
It's been a while since I remember one time I had to do 11 straight hours. That was a time right there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd sign up for that one.
Yeah, did
Sarah
a show,
Jessica Parker, man, she's
ran
always
into
done
a
it
little
for me.
post-game action.
I'm just trying to do one here with my lip injections and my.
Did you finish some wings? You did it.
No, I ate 3 of them.
Yeah,
I'm still very disappointed in my waitress, the gal that allowed me to order that.
You putting it on me.
I mean, I feel like it was her duty to be like, sir.
That's not a good look.
Those are.
That's not what you want.
Those are pretty spicy.
That's not what you want.
Up, she just said, "All right." She almost let me order 12 of them $1.
What you got?
That'd
6?
have been bad. Huh?
You got 6?
Hell yeah, I only got 6.
You only ate half of them?
Yes, yeah. And you know it was rough if your boy only if your boy only eats half of 6 wings. You know it was tough.
Usually, Tyler Clint gives us what's your most popular item? And I know that's not it. I know.
Well,
that's not
they
it.
trick me because usually when you order smoked wings, it's automatically. Or I thought, obviously not. Obviously I was wrong, but I thought it was automatically like a dry rub. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I thought it was dry. Well, it